Prologue. What do you say, Dad? Jeff ran his palms over the leather steering wheel. Ready to take her out for the first trip of the holiday? In the passenger seat, the ghost of his dad rubbed his hands together, glee alight in his faded eyes. Navigating away from his oceanfront vacation home in Pacific Palisades, he guided the turquoise 1956 Chevy Nomad, the one he'd spent most of his high school years restoring with his dad, onto the PCH. The air smelled of salt and sunshine, combing fingers through his hair courtesy of the open windows. Nothing but Christmas carols were on the radio, with it being so close to the holiday. Only a couple of weeks away, and he still needed to get gifts for his kids. "I need a new computer," his 19-year-old son had said last week. "I don't really need anything," his 22-year-old daughter had piped in. "But if you want to pay for the band for the wedding, and maybe the flowers?" Sure, he could do all of that. But first, a drive with his dad. Tension bled out of his shoulders the farther north he went. Being the founder and CEO of a national multi-million-dollar sports apparel and equipment company was great most days. More stressful than his divorce shortly after Nate was born, but great. Still, every December he left his VP in charge for the month, leaving New York City behind for California, a much-needed vacation after spending most of the year working 80-hour weeks. There'd be no 80-hour weeks for the next few. Just runs on the beach, reading on the porch as he enjoyed a beer while the surf pounded against the sand, and making home-cooked meals he didn't get to enjoy the rest of the year. And fine, yes, he'd also get some work in. Sport U apparel was his baby. He'd built it from the ground up. As much as he trusted his VP, he couldn't just go cold turkey and step back for an entire month. He had the kids this year for Christmas, plus Sabrina's fiancé, and his mom was flying in too. When they arrived next week, there'd no doubt be several days of shopping downtown Los Angeles, followed by lunch at all the trendiest places in the hopes of spotting a celebrity or two. Jeff would have sworn his ears were still ringing from Sabrina's squeal at the sight of a yoga-panted Reese Witherspoon walking by their patio table 2 years ago. He'd never known what to do with excitable women. Probably a factor in why he was divorced. And single. Although, his single status might have more to do with the aforementioned 80-hour work weeks. His last boyfriend, or was it girlfriend? Fuck, it had been so long ago. Well, whoever it was had accused him of being married to his job. Jeff could acknowledge that there was some truth to that statement. In his defense, he was a divorced, single empty nester. Had been for a long time, seeing as his ex-wife more or less had full custody of the kids until they'd moved away for college. What else was he supposed to do with his life other than work? To his left, the ocean was bright azure and still. Above, a cloudless sky, the sun sharp and warm. To his right, mountain peaks rose sharply, scattered with occasional roads that led up to the squat but sprawling homes. Upon reaching Big Rock Beach, he turned the car around, heading back the way he'd come. The car purred, as smooth as always. He'd spent the past week, since he'd arrived, tinkering with it after getting it out of storage, making sure it was safe for driving after having its battery disconnected for the bulk of the year. His dad had appeared over his shoulder often enough while he got her up to shape, busting his chops about this or that thing he did wrong, or teasing him about the new grays in his hair, or gently poking fun at him for the few extra pounds he'd put on. He was 45. He was allowed to fill out. "What do you think, Dad? Should we go to the Bluffs?" Dad's ghostly mirage nodded. It had been 1.5 years since Dad had passed on a hazy summer day. With Christmas approaching, his loss stung more acutely. Another Christmas without Dad, who'd been lively and energetic all the way until he'd taken his last breath, surrounded by his wife and kids and grandkids. He'd died with a smile on his face and with 0 regrets in life. That was how Jeff wanted to go one day. First, he had to get through this and many future Christmases. Having his kids here this year would help. His thumbnail caught in a nick in the bottom curve of the steering wheel, reminding him that there was a small rip in the leather seat beneath his butt, and that the glove compartment had never opened, and that the gas cap had been missing for a long, long time. The car wasn't perfect. It was never meant to be. It had been a project meant to bring Jeff and his dad closer together during his woe-is-me teenage years, when everything sucked and puberty made his emotions go haywire. And it had worked. There was nothing in the world that reminded him of Dad more than this car they'd put back together in under 4 years. Sometimes he'd swear it still smelled like Dad, a burst of understated cologne and motor oil. The scent was as strong as Dad's ghost to his right, ever present, always there. He was closest to Dad when he was in this car. Swallowing the lump in his throat, ignoring the burn in his nose and behind his eyes, he parked on a side street lined with leafy trees sporting plastic Christmas tree ornaments, and red shingled houses decked out for the holidays in wreaths and lights, lawns topped with inflatable snowmen. He turned to Dad. "Walk with me?" From here, they walked to the overlook only a minute away, a narrow, dirt-covered area with patchy grass, a couple of stone benches, and a few scraggly trees. On a Wednesday morning before lunch, it was deserted. Jeff bypassed the benches and sat on the railing facing west. It wasn't quiet or peaceful by any means, not with the highway directly below. But the ocean was wide and endless and somehow made anything seem possible. Like talking to ghosts. "Remember the first time I brought you here?" Jeff chuckled, recalling the first time Dad had visited him, several years before his death, when Jeff had first purchased his vacation home in Pacific Palisades, mostly because he liked the winter weather here. "I thought you'd cry." "Didn't realize how much I miss the ocean," Dad said. "I remember." Dad was from coastal Maine, a tiny town not far from Portland. As much as he'd loved it, his wife had hated small-town life, the windy summers and the harsh winters, and they'd moved to Atlanta as soon as their kids went away for college. "It's not the Atlantic, but it'll do." Snorting a laugh, Jeff swung a leg. "Don't you miss it?" "The Atlantic?" "Lighthouse Bay." "Not really," he admitted. "I haven't been back in years." There hadn't been much reason to. Some of his friends had moved away for college. The others he'd lost touch with. Aside from occasional visits to see his grandparents before they died, he hadn't been back in... God, how long had it been? Dad sighed. "I miss it." Jeff's nose stung again. Gripping the railing in both hands, he concentrated on the roughness of the wood under his fingertips, the edge of the rail cutting into his palm. He cleared his throat. "You probably know this already, but Sabrina's getting married next summer, at only 22. Dad raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I know I was younger. And look how that turned out. He and his ex-wife were friendly now. Such hadn't been the case nearly 20 years ago. An amicable divorce it had not been. Jeff sat in silence for a while, soaking up the sun and the warm weather. Rays turned the ocean surface into shiny crystal. Was it like that in Lighthouse Bay, too? He couldn't remember. He only recalled odd details. The tiny closet in his old bedroom. Affixing glow-in-the-dark stars to his ceiling with his brother, Leo. Biking to Pippett's Candy on Main Street with his and Leo's friends to get 5-cent candy. Snow that fell for days during the winter, creating perfect snow days. The boring, family-friendly Christmas parties Dad's company used to throw, complete with Santa and gifts for the kids. The summer their television had stopped working, and he and his brother had had to find other ways to entertain themselves. Setting up the sprinkler on the front lawn and running through it in nothing but bathing suits on the most humid of summer days. The small marina where they'd had a little boat they used to take out on weekends. Ice skating on the frozen pond in the park at the north end of Main Street in the winter, the same place where Dad had taught him and Leo to skate. Restoring the Nomad with Dad in their front driveway in the summers and at the local garage in the winters. What had Dad loved about Lighthouse Bay so much? He turned to ask. The railing next to him was empty. as empty as it had always been. Loosing a shaky breath, he left the overlook behind and headed back to his car, kicking a rock as he went. A squeal of tires and the crash of metal on metal had him glancing up. Dread filled his belly, turning it to stone. Ahead, an electric blue Audi R8 had crashed into the back of the Nomad with enough force to shoot it forward into the car ahead of it. No! A second where his limbs went numb. In the next moment, he was running. No! No, no, no! Breaths hitching, he ran a hand over the lovingly restored hood, now crumpled into the back of an SUV. No! No, please! Oh my God! A man exited the Audi. Oh my God! Is anybody hurt? Red exploding behind his eyeballs, Jeff whirled on him. What the fuck? Are you drunk? What? The other guy reared back, keys clutched in one hand. Maybe a handful of years younger than Jeff, a few inches shorter, the guy was vaguely familiar. White golf shirt tucked into pressed jeans with a brown leather belt hugging his slim waist, classically shaggy hair, and eyes so dark they swallowed the light. No doubt Jeff had seen him on a commercial. Everyone in L.A. was an actor. No, I'm not drunk, preppy actor bit out, eyes red-rimmed. I would never get behind the wheel drunk. Jeff squared off with him. Hi, then. I'm not. Holding up a hand in the universal stop gesture, preppy actor sucked in a breath that rattled. Wait, were those tear tracks on his cheeks? I'm not high, he said, quieter, firmly. It was an honest mistake. I'm so sorry. I'll pay for the damages, I swear. I'm good for it, I promise. Here, let me give you my information. He disappeared back into his car, the hood of which was still pressed up against the Nomad's rear, and leaned over the center console, presumably to reach the glove box. Turning back to his car, Jeff assessed the damage, rubbing a hand over his chest. Fuck. It wasn't bad. It could have been much worse. The bumper hadn't even fallen off. Hell, he'd once gotten into a fender bender in the parking lot of a grocery store, and his bends had come out way worse than this. Preppy actor appeared at his side, holding out a crinkled receipt with his name and number on the back. Jeff eyeballed it, arms crossed. Mika Jones, it read, with a 213 phone number. Letting his arm drop, preppy actor tucked a second similarly scrawled-on receipt under the wiper blades of the SUV. Mika Jones. The name was familiar, too. Jeff didn't care enough to try to place it. Please let me pay for the damages. Fuck, I'm so sorry. I was distracted and... Doesn't matter. It's not about the damage. The damage could be fixed. That wasn't the point. He didn't want to fix it without Dad. Squeezing the bridge of his nose, he bit off a brusque, just back up so I can get out. There was no forgiveness in his tone. A small part of him felt bad for that. Preppy actor, Mika Jones, couldn't know what he'd done. But there was a tear in his heart the size of a restored Chevy Nomad, and at the moment, he couldn't bring himself to care about Mika Jones' feelings. Here. Mika held out the receipt. Jeff took it without looking at him, pocketing it for later. Really, I'm so sorry, Mika was saying as he went back to his car. Save it, Jeff snapped. Getting into his own car, he sent up a silent Christmas prayer that the engine hadn't been too damaged, exhaling in relief when it started up with no problems. If only his heart could be so easily mended as metal. Chapter 1. 1 year later. Lighthouse Bay hated him. Oh, not the people. The people were great. They were all, "Nice to see you again, Jeff. Are you enjoying your stay?" And, "Hi, Mr. Belmore. What'll it be today? An espresso and a muffin?" And once he'd even gotten full named. Yoo-hoo, Jeff Belmore. There are perfectly good jogging trails in Lighthouse Bay. That last had been uttered by one Mrs. Schumacher, head of the town's Business Improvement Association, and, apparently, about a dozen or so other committees he'd learned a couple of days into his stay. She was a tiny thing with a short cap of pale gray hair, wielding a tote bag the size of her torso. But her steely gaze was as unforgiving as some of the most ruthless CEOs he'd had the displeasure of working with. She was a lady whose advice he probably should have taken. The trails, however, weren't within walking or jogging distance from the little apartment he'd rented above a cafe on Lighthouse Bay's downtown strip, which was, essentially, one street running north-south, with a clock tower on one end and a park half taken over by a Christmas market on the other. So he ran south along Main Street, or Christmas Lane as the locals called it, between Thanksgiving and New Year's Day, then hung a right and jogged through the quiet neighborhoods before looping back to Main. Christmas Lane was, appropriately, decked out for the holidays. Lights were strewn around windows and doorways and graced rooftops and awnings. They were also wound around tree trunks and lampposts, the latter of which were festooned with star-shaped wreaths. A pop-up Christmas tree stand stood on the corners of Main and Regent Streets. Once the sun went down, the clock tower was awash in green and red lights. It was all very small town, postcard perfect, especially with the snow-lined sidewalks, the potted mini Christmas trees placed strategically every 12 feet, and the shop windows decorated with Christmassy displays. It wasn't very busy during the week, but visitors and locals from neighboring towns descended on the touristy town en masse on the weekend. Jeff remembered that from when he was a kid, but he'd forgotten how Christmas-crazy Lighthouse Bay went. As he rounded the corner of Flowers by Daisy and stepped into the alleyway between it and Tiny's Panini, his panting breaths clouded in front of him. His face stung from the cold, and his nose was running. It had been cold when he'd left New York City 5 days ago, but even though Lighthouse Bay was only 300 and some odd miles away, it was much, much colder, and already there was snow up to his knees. Why hadn't he gone to California for the holidays like he normally did? He was digging his key out of his pocket when he stepped on something solid that cracked beneath his foot. Glancing down, Shit! When had his phone fallen out of his pocket? Judging by how cold it was in his hands, it had to have been when he'd left for his jog. God damn it. There was a crack in what he hoped was the screen protector, and not the screen itself. And it wasn't turning on. Great. Seriously, this town hated him. First, his Benz had stalled almost as soon as he'd parallel parked into a spot outside Tiny's Panini upon arriving in town. The owner of the town's sole garage, John's Garage, had come to tow it away, regaling Jeff with stories about how he'd known his dad once upon a time. Second, his 15-month-old laptop had crashed midway through an email to his VP the following day. The thing was almost brand new. Sadly, the nearest electronics store was in Bidford, but he couldn't get there to have it fixed without a car. No, he didn't need to be working. That was the whole point of taking December off, to rest and recharge. Didn't mean he didn't check in every now and again. And now his phone. It was like the town was taking revenge on him for leaving all those years ago. Doesn't everyone leave for college? He muttered to no one, taking the iron steps up to his rented apartment above Tiny's Panini. Or like the town didn't want him to have contact with the outside world. Well, that was a spooky thought. Shivering from the cold, he shook his head and went inside. Why hadn't he gone to California? What was he even doing here? His electronics would still be working if he'd gone to L.A., he was sure of it. Maine was an asshole. But the prospect of spending Christmas alone this year. And he hadn't had the heart to fix the Nomad either, which meant he'd be without Dad, too. Why don't you head to Lighthouse Bay? Mom had proposed last month. Jeff had stood at his floor-to-ceiling office window at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night, rain streaking the glass, and stared at his own wavery reflection instead of at the New York skyline. Phone pressed to his ear, well-cut suit, hair sticking out from the side of his head where he'd run his fingers through it, tie off, and the first few buttons of his shirt undone. Why would I? He turned away from his reflection. Why would I go there? I don't know. A shrug in Mom's voice. You've mentioned it a few times in the last year. I thought you were itching to go back, like your dad. He sat behind his desk, nudging his mouse to wake the computer. Had he talked about Lighthouse Bay that much since last Christmas? Maybe it was because he kept seeing the name everywhere, like one of those things you never noticed before until it suddenly popped up everywhere. An unaddressed brochure in the mail, a mention in a national newspaper, one of his managers talking about a brief vacation to the small town. I didn't realize Dad wanted to move back. Not move back, but visit friends and family more often than he and I did. Jeff wouldn't know where to find his former high school friends nowadays, and the only family they'd had left in Lighthouse Bay when his parents had moved were his paternal grandparents, who'd passed away years before Dad. There was nobody left. Still, Mom's suggestion had niggled the back of his brain for days until he'd caved, went online, and found himself a little apartment that had miraculously been available for the whole month of December. Not that there was anything for him in Lighthouse Bay, except old memories. There wasn't anything in California either, except sun and ocean and highs of 68 and, oh, did he mention sun? That was the thing about being a divorced, 46-year-old workaholic. There was nowhere to go during the holidays. Mom was in a relationship as of a few months ago and was spending Christmas at her partner's daughter's in Arizona. Sabrina was at her in-laws in upstate New York. Nate was staying in Vermont, where he went to college, with a friend Jeff suspected was more than a friend. And Jeff's brother Leo was taking a Caribbean cruise with his girlfriend. Jeff could have flown across the ocean to holiday in Australia, and it wouldn't have made a difference. California, Maine, New York, or somewhere else, he'd still be alone. Dressing warmly after a shower, he grabbed his e-reader off the nightstand in the bedroom, left his now useless phone behind, and went back outside. Inside Tiny's panini, he blew on his hands to warm them and chose a 2-seater table in the far corner next to the fireplace. He'd purposely arrived half an hour before the lunch rush so he could get his food in a timely fashion and get some reading done while it was still relatively quiet. Every other time he'd come in for breakfast or lunch, it had been so busy he'd had to take his meal to go. Today he was determined to sit, relax, and enjoy the crackle of the fireplace. Since he couldn't call, text, or email the office, he might as well take advantage of being completely unplugged for the first time in ever? Leaving his coat over the back of a chair and his e-reader next to the red glass bowl on his table holding an unlit candle, he went up to the order counter. Tiny's Panini was a family-owned shop, all rustic wooden tables and chairs, old black and white photographs of Lighthouse Bay decorating the walls, barn lighting, and garlands decorated with silver and gold ornaments hanging around rafters. Hi, Mr. Belmore. The current owner, Alana, was somewhere in her late 20s. Her dark blonde hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and she wore a forest green apron around her waist with the cafe's logo across the front. What can I get you today? She asked. Espresso? We're out of muffins already, but I've got more coming from Dev's Bakery next door in a bit. Less than a week and she already knew his order. If he didn't find that so small-town charming, he'd be creeped out as hell. He much preferred the anonymity of New York and L.A. I'll have a sandwich today, thanks. The grilled veggie with a side Caesar salad. After lunch, he'd play it by ear, same as he'd done every day since he'd arrived. Yesterday he'd spent a lazy Thursday afternoon catching up on Netflix movies on his phone. The day before that, he'd spent most of his afternoon reading his EA's briefing note on opening a second office on the West Coast. Currently, Seattle was the top contender with his board, followed by San Diego, then Portland. The day before that, he'd joined a visiting couple on a personalized walking tour of downtown just for something to do, led by a local named Clark, who had the most gorgeous hair Jeff had ever seen. The day before that, he'd spent most of the day working before his computer had given him the black screen of death. What was he going to do with himself for the next 3 weeks? At least in L.A., he could have strolled on the beach, lunched on patios, taken coastal drives in the Nomad, done some sightseeing, seen the occasional movie at the theater. What did people do for fun in the winter when the nearest movie theater or shopping mall was in the closest big city? Even skiing wasn't exactly nearby. A line had formed at the order counter while Jeff ate and read, and the tables had slowly filled up. Chatter he hadn't noticed echoed throughout the small cafe. Now that he was aware of it, there was no way he could go back to his book with all the distractions, so he packed up his e-reader and pulled on his coat. One of the photos on the wall caught his eye as he was zipping up. In it, the pond in the park Jeff remembered from his childhood was frozen, and a bunch of kids decked out in hockey gear made up 2 teams. The annual hockey tournament. Man, he'd forgotten all about it. In his day, it had been a friendly competition that was part of the town's Christmas festivities, with multiple games throughout the day, divided by age group. Proceeds from ticket sales went toward the Lighthouse Bay Food Bank. Jeff and Leo had played several years in a row until Leo had lost interest in sports. Then it had been just Jeff who'd participated. How could he have forgotten that? In his last year here, he'd been on a team with a couple of school friends. Had they won? His memory didn't go back that far, but he did recall how much fun they'd had, the cheers from the crowd, and the hot chocolate and cupcakes his parents had treated them to afterward. Was it still a thing? And if so, was registration still open? He'd sign up for the adult game if they still needed more players. Who was in charge of town events? He turned to ask Alana, but the line at the counter had grown. "I'm surprised how many people are at the market," someone to Jeff's left said. "I thought Zach was crazy for keeping it open during the week, but the advertising must have worked. Every time I go by, it's hopping." The words came from a lady Jeff's mother's age sitting at a small 2-seater table near the front window. Her friend shook her head. "The market's not all Zach. You've got to give some credit to me. Excuse me." Jeff inserted himself into the conversation. "Sorry to interrupt, but I couldn't help overhear you talking about the market. Did they still do the hockey tournament?" They shared a glance. The First Lady said, "What hockey tournament?" Jeff pointed at the photo. "Oh, gracious, no. We haven't held the tournament in—" She peered at her friend. 25 years? "Closer to 30, I'd say," the friend said. Well, that was oddly disappointing. "Is there a town event committee I could contact about it?" "You'd be looking for Zach Greenfeld, sugar," the first woman said. "The man who rented you the apartment." How did they know? Nope. Small towns. He wasn't going to question it. The front door opened with a burst of cold air, the bells jangling conspicuously, letting in exactly the person Jeff was looking for, the fresh-faced kid he was renting the apartment from. Kid was somewhat of a misnomer. Zach was somewhere in his mid-20s. To Jeff's 46, though, anyone who was closer to his children's ages than his own was a kid. "Oh, there he is now," the First Lady said. Zach waved at Alana behind the counter. His sister, he'd told Jeff when Zach had handed over the keys to his apartment earlier this week, and headed for a pile of pre-packaged orders on the far side of the order counter. He picked up a tray of sandwiches and wraps, one of those round ones 4 times the size of a dinner plate caterers everywhere used. Black bottom, clear lid. On top of that, he added a smaller tray of what looked like cookies. On top of that, he added yet another tray holding pastries of some sort. Balancing it all against his chest with one arm, he reached for one of the commercial-grade coffee urns with the other. Jeff winced. "Don't do it, kid," he muttered. His new friends followed his gaze. The first woman sat straighter. "Zach, sweetie, you might want to come back for the tea and coffee." "I got this, Jean." Even as he said it, the pastry tray slid sideways. Eyes going huge, Zach tried to compensate and catch it in his elbow. Bolting forward, Jeff caught it before it hit the ground. Whoa, easy. Hey, Zach said with a short laugh. Wow, nice timing. Thanks. You can just stick that back on top. Why don't I hang on to it? I can take this too. Jeff reached for the second coffee urn. It had a piece of masking tape near the top that read, Hot Water in block letters. Lead the way. Thanks. Excuse us. Thank you. Nudging his way between queued customers, Zach led the way outside with a final thanks to the woman who held the door open for them. Are you having a party? Jeff asked when they'd placed the food in the trunk of Zach's car and the urns on the floor of the back seat. A party midday on a Friday? Weirder things had happened. Nope, just keeping my minions fed. Jeff squinted at him over the top of the car. Minions? Bad joke. Waving a hand, Zach opened the driver's side door but didn't get in. I'm bringing lunch to all of the volunteers building floats at parade headquarters. Floats? Parade headquarters? The Santa Claus parade is still a thing? If it was possible, Zach brightened, a dimple creasing his left cheek. Yeah. Wait. Still? I lived here until I was 18. The parade was a big thing then, too. No way. How cool. What brings you back to Lighthouse Bay after so long? Drumming his fingers on the top of the car, Jeff searched for an answer. I had nowhere else to go. I'm trying to find my dad. Talk about a sad sack of Christmas gloom. Usually I head to my vacation home in LA for the holidays. Thought I'd try something new this year. You chose Maine in the winter over California? Zach squinted at him. Something's wrong with you. Snorting a laugh, Jeff shook his head at himself. Yeah, maybe. Listen, can I tag along? There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Okay. Concern furrowed Zach's brow. Is everything okay with the apartment? I know the shower sucks, but... Jeff held up a hand. No, everything's fine. Zach wasn't wrong, though. The shower did suck. Considering Jeff didn't currently have any method of contacting the outside world, however, the shower was the least of his worries. I wanted to talk about the town's Christmas events. Sure? Get in. The concern didn't leave Zach's face, but as the car started up with a cough, and as Zach made a U-turn, pointing the car south, putting along the street, Jeff was the one whose brow furrowed. He had a mental image of a cartoon car falling apart, leaving only the front seats and the steering wheel. He gripped the oh shit bar above his head. Is your car going to make it there? He'd noticed duct tape on the bumper. A massive eye roll from Zach. You sound like my boyfriend, he grumbled. Anyway, what's on your mind? Jeff didn't loosen his grip on the bar. The ladies in the cafe, Jean and her friend, said you were part of the town event committee, so I wanted to ask about... Event committee? Zach snorted, navigating around downtown Lighthouse Bay's one-way side streets. There's no committee. Mostly it's just me, Lighthouse Bay's event planner. You don't have an assistant? Jeff side-eyed him. His company, Sport You Apparel, had no less than 6 event planners on staff. I'm sure your job involves more than just the Santa Claus parade. Yup. Zach did a little wiggle in his seat like he was doing a victory dance. There's the tree lighting ceremony in November and the Christmas market in the park. I'm sure you've seen it by now. In the summer, there's the Lobster Festival, the Farmers Market, and the Sandcastle competition. Actually, speaking of competitions, there's the parade float competition. That's a new thing as of several years ago. And you do all of that by yourself? I do have some help for the Christmas events this year, but usually, yeah, I do it all by myself. Can I hire you away from here? Zach grinned. No, thanks. You don't know what it's for. I have no intention of leaving Lighthouse Bay for Los Angeles. I vacation in LA. Head office is in New York City. Zach made a face. definitely not for New York. Even if I pay you more than this town ever could? Reaching over, Zach patted his arm. Money isn't everything. The fact that he said it in an "oh, wise one" voice, as if their ages were reversed, made Jeff laugh. So, what did you want to talk about? If it's a complaint, I can tell you right now that I don't want to hear it, but I can direct you to the comment box at Town Hall. No, Jeff said, chuckling. A comment box? This town was living in the 1990s. It was charming as hell. It's not a complaint. I wanted to know if you plan on putting together the hockey tournament this year. The ladies at the cafe mentioned that it hadn't been done in years. Are you going to bring it back? Because if so, I think I can help. The hockey tournament, Zach said slowly. Right. That last word he drew out to about 12 syllables. So that was a no. I remember reading about it in some of the documentation my predecessor left behind. Truthfully, I haven't given bringing it back much thought, and at this point... Shaking his head, Zach pulled into the parking lot of a large warehouse that was maybe a 2-minute walk from Christmas Lane, but had taken several additional minutes to drive to due to the convoluted one-way streets. Christmas is only 2.5 weeks away. That's not enough time to plan something like this. Unless we do it in January or February. But Jeff wanted to be here for it. What if I help plan it? Zach pulled into one of the many empty spots near the warehouse's front doors. I'm not putting you to work. You should enjoy your vacation. I'm not sure if you know this, being from this town and all, Jeff said while Zach turned off the car. But there's nothing to do here. Please, let me help plan this. Hell, I'll do the whole thing. You won't have to lift a finger. I promise I can get it organized for the Saturday before Christmas. Zach pursed his lips. That's the day of the parade. The Sunday, then. Lips still pursed, Zach got out of the car. If you're serious, he said when Jeff met him at the trunk after getting one of the urns out from behind his seat. We can sit down and chat with Mika about it. He's in charge of all of the Christmas events taking place in the park. Zach passed him a tray and collected the remaining 2. And with the market in full swing and special events planned for almost every weekend leading up to Christmas, he's already got a full plate. Setting the second urn down to open the warehouse door, Zach leaned against the door with the 2 largest trays balanced against his stomach and waved Jeff through. But let's go see what he says. Mika. Now there was a name Jeff would never forget. How coincidental was it that he'd found a second one in a small coastal town in Maine? It was about as far from L.A. as he could get and still be in the same country. Once inside, he waited for Zach to precede him through a small, unmanned, and very dusty reception area and followed him into the main part of the warehouse, where it was literally Santa's workshop. Floats in various stages of construction were scattered throughout the cavernous space. Along the right wall, bunkers were piled high with wood. Many drawered cabinets sat next to each float, holding tools and accessories. Tables were topped with fabric, decorations, fairy lights, foam pipe cleaners, and other odds and ends. The chatter was friendly and bright. A pop version of a classic Christmas song played over speakers hung in the 4 corners of the warehouse, and hammering bounced off the walls. Zach got friendly hellos from everyone. Jeff got a curious eyeball or 2, or 7. Only about half the floats were being worked on, it being the middle of a workday. Almost everyone appeared to be retirees. Over here, Zach said, leading the way to a table set aside for food. On it were several tea varieties, a nearly empty tray holding 1 last breakfast sandwich, boxes of plastic cutlery, stacks of paper cups, and paper plates. Underneath the table was a mini-fridge. Zach arranged the new trays on the table, removing the old one, as well as the 2 presumably empty coffee urns, from this morning, no doubt, and setting them aside. As the workers descended to grab lunch, Zach turned to Jeff. Mika's workspace is at the back with mine. Follow me. At the back of the warehouse, a guy roughly Jeff's age and 6'2" height, and with way more white hair in his hair than Jeff, was working on a float. To the right of it, 2 desks sat side by side, one unoccupied but holding a laptop, several binders, a couple of notebooks, and no less than 4 day planners. On the wall beyond it were 3 wall calendars, one of which was open to January. At the other desk sat a slim, blond guy with his head bent over a notebook, hand-fisted in hair that curled at the ends. Something about the cut of his shoulders and his trendy, fitted white shirt with the stylized silver dragon on the left shoulder rang a distant bell. Jeff's eyes narrowed. Did he know this guy from somewhere? "Hey, Mika," Zach said, unzipping his coat as he rounded the farthest desk. "Got a few minutes to chat? I might have a new project for you if you've got the time." "Yeah?" That blonde head came up, and Jeff's bells grew louder. Eyes so dark they swallowed light. Where had he... What is it? Something about the carefully modulated voice, too. "I'll pay for the damages, I swear. I'm good for it, I promise." He didn't remember much about the guy who'd hit the Nomad last Christmas, but he'd never forget his name. But there was no way this could be... "A hockey tournament on the pond," Zach said. One of Mika's perfectly manicured eyebrows rose. "We haven't had one of those since I was... God, I don't know. 10? What made you think of it?" "I didn't." Zach chuckled and nodded at Jeff. "It was Jeff's idea. Mika, this is Jeff Belmore. Jeff, Mika Jones." Mika Jones. No. Not just no, but hell no. Chapter 2. There really was a Santa Claus, and his name was Zach Greenfeld. Except, in this case, Santa was gifting Mika with more work when he was already drowning under the weight of the Christmas market. Mika tried not to let his frustration show at Zach's introduction. Whoever this Jeff Belmore was, Mika wanted to stick a pin in his eye for suggesting a new project Mika didn't have time for. Or the energy or mental capacity, since he'd misplaced his brain somewhere between the first and last of the 4 chemo treatments he'd gone through this past spring. The hair loss and nausea he'd expected. Side effects that were seldom discussed, difficulty concentrating and trouble with memory that could, apparently, last years. Which made overseeing a market with many little details quite the challenge. How many times had Mika gone to jot down a note, only to forget what it was by the time he found paper and a pen? How many times had he jotted down said note, come back to it later, and forgotten entirely what it was referring to? How long did he spend on one particular task because his mind kept wandering? There was a permanent fog in his brain that shortened his attention span to small snatches of time. Last week, he'd received the 60-page script for the new episode of his TV show, Shadows and Light, that he'd be filming in the new year. His first episode back after a year-long hiatus. His concentration was so shit that it had taken him days to read through the whole thing, in patches of only 6 or 7 pages at a time. It didn't bode well for his acting career. He relied on his memory for scene blocking and memorizing lines, and on his concentration to get him through scene takes. He was already anticipating the shit show that would be his first few weeks back on set in January. Didn't matter. The cancer was in remission, and it was time for Mika to get back to his real life in L.A. He just had to make it through the Christmas market first, and whatever this new project was that already made him grit his teeth. Standing, he held a hand out to the man who was so much his type it was almost laughable. 3 or 4 inches taller than Mika's own 5'10" height, dark brown hair that shone red under the warehouse's lights, like the deepest shade of mahogany, with charcoal gray at the temples and above his ears, and lines that fanned out from narrow eyes a dark shade of blue. A high forehead and a heart-shaped face and the physique of a footballer completed the package. All of that wouldn't have been a big deal on its own, but the way he held himself with the cool confidence of someone who knew his place in the world? Yowza. Talk about Mika's type wrapped in a black wool coat and a stubbled jaw more gray than brown. He'd have been giving Jeff his number if the guy wasn't scowling at him. Wait, that scowl. Jeff stared at his outstretched hand. No. Rearing back, Mika dropped his arm back to his side. Excuse me? Zach crept up behind him, gaze swinging from Mika to Jeff. What's wrong? Jeff waved a hand at Mika. This is the guy you want me to work with? He put special emphasis on this, as though Mika were a criminal who'd steal his wallet when he wasn't looking. Straightening his spine, Mika planted his hands on his hips. Zach blinked once. Yes? Holland Stone, Zach's boyfriend and Mika's ex, approached from where he'd been working on his float for the parade, clad in a dusty t-shirt and even dustier jeans. He squinted at Jeff before turning to Zach and Mika. You two okay? He held a hammer in one hand like he meant to wield it. Not that he ever would, but the image would have made Mika chuckle had he not been so confused. And frankly, kind of hurt. What the hell had he ever done to this guy? I can't work with him. There was no give in Jeff's tone. Why not? Zach stepped in close to Mika, butting in against his left side. Mika's the best. Aw, the ire in Mika's chest faded a little at Zach's words. It was nice of him to say, especially since Mika had made the worst of first impressions on him last Christmas. The amount of disgust in Jeff's scoff would have been impressive had it not been directed at Mika. I'm not working with the guy who totaled my dad's car. Mika's head jerked back. What? Zach and Holland swung their gazes his way. I didn't. Taking a step back, he raised both hands. I've never totaled anybody's car in my life. Oh no? Jeff argued, raising both eyebrows, and God, the sarcasm. Not even a turquoise 1956 Chevy Nomad near the Bluffs and Pacific Palisades? About this time last year? Ring any bells? That was where Mika knew this guy from. Jesus, he was still holding a grudge? Okay, first of all, I apologized like 7 times. Second, I gave you my number. It's not my problem that you didn't call. Like I said, I would have paid to get it fixed. And third, leaning over the desk, he narrowed his eyes on a squinty-eyed Jeff Belmore. Totaled? Jeff winced. Fine, that's maybe the wrong word. Uttered so begrudgingly, it was a miracle he managed to say the words at all. But like I said, it's not about the damage. A huff of exasperation escaped Mika, and he threw his hands up. I don't know what that means. He hadn't known then either. Never mind. Rubbing his forehead, Jeff turned away. He wouldn't understand. Oh, excuse you, Mika started, but was interrupted by Mrs. Columbus. Hello there. Planting herself in front of Jeff, she smiled brightly, a tiny thing compared to Jeff's tall frame. Did someone say Belmore? As in Al and Angie Belmore? Ah, Jeff blinked at her. Those are my parents. You don't say. Are you Jeff or Leo? Jeff. Well, Jeff. With a wink at Mika, Mrs. Columbus threaded her arm through Jeff's and led him away to one of the town-sponsored floats she was working on with her husband. You probably don't remember me, but I was friends with your parents before they moved to Atlanta. Her voice faded away, leaving Mika staring at Jeff's retreating back. Jeff was from Lighthouse Bay? Silently, Holland and Zach turned back to him. Mika sank into his chair with a sigh. It was barely a scratch, he muttered. Okay, it was more than that, but the car certainly wasn't totaled. Hell, Jeff had been able to drive away right after. Mika still felt bad about it. What he remembered most clearly about that day, though, was the second opinion on the diagnosis he'd been given less than 20 minutes earlier, and then the yawning pit in his stomach when Jeff had driven away with barely a glance in his direction, leaving Mika alone with a busted front bumper, a note for the owner of the car that had been parked in front of Jeff's, and a sense of doom so strong he'd had to sit shakily on the curb and stick his head between his knees against an urge to hurl. Was it any wonder that he'd flown home to Lighthouse Bay just a few hours later? Sure, he might be 40 years old, but he'd wanted his mom's home cooking and his dad's bad jokes. He'd wanted the two best friends he'd grown up with, Holland and Clark, and even Holland's cranky cousin, Dev. He'd wanted the comfort and familiarity of home, while his body ate itself from the inside out. And if he'd tried, unsuccessfully, to rekindle things with Holland almost as soon as he'd arrived, even though they'd broken up almost 5 years earlier, he could only attribute that to his muddled brain needing the comfort of Holland's solid dependability. And maybe a little bit to the fact that he'd never gotten over him. Not until he'd seen him head over heels for someone else. Holland came around the desk and leaned back against it, the muscles in his upper arms straining his t-shirt. What happened? You didn't mention an accident when you came back to town last year. It wasn't an accident. Planting an elbow on the desk, Mika rubbed his forehead, the persistent exhaustion that hit around lunchtime more often than not lately, making his shoulders fall. It was barely a fender bender. It was the day I saw the specialist for a second opinion on my cancer. Diagnosis. I was distracted, crying, and I couldn't see. As I drove home and... He waved a hand. If only he'd parked in his driveway instead of on the street. I bumped into his rear as I parked. To say he was pissed is an understatement. I apologized, made sure he was okay. Which was more than Jeff had done. And then he left. That doesn't seem so bad, Zach said, leaning against the desk on Mika's other side. Why is he still so upset about it? I wonder what he meant when he said it's not about the damages. Holland glanced over his shoulder. Mika followed his gaze across the warehouse to Jeff, in deep conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Columbus next to a Mother Goose float. Zach leaned around Holland to look too. Maybe the car has sentimental value. Well, that made Mika feel so much better. Thanks, Zach. A tug on his hair had him jerking and rounding on Zach. Sorry. Zach's smile was sheepish as he whipped his hands behind his back. I like how it's growing in curly. Huffing a quiet laugh, Mika ran a hand through his short hair, now curly instead of the classy shag it had been pre-chemo. He didn't particularly care how it grew back. He was just happy it was still blonde and that it hadn't grown back white or gray. At 40 years old, it could have gone either way. It is rather cute, Holland said with a wink. Get out of here, both of you, Mika joked, amused when they both did as told. Not that they went far. Holland returned to his float several feet away. Zach sat at the desk to Mika's right. He turned in his swivel chair to face Zach. Bringing back the hockey tournament, huh? Did you ever play in it? Mika stared at him. Do I look like I was ever into sports? That made Zach laugh, and he raked his gaze over Mika in a purely functional fashion. You look more like a dancer. Cocking his head, Mika pursed his lips. I'm taking that as a compliment. You should. You're pretty. Said casually as Zach booted up his laptop. Chuckling to himself, Mika went back to his own work. It was against all odds that he and Zach had become such good friends in the past year, especially considering Zach's introduction to him had been when he'd caught Mika kissing Holland about 10 minutes after Mika had arrived back in town last December. Mika had been so desperate for Holland's strength, so desperate for something normal after his diagnosis had flipped his world on its axis, that he hadn't considered Holland might be seeing someone else. It had been foolish and impulsive, and he'd hurt Zach, and Holland, in the process. And yet Zach had opened his big, generous heart to him anyway, and extended a hand in friendship. Sorry I brought Jeff here, Zach said, interrupting Mika's thoughts. It's not your fault, Zach. You didn't know. Hell, I don't think I would have known had I seen him on the street. We only met once for 3 minutes a year ago. He seemed nice when I gave him my keys. That's the guy renting your apartment? Mika asked. Zach had listed the apartment above his family's cafe, Tiny's Panini, for short or long-term rental online after he'd moved in with Holland in the spring. It had been occupied throughout the summer and into the early fall, but Zach hadn't expected anyone to bite during the winter. Lighthouse Bay in the winter was about as fun as waiting in line at the post office. Yep, Zach said, turning around and grabbing one of several binders from a stack at his elbow. Mika rotated to face the front of the warehouse, only to find Jeff nowhere in sight and Mr. and Mrs. Columbus sitting on the edge of their float with a sandwich each. Good riddance. His concentration shot to shit. Mika went home an hour later. He devoured a sandwich on the walk, the fresh air clearing his head. If there was one thing he missed about Lighthouse Bay while living in L.A., it was being able to walk everywhere. Although its population was small, Lighthouse Bay was sprawling, extending north to Harper's Point, south past the beach, and west halfway to the freeway. If you lived and worked downtown, though, like Mika, you'd never need a car for anything. It was cheery, too. Not the warm weather, perpetual sunshine, tall palm trees kind of cheery he loved about L.A. Lighthouse Bay was more low-key, all friendly neighbors, trees weighed down with snow, give a honk to friends and family as you drive down Main Street. There weren't a lot of people out as he walked home, most everyone at work in the shops on Main, or in nearby Bidford or Portland. The few walkers he did cross gave him a merry hello, stopping to chat for only a minute before carrying on to their destination, surely anxious to get out of the cold. Along the quiet neighborhood streets, the sharp wind that often cut through Maine was gentler. It was still bitterly cold, though. He wouldn't miss New England winters when he went back to California, that was for sure. He would, however, miss the friends he'd reconnected with. He winced. Hell, the only reason he'd lost touch with them in the first place was because he knew they'd take Holland's side after their breakup 6 years ago, shortly after he'd moved to L.A., especially since their ugly breakup had been, well, ugly. Stick your head in the sand and wish it had never happened, ugly. And although the blame lay on both of their shoulders, Mika had been the one to push Holland over the edge. After that, there hadn't been anything left in Lighthouse Bay for him, except for his parents, and they were happy to visit him in L.A. He'd known without asking that Clark and Dev would take Holland's side. There hadn't been any point trying to explain his side of things when he'd never planned to move back anyway. Except his diagnosis had sent him running home with his tail between his legs, seeking shelter among people he'd hoped would have his back. And they had, in the end, partly because Holland had made it clear that he had no ill will toward him, that he didn't hold a grudge. The other part was due to Zach so graciously inviting him into the fold. Tearing off a small chunk of bread from his sandwich, he tossed it in the snow for a lone winter bird, his sigh clouding in front of him. He wished Holland had held a grudge. At least then it would have meant that Holland still had some feelings for him. Hell, they hadn't had a date set, but they'd been planning on getting married, even though Holland hadn't followed him to L.A. He'd planned to, eventually. However, they'd broken up before he could. But not only did Holland not have any sort of feelings for him past friendship, he'd gone and fallen in love with someone else. Someone 15 years his junior, who was smart and funny and attentive, and so utterly perfect for him. Hell, part of the reason Clark and Dev had eventually welcomed him back in the first place was because Zach had made the first overture. Mika had wanted to hate his stupid face on principle, but it was impossible to hate Zach. Even last Christmas, when Mika was still holding a torch for Holland and nursing unrealistic expectations of them getting back together. That torch had long since gone out. If there was anything to stamp unrequited feelings into submission, it was seeing the object of said unrequitedness be all lovey-dovey with someone else. And there was a lot of lovey-dovey. Mika was subjected to it for hours a day in parade headquarters. Not to mention that Holland and Zach brought each other tea so often that Mika was convinced it was some sort of weird foreplay. At first, it had sent a pang through his chest the size of Holland's 18-foot float. Now it was just annoying. He polished off his grilled chicken sandwich with olive tapenade, caramelized onions, roasted tomatoes, lettuce, feta, and chipotle aioli as he turned into his driveway, rounding the back of Dad's car. Man, it was nice to be able to taste again. Chemo had affected his taste buds to the point where, for months, everything tasted bland and wooden. Now his last bite of sandwich burst on his tongue. Mostly bread and cheese at this point, but God, it was good. Why hadn't he grabbed a second sandwich on his way out? Tiny's panini made the best in town. And he wasn't just saying that because he'd worked there throughout high school and college, and then again for a few months earlier this year, post-diagnosis and pre-chemo, mostly as a way to keep his mind occupied and himself distracted. White and red lights were strung along his childhood home's roof and porch railing and around the front window. Garlands around the support columns on the porch. A classic silver and red wreath on the door. On the front lawn was an inflatable Santa driving a red vintage truck with a Christmas tree in the bed. That had been Mika's contribution. It was on a timer and only inflated at night. Right now it was a creepy puddle of red, white, and green in the snow, as though Santa had melted like the Wicked Witch of the West. Inside the house, he found his mom in the living room to the left of the entranceway, a lighted but decorationless Christmas tree sitting prominently in the front window. "Hi, sweetie." Mom was elbow-deep in a box of decorations. "You're back early." "Yeah." Unlacing his boots, Mika eyed the boxes. "I'm done for the day." Not quite, but he'd make up for it by putting in a couple of hours tonight. "Where's Dad?" "In the basement getting the rest of the boxes." The rest? There were already approximately 17 boxes in the living room marked tree decorations. "How many more are there?" "About 8,000, came Dad's voice from downstairs. Mika went to the open basement door on socked feet and poked his head through. "Need help?" "Nah." Dad's voice floated up from somewhere near the back of the basement. "I exaggerated. It's only 2,000. "Come help me put the decorations up," Mom said. Where would he start? Spotting a shoebox that was rotting away in one bottom corner, he brought it closer to the tree and sat on the couch. "I don't remember that box from last year." Mom fiddled with the stereo, settling on a station playing Christmas classics. Bing Crosby crooned about a white Christmas as Mom went back to her own box. "What's in it?" "Bunch of handmade stuff." Mika pulled out a candy cane reindeer with pipe cleaners for antlers, googly eyes, and a red felt nose. He must have made it at one point when he was a kid, but he didn't have any memory of it. Inside the box were more reindeer, hardened marshmallows pinned to styrofoam balls, and decorations made out of cookies. He pulled out a gingerbread man, a memory tugging the back of his mind. One of its googly eyes had fallen off, leaving a small patch of dried glue behind. Its bow tie made out of white icing was still intact, as were the 3 gumdrop buttons. A frayed red ribbon passed through a tiny hole in each of the gingerbread man's feet so that when suspended from a tree, it hung upside down. "Wow." Mom stepped closer, peering into the box over his shoulder. "I haven't seen those in years." "Where are they from?" "You don't remember?" She went back to her own box, pulling a red and white crystal globe out. "Those are the crafts you made at your dad's office Christmas parties when you were a kid." The memory tugged harder. Mom forcing him into his best clothes. A crowded function room at a nameless hotel in Bidford? Must have been. That was where Dad worked until he'd retired. A tall tree decorated in paper garlands and popcorn strings. Santa Claus handing out presents to all the kids. Craft tables for the children while the adults mingled and ate finger foods. Flipping the gingerbread man over, he spotted a scrawled signature in white marker, and the memory solidified, although still hazy around the edges. Here, keep it, to remind you that sometimes things don't look so bad from a different perspective. A tall kid, maybe 11 or 12 to Mika's 6 or 7 years old. He'd come to sit with Mika, who'd been all alone at one of the craft tables because he didn't know any of the other kids. They don't want to be friends with me. Shoulders hunched, Mika drew snowmen on construction paper. Why don't you go say hi? I don't know them. That means they don't know you either. Maybe they're shy. Then they'd done crafts together, and the other kid, whoever's name was scrawled on the back of his cookie, had gifted him his gingerbread man. More importantly, he'd gifted Mika words he'd lived by for years. Oh, he'd forgotten their source, figuring it was something he must have heard one of his parents say. Still, it was something he put into practice often without even thinking about it. He was still trying to find the upside to the past year. Sometimes things looked just as bad from different angles. Sometimes they were worse. Sometimes shit kicked your ass any which way you looked at it. Hanging the cookie on the tree, he stood back to examine it. Too bad he didn't know who the kid was. He'd like to thank him for such good advice, maybe buy him a beer or two. All he remembered was a head of dark hair, a wide smile, and gap-toothed front teeth. Mom leaned sideways to try to peer at the gingerbread man upside down. I can poke a hole in the top so the poor guy's right side up. What? No, he's fine. Better than fine. Taking a step back, his heel struck a box, and he swore as he righted himself. What the? It was not another box of decorations as he'd suspected, but instead one filled with non-perishable food items. I meant to move that out of the way, Mom said, doing just that and shoving the box into the foyer. Is it for the food bank? Mika asked. Yep. Dad came up behind him, arms loaded with a couple of boxes stacked one on top of the other. Raided our pantry and left us with nothing except a half-used jar of honey and half a box of crackers. We can afford to buy more food. Wiping her hands on her thighs, Mom went back to decorating the tree. Not everyone in Lighthouse Bay can. Dad set the boxes down and leaned closer to Mika. Donations at the food bank are lower than normal this year. Your mom's worried they won't have enough to feed the hungry this season. What? Mika's head snapped toward Mom. Why didn't you say anything? I can help. No. Mom held up a hand. The other volunteers and me, we've got this covered. All of the stores on Christmas Lane have agreed to put donation bins near their cash registers. We'll be fine. Now, who's going to help me? This tree isn't going to decorate itself. Sharing a glance with Dad as Dad returned to the basement, Mika helped Mom while Michael Bublé sung about a holly jolly Christmas on the radio, the upside-down gingerbread man eyeing him the entire time, like the thing was alive and judging Mika, finding him lacking. Was there a different perspective to the Christmas market, too? Zach had given him the job of overseeing all the town's Christmas activities in the park because Mika was desperate for something to occupy his time before he moved back to LA in the new year. It was all confirming details, invoicing, following up on emails, ensuring permits were up to date, and fielding questions from vendors and volunteers, and making sure they were happy with the setup. His favorite part was actually manning the stalls when his vendors needed an extra volunteer. Still, at the end of every day, his brain was mush and fatigue pressed onto his shoulders. But it was nothing compared to the long days on set that were waiting for him in the new year. Chapter 3. Jeff wasn't accustomed to not getting what he wanted. It came with the same determination that had helped him build a company from the ground up and turn it into the best in the country. Resolved to move forward with his plan for a hockey tournament this year, he sat in his rented apartment the following day after his morning jog and made a to-do list. He didn't need Mika Jones's help. Except, he sort of did. But why did it have to be Mika, of all people? What were the chances he'd run into Mika here of all places? Jeff was more likely to bump into the same person twice in Manhattan. What had brought Mika here? Was he home for the holidays? And this was home for Mika, Jeff was sure. It was obvious in the way Zach and the other guy, the tall one who'd been working on a nearby float, had rallied around Mika yesterday. They were comfortable around each other in the way only friends could be. The only people Jeff was that easy around were his mom, Leo, his ex-wife, Nate and Sabrina, and his executive assistant. Sad. That was what his life was. Sad and lonely and uninteresting. He had nothing outside of work. Oh, good. Now he was the Grinch who pissed in his presence. Talk about lacking in holiday spirit. He normally wasn't this bad. Spending the holidays alone must have affected him more than he'd thought. If Mika was truly in charge of all the Christmas activities taking place in the park, then there were no two ways around it. Jeff would have to work with him. Not only for access to the pond on the north end of the park, and for approval of whatever special permits were needed, but for access to the town's website so he could list the event and a registration form. Provided the town had an event page, of course, something Jeff wasn't fully convinced about given the whole comment box thing. He also needed Mika to be the face of this event. This wasn't New York or Los Angeles. Nobody would register to play, donate prizes, or help sell tickets if it was Jeff's unfamiliar face making the requests. At least he didn't think so. Small towns and all that. Though he'd lived here until he was 18. That had to count for something. Not to mention he couldn't do anything without his laptop or cell phone. Researching park permits, contacting a designer to design tickets, putting together a cost and revenue budget, researching local photographers who'd be willing to document the day, as well as local vendors who might be willing to donate prizes, contacting his EA to get any necessary equipment shipped. He couldn't do bupkis. Which was how he found himself sitting in Tiny's panini before lunch, resigned to working with the guy who'd made Dad go quiet, watching the door like it held all of the answers to the universe while he ate his sandwich. Except it wasn't Zach who arrived to pick up lunch, pastries and fresh coffee and hot water. It was the tall guy with the great hair who had taken Jeff and his tourist companions on the walking tour earlier this week. Clark. And Jeff didn't know him well enough to bum a ride to parade headquarters. Instead, once he finished his lunch, he walked. Christmas Lane was busier than he ever remembered it being. The town's tourism industry must have boomed since his family moved away. Groups of friends chatting in the middle of the sidewalk, shoppers clutching bags and coffees, dog walkers, people coming and going from shops and the tree lot, tourists taking selfies with the carolers. At the clock tower, Main Street went downhill to the marina and the beach. They'd had a small boat docked at the marina once. When Jeff wasn't spending his summer days restoring the Nomad with Dad, they'd go out on the boat as a family and spend time on the water. Abruptly, a memory gripped him by the throat as he passed Pippett's Candy, stopping him in the middle of the sidewalk. He and Leo were young, 6 or 7 maybe, dressed against the winter weather in snowsuits and fluffy hats. Dad held them each by one mittened hand as they stood with noses pressed against the window, admiring the candy on display on their way home from skating in the park. A shopper bumped into him from behind, tossing a "sorry" over her shoulder, and the mirage dissipated. Rubbing his chest, he wished for Leo. In fact, he'd never wished for his brother more, here in this place where they should have been reliving childhood memories together. Shaking his head, he kept going, hanging a right at the clock tower and heading into quiet neighborhoods dripping in Christmas decorations, everything from the garish to the classy. He was particularly fond of one house that had lined its walkway in miniature ugly Christmas sweaters glued to knee-high wooden slats. At the end of the street, he hung a left, past the handful of homes with sprawling lawns on the left and the elementary school on the right. Wait, that was his elementary school. There was the playground for the kindergartners, the baseball diamond where his class had played soccer baseball in grade 5, the basketball court, the wide, grassy area he'd spent every recess on. It was currently covered with a thick layer of snow, but he could so readily picture the cartwheel competition he'd had with Leo to impress their friends in first or second grade that a pang hit his chest at the simple life that was his childhood. The school itself was nothing fancy, a one-story, many-windowed brick building. It was small. Snorting a laugh, he shook his head at himself and continued on his way. The warehouse that was parade headquarters sat at the end of the street, the metallic bay doors on this end reflecting the afternoon sun. Inside, the population had tripled in size compared to yesterday. It was warm, the space heaters doing their job, and a jaunty Christmas tune Jeff could barely make out over the racket of conversation and construction played in the background. A few curious looks were sent his way as he dodged floats, people, dropped tools and other bits of debris to get to the back. Zach was where Jeff had left him yesterday. Mika was not. Should he be disappointed or relieved? He really wanted to get the tournament going. Perhaps he could work with Zach instead? Zach hadn't ruined 4 years of car restoration and countless memories. Jeff would classify the expression on Zach's face when he spotted him as leery, or maybe suspicious. "Hi, Zach." "Hi." The guy working on the nearby float, the one with the brown hair peppered with gray that matched his short beard, the one who'd been wielding the hammer yesterday, not so subtly edged closer. Another guy was with him, shorter, with shaggy light brown hair kept off his face with a red bandana. Jeff sat in the empty chair behind Mika's desk. "I'm sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't have left like that." "I'm not the one you need to apologize to." "Yeah, that other thing was never going to happen." "Can we chat about the hockey tournament?" Jeff said, ignoring Zach's comment. "I'd really like to get that going." Zach shook his head. "Like I said, Mika's in charge of Christmas events taking place at the park. You need to work it out with him." Jeff's hand twitched. "I can't work with you?" "You could, but then you wouldn't see this tournament happen until—" Zach grabbed one of the several day planners, this one for next year, and consulted it. "End of January at the earliest." "Yeah, no." "Is there an ice rink in town we could hold it at instead?" There hadn't been one when he'd lived here, but things must have changed in 28 years. "Nearest one's in Bidford." "Not that, apparently. Damn." Resigned, Jeff squared his shoulders. "Okay. Where can I find Mika then? Is he coming into headquarters today?" Shaking his head again, Zach tossed the day planner next to his laptop. "He was here this morning. He's gone to the market to help out for the rest of the afternoon and make sure things are set up for tonight's event." Right. Jeff had seen posters outlining the Lighthouse Bay Christmas events everywhere, taped to the glass display in Tiny's Panini, the bottom corner of almost every storefront on Main Street, pinned to a corkboard outside the general store advertising all sorts of things from babysitting services to music lessons to used textbooks. There was even a poster on the fridge in his apartment, held there by pink and white teacup-shaped magnets. Tonight's event in the park was a concert featuring local bands playing Christmas song covers, a light show, movie under the stars. Had he even seen that last one on the poster, or was he making shit up now? "Thanks." With a nod and forced smile, Jeff stood. "I'll track him down at the market then." He hadn't actually been to it yet, just sort of jogged around it on his morning runs. It'd be nice to stroll along, coffee in hand, perusing the vendors for something unique for Sabrina and Nate, or his mom and Leo. From what little of it he'd seen, his kids would love the market. He was tempted to text them pictures of it to entice them to visit him for the holidays. Hell, maybe he'd do that anyway. Oh, wait. The town hated him and had broken the 2 pieces of equipment that would allow him to communicate with the outside world. "Good luck," Zach said. There was more amusement on his face than the situation warranted. "Mika knows what he's doing, but let me know if you need anything from me." Will do. Thanks, Zach. He turned and nearly collided with the guy who'd picked up the lunch order at the cafe. Clark. Whoa. Chuckling, Clark swerved around him, 2 sandwiches held in each hand. That could have spelled disaster for these goodies. He passed them out, one to Zach and one each to the 2 guys working on the float, keeping one for himself, eyeing Jeff the entire time. I know you, don't I? You were in my walking tour earlier this week. That's right. Jeff held out a hand. Jeff Belmore. Clark Ricci, good to see you again. Don't be nice to him, the bandana-wearing guy grumbled through a swallow of sandwich. He was mean to Mika. Oh, good. Word had gotten around among Mika's friends. The gray-haired guy nudged the bandana-wearing one. Dev. What? It's true. Clark sat in Mika's chair, stretched out his legs, and unwrapped his sandwich. Why would you be mean to Mika? What's he ever done to you? A little fender bender, Gray Hair explained. Mika hit his car by accident. Oh. Clark chewed slowly. Is it fixable? Yes, Jeff admitted. But that's not the point, he meant to say. Zach interrupted him. The car had sentimental value. Ah. Now Clark was nodding as he chewed. Still, said Bandana Guy, Dev, from his perch on a stepladder next to the float. Doesn't give him the right to be an asshole. That amused Clark, Zach, and Greyhair immensely, all 3 of them breaking out into laughter. Lips quirked, Clark licked mayo off his thumb. Remind us, single serving, who was an asshole to Mika when he got back to town last year. Single... what? Was it some kind of nickname? Shoulders squaring, indignation writing itself across his face, Dev gestured at Greyhair with his sandwich. But he was a jerk to Holland, and don't call me that, you Highland cow. That just made Clark laugh harder, while Zach and Greyhair, Holland, shared a secret smile. And that was Jeff's cue to leave. He quietly snuck out while Clark was debating, with himself it seemed, if a Highland cow was hairier than a Sasquatch. Outside, Jeff blew out a breath that fogged in front of him, squinted against the sun, and set out for the market. For as long as Mika could remember, the Lighthouse Bay Christmas Fair had been a 2-day pop-up affair starting the day of the Santa Claus parade, always the Saturday before Christmas. It had never made any sense to Mika. Why bother when many people had already finished their Christmas shopping by then? Not to mention all that effort just for a weekend thing. Now that Zach was in charge of all town events, the fair was a full-blown market that had started the same night as the tree-lighting ceremony in November. He and Mika had advertised the crap out of it, too, in cities as far away as Augusta and Boston. That was more like it. Generate some money for the local economy and show the tourists how great Lighthouse Bay was, hopefully enticing them to come back in the summer. Lighthouse Bay was primarily a tourist town, its population doubling during the summer months, but that didn't mean they couldn't pimp it all year long. And pimp it they had. On a Saturday afternoon, the market was so busy that some vendors had lineups 3 or 4 people deep. Mostly the food stalls, seeing as it was lunchtime, of which there were only 3. Tiny's Panini doling out fresh paninis and coffee. Dev's Bakery, currently sans Dev, but staffed by a couple of his part-timers handing out muffins and festive cupcakes and high-end hot chocolate. And Annie's Irish Pub, complete with a fryer to make French fries and onion rings. It was a damn good market, if Mika did say so himself. Sure, it was a pity job. Zach had only given it to him because earlier this spring Mika had complained, quite loudly, about having nothing to do post-chemo and pre-return to L.A. And it paid less than a livable wage. But when he wasn't stressing about it or suffocating under the details, he'd had fun. It wasn't, he'd discovered, much different than directing a play, which was what he'd done in Portland's theater scene prior to moving to California to try to make it as an actor in Hollywood. But God, he'd never been this scatterbrained as a stage director. Fucking chemo brain was making him crazy, But he'd pushed through. He wasn't about to let Zach down just because his concentration was in the shitter. In the mid-season finale of Shadows and Light that had aired last November, before Mika's leave from the show, there was a scene where Mika's character, former detective Shane Bimbraw, better known as Bim, drowned, although his body was never recovered. It looked cool on television. In real life, there'd been a whole crew behind him, his stunt double guiding him through it, and medics, just in case. Planning the Christmas fair? Most days it had felt like he was 12 feet underwater and being pulled deeper by desperation and anxiety. Today, though, he was feeling pretty good. Although his joints were sore, another long-term chemo side effect, and would no doubt become sorer the more time he spent in the cold, his mind was clear as he walked the paved path of the park. The pain was a chronic background ache that he was so accustomed to that he didn't always notice it. Today, it was sharp, a blade slicing through his bones. There was no ignoring it, so he'd push through it like he always did. The park was large considering Lighthouse Bay's small population size. Lots of green space currently covered in perfect white snow. A white gazebo strung with fairy lights and green garlands. Wood and iron benches strategically placed for the best views of the park or the ocean. Paved paths for biking, walking, or jogging. A large playground. A pond on the northern end used as a skating rink in the winter, with a warming hut next to it. And, in the center of it all, a 20-foot Christmas tree dressed in multicolored lights and topped with a white star. Market stalls with white lights along their roofs and pine garlands threaded with red faux holly strung around their large window openings lined the path from the park entrance and past the gazebo. On the other side of the Christmas tree was Santa's workshop, a wooden structure painted Christmas red and decorated with candy cane columns, a string of lights in the shape of stars strung along the peaked roof and around the windows, and inflatable gingerbread men bookending the front door. Bundled teenagers in elf hats handed candy canes to the kids waiting in line to meet Santa. Currently, cheerful holiday music played from speakers in the gazebo. Later, once the sun went down, there'd be a free live concert sponsored by Dev's Bakery with hot chocolate and cookies. In the meantime, Mika was due at Tiny's stall to help out with the lunch crowd. He entered through the canvas flap that acted as a back wall and into a square space roughly 10 feet by 10. With the portable space heater and the grill, it was almost too warm. Almost. Mika removed his gloves and stuck his hands near the heater. Pins and needles shot through the tips of his fingers. Sticking out a leg, he poked Alana in the back of the knee to let her know he was there. She threw a distracted, "Hey," over her shoulder and passed a carton of hot soup to her customer. "Where do you want me?" Mika asked, flexing his fingers to get the blood flowing. Didn't help his joints any. They'd been sore since the cold weather hit. Another reason why he was looking forward to returning to L.A. Alana handed him 2 order slips. "Can you take care of these?" "Sandwich orders. Easy." He pulled on thin plastic gloves before grabbing the pre-made sandwiches wrapped in wax paper from the portable cooler and slid them into the panini press. Tugging his knit hat lower while he worked, he kept to the back of the stall, grilling and ladling as needed. It was always fun to meet fans, but living in Lighthouse Bay had afforded him a certain anonymity over the last year that he'd come to enjoy. The locals were used to seeing him around town, and he didn't have to be Mika Jones, the actor, with them. Just Mika Jones, local kid returned home to nurse his wounds. Nobody outside of his immediate social circle knew about his diagnosis. It was something he decided to keep from his fans and the public, preferring to quietly withdraw from the limelight as he went through treatment. Although he did get the odd fan mail forwarded by his publicist that asked where he'd disappeared to and if he was working on a super-secret project. The lunch rush over, Mika pulled his hat off and ran his fingers through his sweaty hair. He took it back. It was definitely too warm in here. He put the hat back on anyway. His immune system being weakened the way it was, he didn't want to chance a cold. "I can stay another few minutes if you want to take a break," he said to Alana. Alana waved a hand. Go. Zari's coming to relieve me in a few minutes. You probably need to set up for tonight. He didn't. He had volunteers for that. But at some point, he did need to make sure they were where they needed to be and that the setup was going well. Oh, some guy was here looking for you, Alana said, before he could duck around the canvas and back into the melee of the market. Who was it? He hadn't heard anything, but then he'd been pretty focused. How spaced out had he been to miss someone saying his name, though? Dunno. Tall guy. Your age, maybe a bit older? Dark red, brownish hair? Alana fanned herself with the order pad, face flushed from too much heat in a small space. Wide shoulders. Hot for an older guy. She patted his arm. Don't worry, I played dumb and pretended not to know you. Don't think you believe me, though. Mika winced. Yeah, thanks. Someone you know? No is a very intimate term. More like we got off on the wrong foot. Reporter? No, just a tourist, Mika settled on. Why's he looking for you? With a tight-lipped smile, Mika shrugged. Beats me. Wasn't that the truth? I'll see you later. Alana waved. Thanks for the help. Stepping out of the stall, Mika let the canvas flap fall closed behind him. On the path, he kept an eye out for Jeff Belmore, hoping the man had given up and left the market. Why was he looking for Mika anyway? To berate him some more for totaling his precious vehicle? Fuck that. The next time Jeff gave him grief, Mika was going to kick him in the nuts. And by kick him in the nuts, he meant scowl gloriously. Let's be honest, Mika didn't have a fighting bone in his body. Unless sarcasm counted. Or unless it was for TV. Playing a former detective meant keeping in shape, so while he might be staying fit thanks to Holland and Clark bribing him to the gym with Dev's snickerdoodle sandwich cookies, Mika wouldn't know how to throw a punch unless his stunt coordinator walked him through it in rehearsal. Speaking of snickerdoodles, his stomach growled. An hour helping Alana, and he hadn't made himself lunch while he was there. The air smelled like fresh air and a mix of foods, not any one specific thing. Not until he reached the stall that housed Dev's bakery near the gazebo. Then it just smelled like sugar. And lucky him. There were exactly 2 snickerdoodle sandwich cookies left, cream cheese filling practically dripping down the sides. Yes, please. Hi, Jean. Hi, sweetheart. Bottle orange hair stuck out the sides of her jaunty Santa hat, and the wrinkles on her face smoothed out when she smiled at him. Let me guess, the snickerdoodle? He winked at her. I'll take them both. Why, you glutton, you, she teased, removing the dome lid off the cake platter that also held the lemon raspberry Sammies, and the sugar cookies topped with white icing and red and green sprinkles. There were also lemon loaves, nutty banana bread, and fruitcake, as well as good old chocolate chip cookies, oatmeal raisin, and white chocolate candy cane cookies, plus all sorts of delectable pastries. Frosted cinnamon rolls, butter tarts, 3 scone varieties, chocolate croissants, cranberry orange muffins, strawberry danishes, biscotti, and pre-packaged mini cupcakes decorated to look like Santa's elves. The selection at Dev's bakery was much bigger. Here, he was only stocking his most popular items, and every customer received a coupon for 10% off their entire order at Dev's store on Christmas Lane. It was a smart tactic. Gingerbread cookies as large as his face caught his eye as Jean passed him the snickerdoodles, reminding him of his upside-down one on the tree at home. Different perspectives. Could there be another reason Jeff was looking for him? Thanks, Jean. Do you need anything from the bakery? Jean did a quick inventory. If you're heading that way, we could use more snickerdoodles if Rosie has any left. Rosie was another of Dev's part-timers. Sure thing. And I think Pippin's is out of some of their 5-cent candy. I'll go there next. Mika toasted Jean with his paper bag of cookies. See you in a bit. Cinnamon and cream cheese goodness burst over his tongue when he bit into a snickerdoodle, and he moaned at the taste. Thank God for functioning taste buds. Dev had been extra great while Mika was going through chemo and made him snickerdoodles with extra cheesy filling, but they still tasted slightly metallic. Now, though, so good. Dodging shoppers, he polished off an entire cookie in 4 bites before making it to Pippett's Candy. Their stall was staffed by 3 teenagers, Frankie Pippett's kids. One of them wore earmuffs in the shape of elf ears. Mika shifted from foot to keep his toes warm while he waited for one of them to be free of customers before he approached. "I hear you guys are out of a few things," Mika said to Nora, the oldest. "Need me to make a run to the store?" "Oh my God, yes." Nora, wearing a pink hat with a sparkly white pom-pom, produced a short list from her pocket. "I was going to go, but we've been so busy and Dad can't get away from the store. It's mostly the 5-cent candy, and for some reason we're out of Popeyes." Mika pocketed the list. "I'm on it." "Thanks so much, Mika. Oh, and I think the general store's out of hand warmers." Chuckling at the way of small towns, Mika said, "Thanks," and turned in the direction of the general store's stall. He froze when he spotted broad shoulders and a head capped in hair that really couldn't decide if it was dark brown or red. The gray at Jeff's temples was not enticing. At all. Mika debated turning his back and going the other way before Jeff saw him. But that wasn't how he did things. Squaring his shoulders, he got the second snickerdoodle out of the bag, balled the bag, shoved it in his pocket, and took a huge bite, waiting for Jeff to spot him. If Jeff was no longer looking for him, the whole point was moot. This way, though, he'd be getting the encounter over with. Plus, he'd get to admire Jeff's handsome mug while he was at it. He was fantastically good-looking. Too bad he was inconsiderate and rude under the football-sized shoulders Mika wanted to lay his head on. No, none of that. There was no getting attracted to a brute who hadn't even made sure Mika was okay last year before driving off in a peak in his turquoise eyesore. Not to mention that the way Jeff had reacted at parade headquarters had made Mika feel like shit. He looked at Mika as though he was a literal shit underneath his boot, not worth Jeff's time, energy, or attention. The last time Mika had been made to feel like he didn't matter had been 6 years ago, and he remembered bone-deep ache of knowing that his friends, that Holland, hadn't fought for him sat heavy on his shoulders. He and Holland had been doing the long-distance thing, keeping in touch via video calls and text. Holland had been going through some work stuff that had made him so miserable that he'd taken it out on Mika, who'd already been lost and alone and floundering in a foreign city. It had sent Mika into the arms of a random guy he'd met at a club, desperate for even a little bit of affection, to feel important to at least one person. It had spelled the end of him and Holland. It didn't excuse his cheating. Nothing did. But he truly thought Holland was done with him. And in Holland's defense, Mika had never communicated how badly Holland had made him feel during those few months. Great. He was reminiscing about shit left buried while standing in the middle of a busy Christmas market when he should be heading to the general store's stall. And he was waiting here like a dummy for Jeff to find him and harass him some more about the stupid car. Forget it. Taking a second bite of his cookie, he crossed the path to the general store, after which he got sent to Evie's toy store. Apparently, they were running low on Frozen-themed toys. Mika Jones. He turned, practiced television smile already in place, to greet whatever fan had recognized him. Nobody in town ever full-named him. It was only Jeff. The smile slipped off Mika's face. So much for hoping Jeff wasn't looking for him anymore. Jeff's ears were red from the cold, and the petty side of Mika smirked a bit. "Oh, it's you. Grudgy McGrudgerson." Mika popped the last bite of cookie in his mouth and wiped his gloved hand on his jeans to remove the crumbs. "Something I can help you with? Did you forget something at headquarters yesterday? Your sparkling personality, maybe?" Was that a smile playing around Jeff's lips? In the next second, a muscle ticked in his jaw. No, I wanted to speak with you about something. If it's about the car, you can fuck off about that, Mika grumbled, wincing when a couple of parents scowled at him. I've already... Jeff held up a hand clad in a black glove. It's not about the car. It's about a new event for the Christmas activity lineup. Mika moved off the busy path and into the small alley between a couple of nearby stalls. Jeff followed. The hockey tournament? You must be desperate to see it happen if you want to work with little old me on it. Another muscle tick. I am. Crossing his arms over his chest, ignoring how it made the bones in his forearms ache, Mika narrowed his eyes. Why? That seemed to stump Jeff. His brows pulled low and his mouth opened to respond once, twice. Finally, he drew himself up and said, Why not? I'll tell you why not. First, it's incredibly last minute, and I don't have time to plan a new event in 2 weeks. Second, we have to find A, participants, and B, sponsors for the prizes and maybe even equipment. And 3, this event wasn't in the town budget, which means I don't have the money for it. That's why not. I'll sponsor it. Mika blinked at him. You what? I'll sponsor it, Jeff repeated. My company, I mean. I'm the CEO of Sport You Apparel. I know. I looked you up, Jeff Belmore. He'd done so out of boredom during last night's insomnia. You're not just the CEO, you're the founder. Sport U is the #1 sports apparel and equipment company in the country. It's environmentally responsible, equal opportunity, and has competitive pricing. What will sponsoring a hockey tournament in a small town nobody outside of this region has heard of help? You think it'll look good to your board or something? Jeff's gaze shifted. That's right. Liar. Mika couldn't begin to guess what Jeff's motivation was, but he'd bet money it didn't have anything to do with the board. What part of it exactly do you want to sponsor? All of it. All of it, Mika repeated slowly. Jeff waved a hand as if to encompass, well, all of it. Equipment for the participants, costs of printing tickets, web hosting for the participant registration forms, fees to rent the pond. I'll donate prizes, too. Fees to rent the pond. Laughter tickled the back of Mika's throat, as if there were fees to rent park space. This was Lighthouse Bay, not some big city where even parking costs were more than they were worth. You can't donate the prizes, he told Jeff. You've got to let local businesses pitch in where they can, so they feel included. If you don't, word will get around and you won't have any participants or spectators for your tournament. Jeff nodded once. Okay, I'll talk to local business owners then. You're an unfamiliar face around here. They're not going to give you anything. I lived here until I was 18. Mika cocked his head. When was the last time you visited? Jeff's mouth opened. Closed. Got friends or family still in the area who can vouch for you? Lips flattening, Jeff shook his head. Not anymore. Mika's sigh fogged the air between them. He was getting colder now that he wasn't moving, and he wiggled his toes in his boots. Look, it sounds like it'd be a fun event, but the proceeds are donated back to the town. Huh? Proceeds from ticket sales used to be donated to the Lighthouse Bay Food Bank when I was little, Jeff said, urgency lending an undercurrent to his voice that told Mika just how important this tournament was to him. Pleasing the board, my ass. You can select a different charity, of course, Jeff continued, or even donate it to the high school as part of a college scholarship for a graduating senior, or hell, put it back into the town coffers, I don't know. The food bank, huh? I'll do everything, Jeff offered, covering one red ear that must have been freezing. I'll plan it all, beginning to end. I heard you when you said you don't have time, and while I need your help here and there, I'll do the bulk of it. Aren't you here on vacation? Jeff waved that away. Doesn't matter. Shaking out his arms, Mika resigned himself to the inevitable. Listen, I don't have a free second to talk about this today. But I'm heading into town in about 20 minutes, Mika spoke over him. Meet me at the entrance to the park then, and we can talk more as I walk. Jeff looked around himself. Aren't we in town? I mean, Mika gestured vaguely towards Maine. Christmas Lane. I need to pick up a few things from my vendors, but I need to finish my rounds first. See if anybody else needed anything and get the dolly out of the small storage area at the back of Santa's workshop. Your rounds? 20 minutes, Mika repeated, and with a pat to Jeff's shoulder, he brushed by him, pushing aside the tingle in his palm and the subtle scent of Jeff, and stepped back into the market. Chapter 4. Jeff waited for Mika at the entrance to the park, shoulders up to his ears against the cold. The market was clearly the place to be on a Saturday in Lighthouse Bay. Young couples strolled hand in hand, some of them toting young kids or pushing strollers. Teenagers shared hot French fries and tried on jewelry from local makers. Retirees sipped hot coffees, wandering from stall to stall in search of the perfect gift for the grandkids. Children who still believed showed off their photos with Santa. And then there was Jeff, partnerless and kidless. Friendless, too. His workaholic tendencies didn't make for robust social or personal lives, which he was not regretting. He could never regret what he'd accomplished with Sport U apparel. Wistful was more like it. A longing for something that everybody else appeared to have. For someone to share not simply a market stroll with on a cold winter day, with the sun high in the sky, festive holiday music coming from seemingly nowhere and everywhere at once, and the jingle of bells from Santa's workshop, but to share other everyday little things with, too. Cooking meals together, talking through work challenges, window shopping on a hot summer evening after dinner on the patio of a local restaurant. He'd been so busy since graduating from college, 20-some-odd years ago, that he'd never been lonely. Or maybe he hadn't realized he was lonely because he was so busy. When was the last time he'd stopped and truly unplugged? Never? Now he was stuck in this town that triggered a long-forgotten memory every time he turned around. Like the Christmas tree in the center of the park. The market itself hadn't been a thing when Jeff lived here. The tree, however, had stood there every Christmas. He'd drunk hot chocolate at the tree lighting ceremony with his brother, participated in a sing-along of well-known Christmas carols led by the church choir, and window-shopped along Christmas Lane with his family. When he was very young, Dad used to alternate carrying him and Leo on his wide shoulders. And one winter, he and Leo had been allowed to stay up past their bedtime to watch How the Grinch Stole Christmas after the ceremony. Shaking himself out of it, he walked a short circuit from the park entrance to Marcella's Tools and More on the opposite corner and back. He needed to invest in warmer socks. And a hat. Mika arrived a moment later, wheeling a dolly behind him. The finger of one glove was clenched in his teeth, bare fingers typing on his cell phone one-handed. His pert nose was scrunched. A blonde curl escaped his hat at his forehead. He swiped at it as he glanced up, spotting Jeff on the other side of the street. Before Jeff had a chance to launch into his pitch again, Mika waved past him. I need to start at the bottom of the street and make my way back up. Okay. Except getting to the bottom wasn't that simple. Locals had to stop Mika to congratulate him on how great the market was. Others asked questions about this or that event. And he even got waylaid for a selfie with what appeared to be a couple of tourists who gushed about his television show the whole time. Who was this guy? Clearly there was something to Jeff's thoughts about him being familiar after all. Outside of the whole car thing, of course. An actor, it seemed, but in nothing Jeff would have seen. Mika was friendly with everyone, giving them all that same plastic, ready-for-the-camera smile he'd had on his face when Jeff had tracked him down earlier. It didn't reach his eyes and was as rehearsed as those Jeff had seen from many corporate goons in his lifetime. He didn't like it. It was disingenuous and almost cold. Not that Jeff should care. In fact, he didn't. Except he sort of did. Fuck, attraction was a fickle thing, wasn't it? Who said he was allowed to be physically attracted to someone he didn't want to like? Folding his arms across his chest, he leaned against a lamppost and rehearsed what he'd say to Mika once he was done with his admirers, so Jeff could get to planning this tournament and be done with Mika for the most part. They got a few more feet up the sidewalk before a voice from up ahead stopped Mika cold. Yoo-hoo! Mrs. Schumacher waved one hand, giant purse hanging off one elbow. Mika, dear. Mika turned frantic, help-me eyes on Jeff before he schooled his expression and carried onward. Laughter tickling the back of Jeff's throat, he followed along on whatever errand Mika was on. What can I do for you, Mrs. Schumacher? Mika paused in front of Pippett's Candy, next to one of the old-fashioned red and white columns, arm hanging over the top of his dolly. Only about 12 feet away, at the end of the street in front of the Genealogy Center, the weekend carolers were singing an a cappella version of Joy to the World to a half-circle of spectators. Mika almost had to yell to be heard. Jeff suspected he'd chosen this location to stop on purpose. Mika was a sassy one, wasn't he? Jeff did not find that alluring. Damn it. Mika, I'm getting reports that... One of the carolers shook a thin wooden stick on which was glued 24 little jingle bells. I'm getting reports that... More clanging bells. That... Again with the bells as Joy to the World reached its end and the carolers' voices rose. Mrs. Schumacher's lips pressed into a flat line. And then silence, aside from the cheering spectators. I'm getting reports that... The carolers launched into Jingle Bells, and, of course, it needed the bells. Jeff rubbed a hand over his mouth to hide his grin. Mika was much better at keeping composed, aside from the twitch of his lips. Mrs. Schumacher patted Mika's shoulder. We'll chat later, dear. She continued up the street, ducking into Tiny's panini. Jeff stared at Mika as Mika swung the door to Pippett's Candy open. You're crafty, he said, holding the door for Mika to pull his dolly through. I'm oddly impressed. The laugh playing around Mika's mouth was let loose. I do have some tricks up my sleeve. He wheeled the dolly into the store. Although, that one was purely coincidental. Inside the candy store was a kid's dream. Bright and spacious, the floor was done in alternating red, purple, and pink tile. The right wall was dedicated to bulk candy. On the opposite wall was old-fashioned stuff like Pez and Tootsie Rolls and Sweet Tarts and Nerds. The back wall had been made to look like the front of a life-size gingerbread house. Everywhere he looked, there were chocolates and lollipops and sour candies and tubs of cotton candy and caramels and licorice. Kids pulled clear plastic treat bags from dispensers and filled them with 5-cent candy, while adults stocked up on prepackaged goodies, perhaps for their kids' stockings. It looked exactly as it had when he was a kid, when he used to ride here on his bike with Leo and their friends to pick up caramels and Bigfoots. He let out a small laugh and reached into his pocket for his phone to take a photo to send to Leo. His phone was dead, though, tossed into his messenger bag in his apartment. Circling the tables in the middle of the store, Jeff took in candy he hadn't seen in years and others he'd never heard of. Around him, children giggled and teenagers posed for selfies with a 6-foot-tall nutcracker near the front window. Jeff grabbed a package of caramels and took it to the customer service desk. Yes, he could get caramels most anywhere, but nowhere else had a Pippett's Candy. Turning back, he grabbed 3 more packages with the red and white Pippett's Candy logo on the front and the red and white ribbon tied around the top. 1 each for Leo, Sabrina, and Nate. Jeff's kids wouldn't understand the significance, but that didn't matter. It'd be an opening for Jeff to talk to them about his childhood here, something he didn't think he'd ever done before. Why not? Why had he pushed aside all of his memories from this town? He'd moved away so long ago that it was possible he'd just forgotten. Speaking of forgetting, he was here on a mission, not to reminisce. He'd lost Mika in the store somewhere, and, oh, there he was, heading for the door, a cardboard box propped on his dolly. Was he going to leave without Jeff? Mika paused next to the door, out of the way of the entering family of 4, and scanned the store, brows pulled low. When he spotted Jeff, he jerked a thumb over his shoulder, a clear, "Are you coming?" gesture. Jeff raised his bags of caramels and pointed at the customer service desk. "I'll be at Dev's next door," Mika called across the store. He was gone a moment later. Once he'd paid for his candies, Jeff met him at Dev's bakery, where it smelled like baking bread. Mika had disappeared again, but his dolly was propped next to the front door. Where did he keep going? And why wouldn't he give Jeff a few minutes of his time to talk about the tournament? Did he really not want it to happen? The line up to order was 6 or 7 people deep, so Jeff waited by the door. The gleaming display cases along the 12-foot counter strung with red garland showcased fresh breads, pastries, cookies, and all sorts of other baked goods. Behind the counter, iron shelves held yet more varieties of bread. 3 customers came and went, and Mika still didn't appear. Jeff checked his watch. What was Mika doing, and what would it take for him to sit down with Jeff for 10 minutes? Ah, there he was, emerging from what was no doubt the kitchen, white bakery box in hand. He put it on top of the other box on his dolly. They were outside again a moment later, Mika hustling along the sidewalk with a tossed, "I need to go to the general store next," over his shoulder. Jeff jogged to catch up. "I thought I was going to be able to talk to you about the tournament." "Walk and talk, Belmore. Walk and talk." "Fine. What do I need to—" "Hey, Mika." Jeff growled deep in his throat. Who the hell was this now? "I finally got a minute to run up to the store for more candy." "I've got it for you already." Mika removed the bakery box from the dolly and nodded at the other one. "That's yours." "You're the best, thank you." The teenager grabbed the box Mika had picked up at Pippett's and took off running toward the park. Mika continued on his errands. "Okay, stop." Gently grabbing onto Mika's upper arm, Jeff towed him, and the ever-present dolly, into the alley between Tiny Spanini and Flowers by Daisy. Behind him, the iron stairs leading up to his rented apartment gleamed in the sunshine. "Tell me what I need to do to convince you to make this tournament happen." "You can tell me why it's so important to you." Just like it had the first time Mika asked, the answer eluded Jeff. Other than reliving everything that had been good about his childhood here, why did he want the tournament to happen so badly? It couldn't be because he was bored and needed something to do. And the bullshit about wanting to impress the board was just that. Bullshit. How was he supposed to put into words something he didn't understand himself? "It would be fun for everyone, wouldn't it? We could have different age groups compete throughout the day, allowing everyone from the little kids to adults to participate. The cost of registration and tickets can go toward any charity you want. One of the more well-known town citizens, the mayor maybe, could act as our MC for the event." "The mayor is playing Santa," Mika told him. "He can't MC at the same time." "Whoever then." "And there aren't any stands at the park. Where are our spectators going to sit?" "I'll order some bleachers." "All of my posters have been printed and hung around town. They don't have this event on it. How are you going to promote this?" Was Mika determined to throw every obstacle he could think of at him? If so, he had another thing coming. Jeff hadn't made Sport You Apparel as successful as it was by letting roadblocks deter him. He either went around them or kicked right through them. Nothing Mika had brought up so far was a game changer. Wait, Mika hadn't said no. Maybe he wasn't throwing random challenges at him for the sake of it, but was logically working through the problem of planning an event in 2 weeks. "Listen." Jeff straightened, holding both arms out to his sides. I meant it when I said I'll take care of everything, top to bottom, planning, execution, and evaluation. That made Mika's lips twitch for some reason. Like you said, I'll need your help to talk to the vendors about donating prizes, but that should be it. Leaning back against the wall of the cafe, Mika propped the flat of one foot against it. I can't just give you free rein on this. It'd be like giving a tourist a key to the city, so to speak. His little button nose wrinkled, gaze straying to the street where shoppers passed by on the sidewalk, oblivious to Mika and Jeff standing in the alley only 2 feet away. I'll keep you up to date on everything, Jeff offered, smelling victory, and it was oh so sweet. And I'll need your input on certain things anyway, like what you think we should charge for tickets and registration. Sighing, Mika thunked his head back against the wall. Jeff winced in sympathy. You did build an organization from the ground up, Mika muttered. To himself, it seemed. Guess planning a little hockey tournament is peanuts compared to that. I didn't build Sport U to be the #1 sports apparel and equipment company by slacking on the details. A small-town hockey tournament was less than peanuts in comparison, but it was no less important. I almost planned my own wedding once, Mika said. It's basically the same thing. Jeff stared at him for a moment, the spark in Mika's gaze and the upward tilt to his mouth registering in the brief second before a smile burst over Jeff's face. Basically, huh? So about the same as fruitcake and a Christmas turkey? Mika chuckled. Or like eggnog and apple cider. Santa and his elves? Gingerbread and mistletoe. They stood smiling at each other, something indecipherable floating in the air between them, while laughter and conversation drifted into the alley. Whatever it was settled between Jeff's ribs, new and wonderful, and a little bit scary. Clearing his throat, Mika straightened. Okay. Okay, as in okay? Jeff banked the urge to fist pump as excitement threaded through him. Can we meet soon to go over some details? Not today, I know, he added when Mika opened his mouth, no doubt to protest. Tomorrow morning, Tiny's panini? I'll buy you brunch. But Mika was already shaking his head. Tiny's is always packed for brunch on Sundays. Everyone and their pet rabbits head there after church. Pet rabbits? And the pub will be equally as packed, so that's out too. Why don't... Come over then, Jeff interrupted without thinking. I'll feed you. Do you like French toast? Mika pursed his lips. There better be real maple syrup. If you serve me that fake glop, the tournament's off. Laughter erupted from Jeff's chest. Mika might have been a prickly thing, but the mouth on him was entertaining as hell. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. I gotta get back to work, Mika said, straightening off the wall. I'll see you about 10ish. Ah, one thing. Don't suppose you've got an extra laptop I can borrow? Mine crashed after I arrived. There's an electronics store in Bidford you can get it fixed at. Yeah, Jeff said slowly, drawing the word out. Except my car's in your garage and I don't know when I'll get it back. Call John at the garage, Mika suggested, like the answer was obvious. Can't. My phone's broken. Mika stared at him for a moment. 1 blink. 2. And then he was laughing, head thrown back, long neck exposed, nose scrunched in an adorable way that made Jeff want to kiss it. You're literally trapped in this town, Mika managed through guffaws. Yeah, laugh it up. That just made Mika laugh some more, drawing Jeff's gaze to his face. This wasn't the cold, plastic smile Jeff had been greeted with earlier. This was pure enjoyment. At Jeff's expense, yes. But the way it transformed Mika's face into soft lines, the way it made him more approachable, the way it crinkled his eyes and formed laugh lines at the corners, It took the physical attraction Jeff didn't want to feel and morphed it into something that had the potential to become something deeper. Wheeling his dolly out of the alley, Mika waved over his shoulder. "See you tomorrow, Belmore." So that was a no on the laptop then. Chapter 5. Mika dragged his tired body and aching bones up the outside stairs to Jeff's apartment the next morning, tugging his hat lower over his forehead against the cold. The sky was overcast today, taking with it the sun's illusionary warmth. Snow wouldn't start until late afternoon according to the weather app on his phone, and that was good. It meant people from nearby towns and cities would brave the trip to Lighthouse Bay to attend the market. Being that it was Sunday, the market started later, at noon, meaning Mika had a couple of hours to spare before he had to be there. A couple of hours that he'd spend planning yet another Christmas event in the park when he was already buried under everything else. And setting everything up in 2 weeks? Jeff said he could do it. Didn't mean Mika wouldn't remain skeptical until the day of the tournament. Hanging on the door at the top of the stairs was the tackiest wreath he'd ever seen. The pine wreath decorated with pine cones was as normal as it got. The stuffed reindeer head in the center that looked like it had been cut off a child's toy, twinkly lights falling off its large antlers? Mika snorted a laugh. Zach would never get something so tasteless, so this was either Alana or Jeff. He was betting money on Jeff. Removing one glove, Mika knocked. He didn't have to wait long. The door swung open, revealing eye candy dressed in dark jeans and an oatmeal-colored, long-sleeved sweater. If nothing else, Jeff was nice to look at, so maybe the next 2 hours wouldn't be all bad, especially if Jeff didn't bring up the stupid nomad again. "Hey." Jeff pulled the door open wider. "Come in. You're just in time. I'm almost done." Mika stepped over the threshold, into an apartment so warm he shivered at the deliciousness. "I like your reindeer." Jeff squeezed its nose before shutting the door. "It's hideous." "I know. That's why I like it." Smile distracted, Jeff went back into the kitchen to flip the French toast grilling on the pan. Towing off his boots, Mika took in the apartment. He'd only been here a handful of times when Zach still lived here, and nothing much had changed. There was a living room on his right and a kitchen on his left. A 2-seater kitchen table was set against the far wall across from the door. Beyond the kitchen was a small bedroom. It was all very bland, done in beiges and whites. Jeff had spruced the place up with a string of lights around the 2 windows behind the love seat. Or maybe that had been Zach before Jeff arrived. Taking a tablet out of his inside coat pocket, Mika left his coat over the back of the couch and propped his elbows on the counter separating the kitchen from the living room. "Here." Jeff moved an empty mixing bowl to the sink, looking right at home in his rented space. "What's that?" "I don't have a spare laptop hanging around for you, but you can borrow my iPad. I don't use it that much anyway." "Really?" Wiping his hands on a towel, Jeff reached for the tablet, a pleased smile playing around his lips. It was a far cry from the perpetual scowl Jeff had been throwing his way since Zach had introduced them at parade headquarters. "It doesn't have 4G or cellular or whatever you call it." Mika hooked a foot around a bar stool and dragged it closer, falling onto it. "So you can only access the internet over Wi-Fi." "That's fine. Zach's got Wi-Fi set up here. Thanks for this." Setting it aside, Jeff removed the French toast from the pan and added it to a plate already piled high with a dozen slices. Mika's mouth watered. "I also talked to John," he said, as Jeff moved the plate onto the counter near Mika. The scent of bread and egg filled his nostrils, and he was tempted to break a small piece off a slice while Jeff's back was turned. "John?" Jeff said with his head in the fridge. "From John's garage? He was at the concert last night. He says he's waiting for a part to arrive. Could be another couple of weeks." "All right, well, it's not like I need to go anywhere." Turning from the fridge, Jeff placed a bowl of cut fruit, a couple of jam varieties, and a jug of maple syrup, the real stuff, as ordered, onto the counter. Thanks for looking into it. You didn't have to. Mika shrugged, swiping a slice of strawberry from the bowl. We bumped into each other at the concert. Figured I might as well ask. The strawberry burst on his tongue, sweet and mildly acidic. John also said it was a Benz. You didn't drive your Nomad? Perhaps it was a bad idea to bring up the turquoise eyesore, but he was genuinely curious. It's in storage in L.A. Jeff grabbed a couple of plates and 2 sets of cutlery. Coffee? Tea? Something else? Coffee, thanks. Isn't your headquarters in Manhattan? Yeah, but I vacation in L.A., so that's where I keep the Nomad. A cup of coffee joined everything else on the counter, as well as a carton each of milk and cream, a small bag of sugar, and 2 types of juice. Grabbing a notebook from the coffee table, Jeff joined him at the counter, sitting on the second bar stool. Dig in, he said, flipping the notebook open to a list titled LB Hockey Tournament, with about 30 bullet points. Oh, God. There was everything from select charity, to registration form web hosting, to registration deadline, to talk to elementary school phys ed teachers about getting the word out to their students, to a single line for marketing ideas, to contact Lily regarding equipment. If he'd thought he was tired from putting in a full day yesterday that had been compounded by last night's insomnia, this list made him want to crawl into bed and hide. Exhaustion weighted his limbs, pulling his shoulders southward. As he munched on French toast made with, to his surprise, what tasted like Dev's sourdough bread, and listened to Jeff launch into what they needed to do first, Mika tried to remind himself that he'd asked to be kept in the loop. This was no one's fault but his own. Mika was tired. Jeff could tell by the bruises underneath his eyes, and by the way he sat slumped forward with his elbows on the counter, and how he kept rubbing his eyes as though scrubbing them free of sleep. And there had been nary one quip or sassy comment since he'd arrived. Did Mika realize he was still wearing his knit hat? Was he cold? While he was busy eating, Jeff stood and adjusted the thermostat, belly cramping at the extra work he was putting on Mika's shoulders. He'd meant for the hockey tournament to be fun, a way to bring back a little bit of Lighthouse Bay's history to the town in a way that raised money for a local charity. In doing so, though, he'd piled more work on Mika, and Jeff had seen firsthand yesterday how run ragged he'd been. Even at the concert last night, Jeff had attended mostly out of boredom, partly out of sheer curiosity. The market had been open late, so he'd gotten himself a sandwich from Tiny's and hot onion rings from Annie's Irish pub before finding an out-of-the-way bench from which to watch the show. Since the area in front of the gazebo had turned into a makeshift dance floor, he hadn't been able to see over everyone's heads, and he'd listened more than anything, catching glimpses of familiar faces every once in a while. Zach dancing with his sister, then his boyfriend. Mrs. Schumacher sipping hot chocolate. Great hair guy, Clark, chatting with a small group of people. Other faces he'd seen around town, but wouldn't be able to put names to. And among them all was Mika. Jeff would have sworn that every time he saw him through a gap in the crowd, he was typing on his phone or referring to something on a clipboard, or giving what Jeff could only assume were instructions to teenage volunteers. As the organizer, no doubt he'd stayed until after the very last song was played, ensuring all of the stalls were closed up for the night, and that the band had packed up all of their equipment, leaving the gazebo as empty as usual. Sympathy swept up Jeff's throat. No wonder Mika was exhausted. In fact, it looked like he'd worn himself down to the bone. He pushed the French toast and fruit closer to Mika, encouraging him to eat some more. I'd suggest approaching business owners tomorrow or Tuesday, Mika said in response to Jeff's question about how best to get started on seeking prize donations. They'll be busy with the market, tourists, and holiday shoppers today. They won't be able to give you a minute. Jeff swirled fruit and the leftover syrup on his plate. Why don't we go Tuesday morning? He'd rather go first thing tomorrow, but Mika looked like he needed a day off more than he needed to drag Jeff into every store on Main Street, sales pitch at the ready. Besides, tomorrow wouldn't be a wasted day. Now that Jeff had Mika's iPad, he could design tickets and promotional materials, get the registration form up and running, and email his EA, Lily, to put her on alert about the equipment he'd need her to ship him. Sure. Mika forked another slice of French toast onto his plate and drowned it in maple syrup. I can meet you at Evie's toy store at 10. That's when the store's open. We can work our way down the street and then back up the other side. All right. That settled, he ticked that item off his list and moved to the next one. We need to set a deadline for people to register so that we have A, enough time to form the teams, and B, time for the equipment to get here. Right. Chewing slowly, Mika sat straight and stretched out his neck, running a hand along what were no doubt tense muscles at its base. How long will it take for the equipment to ship? Factoring in time for the warehouse to pack everything and holiday backlogs. And if we want to get it a couple of days ahead of the tournament so we have time to distribute everything, or for participants to pick it up, we need to get our order in 2 days before that. Even that was pushing it, but Lily had been known to make minor miracles happen on shorter notice. If he gave her the heads up tomorrow, at least she wouldn't be taken by surprise. Okay, then the registration deadline should be what? Next Tuesday? Wednesday? Tuesday, Jeff confirmed. In case we need an extra day. Another item ticked off the list. Now, for the charity, the food bank. Mika scooped leftover syrup onto his fork, then sucked on the tines, tongue darting between them to catch stray drops. It was functional, not at all meant to be seductive. Jeff followed the trajectory of that tongue anyway, breath catching as he pictured it doing other things. Other sensual things. Swallowing hard, he gulped coffee gone lukewarm to snap himself out of it. At this time of the year, I think the food bank would benefit the most, Mika was saying. I'll tell Zach about the scholarship idea, though, in case he wants to use it for some future event. As he spoke, he tilted his plate forward so that the syrup gathered in a pool at the lip. Grabbing an unused spoon Jeff had placed on the counter for the sugar, Mika swiped up the rest of the syrup and popped it in his mouth. Jeff had thought Mika had been kidding about the tournament being called off if he was fed what he'd called fake glop. But maybe not. That's a tad excessive, he said. Mika merely raised an eyebrow and, gaze on Jeff, reached for the jar of maple syrup, a playful smile on his lips. Chuckling, Jeff brought his empty plate into the kitchen, while Mika dumped the remainder of the fruit onto his plate, liberally pouring syrup over the whole lot. There was a bit more color in his cheeks now that he'd eaten, although he was still wearing his hat. Maybe he'd just forgotten about it. It was cute in a way that a puppy licking a child's face was cute, which meant that Mika was cuter than any 40-something-year-old had a right to be. Reaching for the empty fruit bowl, Jeff caught Mika flexing his fingers. Everything okay? Your hands, he added at Mika's questioning look. Oh, yeah, sore joints. Arthritis? Mika glanced away and picked up his fork. Something like that. Something like that? What did that mean? Tempted to push for answers that weren't any of his business, Jeff redirected the conversation back to the tournament. There's just one more thing I'd like your opinion on before we adjourn for the day, he said over the water running into the sink. A soft chuckle from Mika pulled Jeff's attention from the dishes he was washing and onto Mika's face, full of amusement on Jeff's behalf. But why? What? Mika waved a hand. Nothing, sorry. Continue. Uh-huh. What's the best way to get word out about the tournament? Not from a marketing perspective, but in terms of participant registrations. Get the Chamber of Commerce and Business Improvement Area members involved. Mika pulled Jeff's notebook closer and added something Jeff couldn't make out. Craft an email and ask them to disseminate it to their network. After that, word of mouth will do its job. I've got a meeting with Mrs. Schumacher tomorrow morning, so I can let her know to expect an email from you tomorrow afternoon? Jeff nodded. And she'll let the other BIA and chamber members know. Do you ever take a day off? A full day? During peak Christmas event season in Lighthouse Bay? Mika's snorted laugh was not amused. No, but I also don't work full days either, except on weekends. I usually take the morning or afternoons off. Bringing his empty plate over, Mika added it to the sink, arm brushing against Jeff's as he did so, making the hairs on Jeff's forearms stand up. Oblivious, Mika turned and opened cupboards at random. "Did you buy all of these groceries?" he asked, with his head in the small pantry next to the fridge. Groceries, yes. Essentials like sugar, flour, condiments, coffee, jams, dry pasta, jars of sauce, that sort of thing, those were already stocked. Huh. Zach sure knows how to be a good host. Now Mika was investigating the freezer for some reason, where, yes, Zach had stocked frozen chicken pot pies and, of all things, 3 ice cream varieties. "Why don't you put these away while you're snooping?" Jeff said around a grin, nodding at the jams, jar of maple syrup, and bag of sugar still on the counter. Where had his anger gone? Yeah, he was still upset about the nomad, but somewhere between bumping into Mika at parade headquarters and Mika sassing him yesterday, Jeff's anger had shifted from Mika onto himself. For failing to realize that taking the nomad out could, obviously, result in it getting dinged, or worse. For failing to ensure Mika was okay after the accident last year before Jeff had driven off. For the way he'd treated him the last several days. Sure, it was Mika's fault that he'd rear-ended the nomad, and he'd obviously felt horrible about it. Jeff, however, didn't have to compound that by being an asshole. The car meant a lot, but Mika had no way of knowing that. Done scrubbing the plates clean, Jeff moved on to the cutlery, warm water and soap sudsing his hands. Glancing over his shoulder produced a Mika who was now perusing the dozen tea varieties in the tea chest next to the coffee maker. Jeff wasn't normally attracted to people who snapped back at him, but he liked how Mika didn't cower underneath his height, his wider bulk, or his anger. "Did you forget something at headquarters yesterday? Your sparkling personality, maybe?" He bit his lip to cover a laugh while Mika oohed over something behind him. The amusement curled upward, tickling the back of Jeff's throat. So there was apologetic Mika, bumbling all over himself and offering to pay for damages. There was friendly Mika, extending a hand to welcome Jeff at headquarters. There was defensive Mika, calling him out with a raised eyebrow and acerbic, "Totaled?" that for reasons Jeff didn't understand sort of made him want to kiss his nose. Yesterday, there'd been unimpressed Mika, standing there eating a cookie while Jeff tried to convince him to let him organize the hockey tournament. And now there was nosy Mika, who reminded him of a dog exploring new surroundings for the first time. Outside of his kids and, on occasion, Lily, when was the last time someone spoke back to him? Everyone else, from his CFO to the interns to the warehouse staff to the truck drivers, treated him like the boss, which wasn't always a good thing. Yet here was Mika demanding real maple syrup and munching on a cookie from the box of assorted varieties Jeff had bought from Dev's bakery yesterday afternoon. Crumbs dotted a corner of Mika's mouth as he leaned back oh so casually against the counter. Stifling a laugh, that would only encourage him, Jeff wiped his hands and planted them on his hips. "Do you have any shame?" "Not when it comes to snickerdoodles." Licking cream cheese filling off his thumb, Mika threw him a wink that did funny things to Jeff's belly. Crap. He was in so much trouble. Mika sat in a chair on his front porch hours later, wrapped in 2 sweaters and a thick coat, plus a hat, gloves, and a heavy blanket on his lap. The covered porch mostly sheltered him from the breeze, and he sipped a steaming hot chocolate to keep warm. Earlier, a dusting of snow had fallen, covering slush and adding a thin layer of powder to driveways and sidewalks. Around him, Christmas lights twinkled up and down the street, and snowy lawns were topped with festive outdoor decorations. Reindeer, oversized tree ornaments, and elves. The inflatable Santa in a red vintage truck on Mika's own front lawn was tacky by comparison. He toasted it with his mug. The silence of the quiet street would have been unnerving had he not become reacclimatized to it in the last year. Wind sawed gently through creaky tree branches, and the sound of an occasional car driving along Christmas Lane sometimes reached him. Other than that, Micah sipped his hot chocolate in peace. His parents were at a holiday get-together, and since Micah had already watched all the good stuff on Netflix and his foggy brain was having trouble concentrating on his current read tonight, he'd come outside for some fresh air. It didn't help his aching joints, but nothing short of moving to a warmer climate would do that. The blinds were drawn back on the window on his left, and the tree he'd decorated with his parents cast little pinpricks of light over his blanket. Somewhere on the other side of the tree was his upside-down gingerbread man. Perspective. Micah had been trying to think from Jeff's all day. He'd been pleasant today. No scowls, no growling. Even when Micah had mentioned the nomad. Nothing. Not a hit of anger or reproach. It had actually made being around Jeff fun for once. The lethargy had slowly seeped out of Micah's limbs as he'd eaten and gotten coffee down his throat, enough for him to appreciate that Jeff was clearly on top of things with the tournament. After Micah helped him source prizes in a couple of days, he'd probably be fine on his own for the most part. Which was a weight off Micah's shoulders, but also slightly disappointing. He liked this Jeff that spoke to him without censure creeping into his tone, and he would have liked to spend more time with him if he wasn't already buried under other park events. There'd been that moment in the alley when they'd locked gazes over a moment of shared laughter, when Micah compared almost planning a wedding to Holland to Jeff's position as CEO, then finding outlandish Christmassy things that had nothing to do with one another. Something between them had not clicked exactly. It was more like potential something. A recognition that maybe there was more to them than the other had first presumed. The Jeff that joked with him? The one that teased him for his maple syrup habits and kitchen snooping and cookie stealing? That was a Jeff Micah wanted to know. As friends. Since they'd soon be living on opposite coasts, there wasn't any point in anything else, no matter how nice Jeff was to look at, or how attracted Micah was to the person underneath the grudge. As it was, Micah had too much on his plate and didn't have time for a relationship. Which was what he'd been telling himself for the last 6 years, ever since things had ended with Holland. First, he'd concentrated on auditions while acting in bit parts like commercials and non-speaking background roles. Then, when he'd gotten cast in the role of former Detective Shane Bimbraw, every ounce of his effort had been put into bringing his A-game every time he showed up on set. Relationships had taken a back seat as he'd focused on his career. Given that Shadows and Light was the #1 rated dramedy on television for the 4th year in a row, he'd done something right. And he couldn't wait to get back to it, even though the script for his first episode back barely had him in it. He popped up at the end after supposedly being dead for months from a near drowning by criminals he'd once put away. He set all of that aside for now and sipped his hot chocolate, letting it warm him from the inside out and concentrated on being in the moment. He'd read a lot of self-help books and blogs on living with cancer when he'd first been diagnosed, and many of them stressed the importance of appreciating every moment. He wasn't sure he appreciated the cold winters in Lighthouse Bay, but the Christmas lights were pretty. Footsteps crunching on a snowy sidewalk had him seeking out its source. A figure materialized from behind his inflatable truck, tall and broad-shouldered, the streetlights haloing reddish-brown hair. Jeff spotted him in the same moment and paused on the sidewalk. "Hi." Micah toasted him with his mug. "Hi, what you doing?" "Just taking a walk." Hands shoved in his pockets, Jeff still wasn't wearing a hat, but a scarf hung around his neck in such a way that it covered his ears. "What are you doing?" "Enjoying a hot chocolate on this fine winter night. Want one?" Okay." Inside, Micah poured hot chocolate out of the pan into a generous-sized mug and topped off his own. Whatever had made him ask Jeff to stay, he didn't regret it as he walked back outside and found Jeff sitting on the porch's top step. He'd been enjoying the solitude after a weekend full of activity. Jeff's presence, surprisingly, didn't intrude on that. Instead, Mika found it comforting, almost soothing, to sit next to him and sip hot chocolate in silence. Which they did for several minutes, Mika's mind wandering to nothing in particular as it tended to during quiet moments. What time his parents would be back, if he'd be able to sleep tonight, if he had time to make a trip into Bidford sometime this week to see the latest action movie, dreading tomorrow afternoon's workout with Holland and Clark, while anticipating Dev's snickerdoodles they'd bring for him. "It's so quiet here," Jeff muttered, breaking the silence. "Even on Main Street in the evenings, I only hear the occasional car drive by and people walking home from the pub." "Yeah, it took me a while to get used to it when I moved back from LA last December." "What brought you back?" "Cancer. A desire for home, for comfort, for the support of friends and family." "Personal stuff. I'm heading back to LA in the new year since my show starts shooting again in late January." "Your show?" The lights along the porch lit up Jeff's eyes when he turned to look at Mika. "TV show?" "Yeah." "Anything I would have heard of?" Mika raised an eyebrow. What rock was this guy living under? "Shadows and Light." Jeff's brow furrowed for a moment before something seemed to occur to him. "That's where I've seen your face. The billboards in Manhattan." "You haven't seen the show? I think I'm insulted." Jeff bumped his shoulder. "Don't take it personally. I work long hours. The only TV I watch is during my December-long vacations." Mika shifted onto one butt cheek to give his other one a rest from the cold cement. "The ones you normally spend in LA?" "Mm-hmm." "Why come to Lighthouse Bay this year?" Especially since Jeff had already said he didn't have friends or family left in the area. Blowing out a steady breath, Jeff stared into his hot chocolate. "I'm really not sure." He shook his head, lips flattening. "I lost my dad about 2.5 years ago. We were really close. And I guess I thought I'd, find him here? But that hasn't been the case." Sympathy swelled up Mika's throat at the sadness underlying Jeff's voice and the way he sat with his shoulders rounded. "Sounds stupid when I say it out loud." "No," Mika insisted. "It doesn't." He'd faced down his own mortality this year. Had the worst happened, he could only hope someone other than his parents loved him enough to still miss him years later. From down the street came the sound of beatboxing? What the? Sitting up, Jeff glanced down the street to their left, in the direction from which he'd come. Mika stood to see around him. At the end of the street, a group of 6 teenagers was making its way in their direction. 2 of them were beatboxing. The other 4 harmonized an upbeat version of Deck the Halls. They didn't stop, just slowly made their way up the street, getting louder the closer they came. House doors opened, and people stepped out onto their porches to watch and listen and, in the case of Mika's neighbor to the left, sing along. Mika bopped his hips gently, careful not to slosh his drink. This was Lighthouse Bay for you. It might be a small town, but there always seemed to be something happening. Once the group had moved on and turned a corner, people went back into their homes, and all was silent again, the night settling around them. Jeff stared off in the direction the carolers had disappeared, awe widening his eyes. Does that happen often? Mika clinked his mug against Jeff's. Welcome to Lighthouse Bay. Chapter 6. Earth to Mika. A hand waved in front of his face, startling Mika out of daydreams featuring 4 tangled legs, 3 screaming orgasms, 2 naked bodies, and 1 tall and hunky CEO, he sang in his head. He blinked at Clark. Huh? Clocking in at 6'2", like Holland, Clark was dark and swarthy, his windswept, ink-dark hair falling to his shoulders. Not a single gray hair anywhere, even in his week-old scruff. He was a contrast to Holland's dark brown hair peppered with gray and to Mika's blonde. "I asked if your thighs were okay after yesterday's leg day." Mika scowled in response to Clark's smirk. "Don't you ever work?" Laughing, Clark returned to Holland's float, strands of shiny, dark brown hair escaping the bun at the back of his head. Mika knew he did work, but as a biologist at the nearby nature reserve, he didn't keep regular hours. In fact, none of Mika's friends kept regular hours. When he'd first arrived at parade headquarters just after 8, Zach had already been here, nose buried in invoices, and the morning coffee, hot water, pastries, and breakfast sandwiches filled up the food table at the front of the warehouse. Holland, when he wasn't working on his float, was a custom dollhouse maker. As such, he made his own hours, and he'd arrived shortly after Mika. Clark had walked in minutes later to help Holland. The only one missing was Dev, but he was always at the bakery until late morning. And no, Mika's thighs were not okay. However, his arguments about how he walked everywhere and shouldn't that be enough of a daily leg workout had gone unheard. Clark and Holland had put him through the workout from hell yesterday, and even sitting on this padded desk chair made his butt muscles ache. But Mika had made a promise to himself when he'd been diagnosed that he'd take better care of himself going forward, and because he hated working out, he'd made Clark and Holland promise to hold him accountable. He also tried to attend a weekly yoga class at the gym, saw a chiropractor every week, had swapped all of his store-bought toiletries, everything from his soap to his shampoo to his shaving cream, for natural skincare products, and, barring the occasional snickerdoodle or hot chocolate, had committed to eating right and bought organic as much as he could. He was much, much more conscious of what he was putting in and on his body these days. Although he had let that slide somewhat for the holidays as he enjoyed the tastes of the season. A sort of celebration to commemorate the return of his taste buds. Not to mention that once he was back at work, the show's trainers would have him on a strict diet and workout regimen, so he might as well indulge while he could. Plus, if there weren't snickerdoodle bribes at the end of the workout, Clark and Holland would have been dragging his ass out of the house like he was a screaming toddler. Mika checked the time. Still a few minutes before he had to leave to meet Jeff at Evie's toy store. The tournament planning seemed to be coming along nicely. He'd met with Mrs. Schumacher yesterday, and she'd promised to get the Chamber and BIA members to help disseminate Jeff's email to their contacts. Whether they'd done so, Mika didn't know, but he planned to check in with Jeff about it today. Holland materialized out of somewhere, a paper cup in each hand. His white t-shirt was open at the neck, exposing the top of defined pecs. He placed the cup on Zach's desk and crouched on the other side of it, forearms braced on the top while he chatted quietly with Zach. Mika spied on them from the corner of his eye. Zach had an elbow planted on top of the desk, fingers digging through his dark blonde hair. Holland appeared to be talking him down from something, which, with his steady presence and easygoing attitude, Holland had always been good at. An ache in his chest, Mika powered down his computer and wound his scarf around his neck. It wasn't his boyfriend Holland that he missed exactly. More that he missed the companionship and security that came with being paired up with someone else. Although that security with Holland had been almost non-existent after Mika had moved to L.A., owing to Holland's work struggles at the time. Still, regardless of the season, and even though Holland hadn't known he'd made Mika think he was unwanted, Mika had still felt tossed aside. "I'm heading out," he said as he pulled on his coat. "I've got to meet Jeff." "Belmore?" Standing, Holland planted his hands on his hips. "The guy who couldn't be bothered to shake your hand?" Mika tugged on his hat, pulling it down over his ears. "Things are better now." "Are you sure? Because nothing says you have to work with this guy." "It's fine, I swear." Holland wasn't convinced. "How's the planning for the hockey tournament coming?" Zach asked. "I heard Mr. and Mrs. Columbus talking about it earlier, so word is getting around." "Yeah? That's good." Mika put on his gloves and grabbed his paper cup of coffee from next to his computer. "We don't have a lot of time for participant registration, so the faster word gets around, the better." Zach pointed vaguely behind Mika with his pen. "Did you see the flyer near the food table? Jeff came by last night to put it up." Turning, Mika squinted across the spacious warehouse. Sure enough, taped to the wall by the food table was a tabloid-sized poster. Huh. He must have missed it when he'd grabbed his first coffee of the day and a breakfast sandwich shortly after arriving, bleary-eyed from several days of insomnia. He turned back to Zach. "I should have an update for you later tonight." Zach gave him a thumbs up. With a wave, Mika headed out. "Are you coming back this afternoon?" Holland called after him. Mika rotated to walk backward. "Doubt it." Clark poked his head out from the back of the float. "Trivia tonight?" "Wouldn't miss it." Mika stopped first by the food table to toss his coffee cup away and grab a muffin for the road and to inspect the new poster. It was professionally done and minimalist. At the top, inaugural Lighthouse Bay hockey tournament. Inaugural, huh? Did Jeff plan on coming back every year to plan it? Below that, join us in the park on Sunday, December 22nd. Then there was what was no doubt a stock photo of two players in a face-off. Beneath that, a banner read, "Buy tickets or register to participate at lighthousebayhockey.com. All proceeds benefiting the Lighthouse Bay Food Bank." The Sport U apparel logo was featured in the bottom left as a sponsor. Along the bottom of the poster, "For promotional and sponsorship opportunities, contact Jeff at jeff.belmore@sportu.com. Not bad. Short and to the point. Jeff was waiting for him outside Evie's toy store when Mika arrived a few minutes later. He'd invested in a hat since they'd last seen each other, a dark gray one that covered his ears. A messenger bag was draped over his shoulder, and he held a box from Dev's bakery. At his feet was a second box, a cardboard one slightly larger than a shoebox. Jeff smiled when he spotted Mika, and Mika'd be lying to himself if he claimed it didn't make his stomach bounce pleasantly. Swallowing the last of his cranberry and orange muffin, Mika wiped crumbs off his gloves and stopped in front of Jeff. "Hey, ready to do this?" "Yeah, but first." Jeff jerked his head to the side. Mika followed him around the corner of Evie's and onto the side street, where Jeff thrust the box into his hands. "These are for you." "Okay." Opening the lid revealed a half-dozen snickerdoodle cookies. Eyebrows jumping up, Mika looked at Jeff in question. "Thank you, but why?" Jeff shoved his hands in his pockets and held his gaze. "A peace offering. I was a jerk to you when we first met, both here and last winter in L.A. I'm sorry." "Oh, I..." Stunned, Mika blinked at Jeff. "Thank you, that's..." Words failed him. How often did people suck up their pride and straight up apologize like that? Not often, in Mika's experience. "Thank you." He held up the bakery box with a smirk. "So these are apology snickerdoodles?" "I can take them back if you want." Mika backed up a step, hugging the box to his chest. "Touch them and die." Throwing his head back, Jeff laughed loudly. Tearing his gaze away from his smiling mouth, Mika pulled out a cookie. "Seriously?" Jeff said, still chuckling. "It's only 10. "I'd like to meet the person who first said eating cookies before lunchtime wasn't normal." Mika took a small bite, cream cheese filling and cinnamon sugar cookie exploding on his tongue. "Clearly you haven't had one of these yet if you're being all judgy. Snickerdoodles are meant for any time of day." "If you'll remember, someone ate the one out of my assorted box on the weekend." "Don't know who that could be." "Uh-huh." The mirth in Jeff's eyes got to Mika, poked at the dormant side of him that hadn't been attracted to anyone in a long time. Pursing his lips, he considered Jeff for a moment, then held the box in his direction. "Really?" The joy suffusing Jeff's expression was real and genuine, and if Jeff just kept looking at him like that, Mika would give him anything he wanted. "Thank you." He bit into a cookie, catching a small piece that broke off in his gloved hand before it could hit the ground, popping it into his mouth. Oh my God. His groan did things to Mika's nether regions that had him shifting uncomfortably. Damn, that's good. That cream cheese filling is. Nectar of the gods? Oh, I know. Why do you think I eat them all the time? He was going to have to ask Dev to send him a care package of snickerdoodle cookies once a week when he returned to L.A. My son would love these, Jeff was saying as he headed back to Christmas Lane. You have a son? Jeff picked up the second box from where he'd left it tucked up against Evie's toy store, then held the door open for him. And a daughter. Right. Mika vaguely remembered reading that in Jeff's bio on the Sport You Apparel website, although the information hadn't really registered at the time. Is it insensitive to ask why you're not spending the holidays with them? No, it's fine. Sabrina's spending it with her in-laws, and Nate's staying on campus with a friend I have a feeling is more than a friend. Jeff said all of this with an air of distraction, absent-mindedly chewing on his snickerdoodle as he took in the toy store. Something soft and awe-like filled his expression, his wonder reminding Mika of a child seeing Santa for the first time. This place hasn't changed in 28 years. Evie's toy store was a kid's dream. At the front were stands filled with card games, stuffed animals, and several rows of mystery bag toys, the ones where you didn't know what was in it until you opened it. The entire left wall was dedicated to Frozen stuff. On the right, baby toys dominated the shelves. Beyond that, there were board games, puzzles, dolls, wooden rail sets, educational toys like learn-to-tell time clocks and plastic cash registers, Legos, books, and anything else a kid could ever want. Mika left Jeff to poke around. Currently, he was playing with a magic 8-ball, a wide smile creasing his cheeks, and headed for the cash desk. Hi, Evie. Somewhere in her early 70s, Evie's dyed brown bangs fell into her eyes when she glanced up from her checklist. Hello, Mika. Looking for a Christmas gift? No. Do you have a few minutes? My friend and I wanted to talk to you about something. Jeff appeared at his elbow as though summoned. Hi. He thrust out a hand. Jeff Belmore. Nice to meet you. Evie Tierston. Likewise. What can I do for you? Mika stepped to the side as Jeff launched into their reason for being there. Had he rehearsed what he was going to say? It didn't sound rehearsed, and yet Jeff sounded like he knew exactly what he was talking about. The corporate CEO came out to play. And it was kind of sexy. He was authoritative while remaining friendly, engaging while remaining professional. They were throwing this hockey tournament together last minute, but he made it appear as though everything was already organized and ready for puck drop. And hey, perhaps it was. Maybe Jeff had gotten most of it done in the past 2 days. By the time they were walking out of Evie's 10 minutes later, it was with a promise from Evie that she'd donate a prize for the kids. She was also amenable to Jeff leaving a stack of flyers on her cash desk to help promote the event. These he pulled out of the cardboard box he'd carried in. You told Evie that 8 kids are signed up already, Mika pointed out once they were back out on the street. Yeah, Jeff said with a chuckle. And that was as of last night. Your chamber and BIA sure got the word out quickly, and I've got an ad going in the Lighthouse Bay Beacon on Thursday, so I expect more registrants by the end of the week. Jeff was equally as charming with Ralston at Scoop's Ice Cream and with Tilly at Namaste Yoga. Mika might as well have been wall art for all that he was needed. By the time they'd solicited prizes from the shops on the east side of Christmas Lane, leaving flyers behind at each and were crossing the street to the other side, Mika had eaten all 5 of the snickerdoodle cookies and was considering leaving Jeff to do his thing since he obviously wasn't needed. Oddly, though, Mika was enjoying himself. He got a kick out of watching Jeff's face light up when more than one person recognized his last name and asked after his parents. And the way he fairly vibrated with kinetic energy when a shop owner agreed to donate something would be adorable on someone whose shoulders weren't so wide. Looks like you've got this well in hand, Mika said, tossing his empty bakery box into the trash bin outside the genealogy center. I'm going to leave you to it and head back to work. Jeff winked at him. It's not my first time asking for handouts. You'd be amazed how much I begged for free or cheap stuff when I was building Sport U. Is that how you got those? Mika waved at Jeff's box of flyers. Nah, these I asked one of my freelance designer friends to do, and I had them printed locally at the printer in the plaza near the highway. Oh, Mika bit his lip. I'm not sure that was in the budget. Covered by Sport U, remember? As the sponsor? Right. Okay then. He stepped away as Jeff stopped in front of Pippett's Candy. I'm heading to the market to do my rounds. Good luck with the rest of the shops. Thanks for your help. Scoffing, Mika walked backward away from Jeff. I literally did nothing except stand there and eat cookies. But you looked hot doing it. Startled into a laugh, Mika waved and walked to the market, stomach squirming pleasantly and grinning the whole way. Chapter 7. Later, Mika sat across from Holland at Annie's Irish pub for Trivia Tuesday, a basket of loaded nachos between them. He nursed a beer while they waited for their friends, inhaling the scent of fried food and spilled alcohol, and studied Holland as he regaled him with a story of a custom dollhouse he'd built that was a replica of Graceland. As they often did after a long day, Mika's bones ached, a steady pulse that had him constantly aware, yet wasn't quite bad enough to distract. He'd take a couple of Tylenol before bed and hope it was enough to dull the pain so that he could get a decent night's sleep for once. Hopefully, the yoga class he'd taken this afternoon would also help. His mind wandered, as it tended to after a busy day, his concentration for shit. He ate nachos, sipped beer, and people-watched before dragging his waning attention back to Holland. Where would they be right now had Mika not jumped to conclusions 6 years ago? Would they had gotten married like they'd planned? Would the long distance have ended up being too much for them? Would Mika be splitting his time between L.A. and Lighthouse Bay, or would Holland have eventually joined him in California? Would they be sipping their beers on a beachfront patio right now had things not quickly devolved after Mika left? Now that Mika was thinking about it, maybe that tentative eventually, that nebulous future date when Holland would join him in L.A., was part of the reason he thought Holland was done with him. Plus, the fact that their relationship had devolved so fast, within a few short months of Mika moving away, was proof enough that things hadn't been as solid between them as they'd both thought. It was all moot anyway. Holland was now merrily in love with Zach. Mika would have literally expected a tropical Christmas in Lighthouse Bay before the thought of Holland and Zach together ever crossed his mind. And he'd arrived back in town last Christmas just as things were starting to get serious between them, meaning he'd gotten a front row seat to their burgeoning relationship. That had been super fun. That was karma for you, though. Mika posted an image online of himself kissing his brief club boyfriend before he and Holland were officially over. Well, his payback was to watch Holland fall head over heels for someone else. Thanks, karma. You're just swell. What's that sigh for? Mika tuned back into the chaos of the pub. Loud conversation, louder laughter, cutlery clinking against plates, the crunch of nachos as Holland took a bite. What? Holland licked melted cheese off his thumb, eyes the color of Mika's light-washed jeans narrowed on him. You sighed. Why? Oh, I was just... Mika waved a hand. Thinking. About? Nothing there was any point in bringing up. Mika deflected. How much longer it'll be before Zach, Clark, and Dev get here? If they don't show up soon, I'll eat this whole bowl of nachos by myself. To prove his point, he grabbed the nacho with the biggest pile of ground beef and cheese and shoved it in his mouth. Holland chewed more slowly. Mika looked away from his too perceptive gaze, taking in the pub's heavy wood paneling, the dark green accents, the dartboard on the back wall next to a squat Christmas tree outfitted in multicolored lights. To the left of the entrance was a polished wooden bar, behind which fancy bottles of expensive or limited edition spirits were displayed along a mirrored wall. Directly across from it was a small stage where Annie would set up in a few minutes to start the trivia. Every booth and table in the place was taken, and servers rushed around taking orders and delivering platters of sizzling food or overflowing beer. "You forget that I know you," Holland said, drawing Mika's gaze back to him. "I can tell when you're lying. Spill." "It's nothing, really. Just got a lot on my mind." "The market?" "Among other things." Mika pulled a nacho away from the stack, stretching out a string of cheese that he pinched between two fingers and piled onto his chip. "The move back to L.A.? Are you anxious about starting work again?" "A bit," Mika admitted. "Mostly I'm excited. Felt like my life was on pause for the past year, so I'm looking forward to going back to normal. It was good to be home while I went through chemo, but I'm ready to get back to real life." Not that his real life would ever be the same again. Chemo after effects meant he was now dealing with brittle nails, insomnia, sore bones and joints, and chemo brain. Plus, he also had a cocktail of meds to counteract the chemo's long-term side effects, which came with side effects of their own. And battling and beating cancer meant that he was now highly aware of his own mortality in a way he'd never been before. He was navigating a new normal, and once he headed back to Los Angeles and developed new routines, there'd be yet another new normal to learn. "Don't wait 5 years before visiting again," Holland said. "I won't, and maybe you guys can come visit me too?" Holland clinked his beer glass against Mika's. "I'll toast to that. Maybe if I get him out of the state, Zach will actually take some time off." "Workaholic?" "Nah," Holland shook his head. "But this was his first year as the official town event planner, and he's determined to make every event the best of the best, to prove he's the right person for the job. Mrs. Schumacher wouldn't have hired him if he wasn't." "That's what I keep saying." He shook his head. "I swear, he didn't sleep the entire week leading up to the Lobster Festival this summer. You haven't lived until you've seen Zach zombie walk across the house looking for one of his many day planners." Mika snorted a short laugh. Zach did have an obsession with calendars of all kinds. "Hey!" Clark appeared, taking a chair to Mika's left. "Sorry I'm late." "You aren't," Mika said, as Clark shrugged out of his coat and unwound the scarf from his neck, blowing hair out of his face. "We came early to nab a table." "Fuck, I'm starving. I'm gonna go order at the bar. Anybody need anything?" Mika and Holland shook their heads, and Clark headed for the bar, wallet in hand. A sharp whistle from the stage quieted the room. "All right, everyone, we'll be starting in 10 minutes, Annie said. Next to her, one of her staff was setting up the microphone. "Grab your beer, form your groups, and make sure to register with Anson." She gestured toward the bar, where Anson waved from behind it. "If you win and your group's not registered, you don't get the prize." A line formed at the bar after that, Clark at the front, beating the rush by mere seconds on sheer luck alone. "Jesus." Dev appeared from the midst of the queue, coat already slung over one arm. "Is there more people tonight than usual?" Holland's cousin plopped into the chair on Mika's right, his shaggy, light brown hair held back by a red bandana to keep it out of his eyes. "Don't suppose you got me a beer?" "Sorry." Holland nudged the nachos his way. "Didn't know how long you'd be. Clark's at the front of the line, though." "Yeah?" Dev turned in his chair. "Yo, Clark!" Clark looked over his shoulder as one of the bartenders handed him back his credit card. "Get me a beer." "Sure thing, Mini Muffin." "I hate him," Dev muttered, stuffing his scarf into the arm of his coat sleeve with extra oomph. "I hate him so much." Swallowing a laugh, Mika met Holland's amused gaze over the nachos. Growing up, it had been Mika, Clark, and Holland, the queer kids who had each other's backs, no matter what. At 5 years younger, they hadn't wanted Dev around, not until they were old enough for the age difference to not matter. By that point, though, Dev's childhood crush on an ignorant Clark had fizzled away. Or, more likely, being relegated to the back of his mind as he got his bakery up and running. But it was obvious that somewhere in the last few years, Clark had finally started seeing Dev as potential partner material. Dev, however, couldn't see Clark's kindergarten hair-pulling style teasing for what it was. Interest. With Dev currently elbow-deep in the nachos as though he hadn't eaten in days, and in conversation with Holland about something Mika had missed, Mika stood and made his way to Clark, still at the bar, to order himself something to eat. As the queue parted to let him through, he spotted Jeff scouting the room by the door. Momentarily frozen, Mika's heart thumped behind his ribs. Jeff spotted him in the next second, lips tilting up in a smile that showed lots of teeth. On pain of death, Mika would never admit that Jeff's smile made his stomach fucking flutter like he was a teenager with a crush. Sliding up to Jeff, he said, "Hey, what are you doing here?" "I came for dinner, but—" Jeff waved a hand to encompass the pub, nary an empty table or bar stool in sight. "I didn't expect this crowd. Is anything else open for dinner?" "On Christmas Lane? Only Stefano's Italian restaurant. There's also a couple of restaurants in the plaza off the highway," Mika tacked on, forgetting for a moment that Jeff's car was at John's garage. "Yeah," Jeff said slowly. "Suppose I could head to the Italian place. Haven't been there yet." He ran a hand through his hair, the reddish-brown strands sifting through his fingers, and gave Mika a small smile. "See you later." "Wait," Mika said, before he could stop himself. His mind jumped back a year, arriving in town to the ire of his friends for what he'd done to Holland, convinced he'd be going through chemo alone. Except he hadn't. But Jeff really was alone, and that was a shitty way to spend a meal, never mind the holidays. "How are you at trivia?" "Ah." Realization crept into Jeff's face. "Trivia night. No wonder it's packed." He shrugged. "I'm okay, I guess." Mika jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "Why don't you join us? We've got a table already." "Us?" Jeff removed his coat and hung it on the overflowing iron coat rack by the door. "My friends and me." Was it Mika's imagination, or did he feel the weight of a stare on his back as he led Jeff to the table? Turning, he found it wasn't his imagination at all. Jeff was staring at his ass. That gaze lifted to Mika's face when Jeff realized he was caught in the act. Didn't seem too perturbed by it, though. Merely sent Mika a wink that Mika answered with a flirty smile. He could flirt without it leading anywhere, right? Mika led Jeff to the table, grabbing an empty chair from a neighboring one and planting it between himself and Clark, who'd returned to the table in the last couple of minutes. "Hey, look who I found." He plopped into his own seat. "Guys, this is Jeff. Jeff, these are my friends, Holland, Dev, and Clark." Clark stuck out a hand for a shake. "We've met. Good to see you again." Wait, they had? Holland side-eyed Jeff as he and Clark spoke, no doubt recognizing him from their brief encounter at headquarters. On Mika's right, Dev leaned closer to him to whisper, "Why are we hanging out with the guy who was mean to you?" Snorting a laugh, Mika shook his head. Oh, that was rich coming from Dev, who'd been the first person to jump down his throat when Mika had first shown up last year after a 5-year absence. He'd also been quick to apologize, but still, he didn't exactly have a leg to stand on here. "How do you know about that?" Mika asked. Dev gave a chin nod in Holland's direction. Right. Holland and Zach had been with him at headquarters that day. "We're good now. He even apologized with your snickerdoodle cookies." "Wow, he knows you already." "What? No." Mika squared his shoulders. "We're just friendly. Nothing else." Dev's eyebrows slowly rose. "I didn't say anything about anything else. It's interesting that your mind went there, though." Mika scowled at him. Dev innocently sipped his beer. A squeeze of Mika's knee had his gaze swinging to Jeff. "I'm going to order," Jeff said, digging bills out of his wallet. "What can I get you?" "I'll come with you," Zach said, appearing out of nowhere. He shed his coat and draped it over the back of the remaining empty chair. "I'm gonna die if I don't eat something soon." Placing a quick kiss on Holland's upturned face, he headed for the bar without waiting for Jeff. Right. Mika had been on his way to the bar when he'd been distracted by Jeff, standing uncertainly by the front entrance. Giving his order to Jeff, he shifted onto one butt cheek to grab his wallet from his pocket. A hand on his shoulder stopped him. "No," Jeff said. "On me." "No, My treat," Jeff insisted. "As an apology for the other day. And last year." "You already apologized for the other day." Mika had had a mild stomachache this afternoon from the snickerdoodles to prove it. "And you don't have to apologize for last year. I bumped into you." "Yeah, but I was an asshole about it." "Yes," Mika agreed. "You were. You know what? I'm changing my order. I'll have the seafood risotto." Cutting himself off, Jeff narrowed his eyes. "It's the most expensive thing on the menu, isn't it?" Indeed it was. Mika smirked. "And a pitcher of beer for the table. Oh, and the sticky toffee pudding." Jeff rose, shaking his head, a smile playing on his lips. "Anything else?" "A side house salad." Mika patted his flat stomach. "Gotta keep my figure, you know." With a small laugh, Jeff headed for the bar, wisely not mentioning that his salad would no doubt be offset by the pudding. Instead, Mika caught him muttering to himself about how seafood risotto could possibly be considered Irish pub fare. Mika watched him walk away, admiring the biceps hugged by a maroon t-shirt. They were entrancingly well-defined, straining his t-shirt up to wide shoulders. Sipping his beer, Mika enjoyed how the muscles of Jeff's back bunched and released as he moved. Mika hadn't been a monk in the past few years, but it had been a long time since he'd felt attraction that went bone deep. No doubt about it, Mika definitely had a type. Tall, built, and self-assured. The reddish-brown going to gray was the cherry on top of an otherwise perfectly packaged sundae. Not to mention he could appreciate when a man had the guts to admit when he was wrong. Twice. The line had mostly dispersed, and Jeff and Zach were at the head of it, placing their orders. Mika was still looking at Jeff when Jeff turned, catching him in the act. Suppose it was only fair, given Mika had caught Jeff staring at his ass earlier. Unashamed, Mika smiled and wagged his fingers. "Don't forget the pudding." Jeff was chuckling when he turned his back. Mika liked him much better when he was laughing, rather than scowling at him. Placing his beer on the table, he glanced around to find his friends' gazes on him. "What's happening here?" Dev asked, nudging the empty nacho basket away. "Who is that guy?" "Jeff? He's on vacation here for the month," Mika explained. "He's staying in the apartment above Tiny's. We're sort of planning the hockey tournament together. I'm sure you've seen the flyers around town at this point." Dev probably had a stack for customers at his bakery, and there was a tabloid-sized one pinned to the corkboard near the pub's entrance. "Sorry, let me rephrase," Dev said. "Who is he to you?" Mika shrugged, gaze on his beer. "No one." Clark raised an eyebrow. "You always flirt with no one like that?" "I wasn't flirting." Okay, maybe he had a little. Jeff was sexy. Mika was single. What was the harm? Wasn't like anything would come of it. Mika was moving back to L.A. in January, and Jeff was going back to New York City. Mika wasn't doing the long-distance thing again, not after he'd fucked that up spectacularly last time. But a little harmless flirting? Sign him up. It had been a long time since he'd worked out his flirt muscles. He could use the practice. Or maybe not if he'd been that obvious to his friends. He nearly buffed his nails on his shirt in satisfaction. Yeah, he still had it. Holland cocked his head. "What happened between the warehouse and now?" "We worked things out." "He got me real maple syrup and gave me apology snickerdoodles." Wow, talk about being low maintenance. Mika let out a low laugh and shook his head at himself. "And?" Holland prompted. I don't know, we flirted. Talked. Things are okay between us now. What's he doing in town? Clark asked. You said vacation, but why here? Mika thought back to sipping hot chocolates on the porch, to the rounded cast of Jeff's shoulders as he spoke about finding his dad here, in this place where his family was from. Don't know. Ask him when he comes back. Clark did. I used to live here until I was 18, Jeff said, beer in hand. Haven't visited much since. Not at all since my grandparents died shortly after I graduated college. Thought I'd come back and explore my roots. It wasn't what he'd told Mika, but Mika could understand not wanting to bare your soul to strangers. But then, why had he done so with Mika? Do you have other family here? Clark asked. No. Zach's brow pulled low. You're all alone for Christmas? His eyes went sad, his lips downturned. Jeff shot him a small smile. Wouldn't be the first time. It was meant to reassure. If anything, Zach's expression went sadder. There was no time to dwell on it, though. Annie took the stage, tapping on the mic to get everyone's attention, a sheaf of paper in one hand. I hope everyone's got their beer and their food orders in, because we're about to start. You know how it works. 30 questions, 60 seconds for each to get your answer written down. The team with the most correct answers at the end wins their next meal on the house. Ready? A roar went up, hands drummed on tabletops, and a sharp whistle pierced it all. Jeff jolted. Shit, trivia night is serious business then. Okay. He rubbed his hands together. I'm ready. First question, Annie said into the mic. Who was the first NHL player to come out of the closet? Mika and his friends stared at each other, then burst into laughter. Jeff eyed them all. You don't watch hockey? We don't really watch sports, Dev said. Unless the Olympics count, Zach piped in. Jeff wanted to laugh. Mika could see it in the way he curled his lips inward to hide a smile, in the creases that deepened in the corners of his eyes. I feel like I know this. Clark ran a hand over his jaw. It was in the news a lot when it happened, Holland said. Yeah, I remember. Not that I could remember the player's name to save my life. Jeff gestured at Holland for the answer sheet and pen. Once Holland had passed them over, he wrote Ashton Yeager next to the number 1 at the top of the page. See? Clark slapped his knee. I knew that. Guess you'd know sports pretty well given what you do for a living, Mika said. Jeff slid the answer sheet and pen to the middle of the table. Little bit. Plus, Sport U was one of Ashton Yeager's biggest sponsors before he retired from professional hockey a few years ago. Great. Mika squeezed Jeff's knee, lingering a little longer than planned at the feel of corded muscle under his palm. You can be our resident sports expert. We might actually win with you here, Zach said, sitting back to allow the server to place his food on the table. Mika stuck his nose in his risotto when it was deposited in front of him, inhaling deeply while side-eyeing the sticky toffee pudding in anticipation. As the rest of them were served their meals, Annie moved on to question 2. What country are you in if you're sipping a beer in Moose Jaw? Again, they stared at each other, their thinking caps on. Finally, Dev said, What the fuck is a Moose Jaw? They didn't win, but they came in second, which, Jeff learned, was closer to winning than Mika and his friends had ever gotten. I'm not convinced this Moose Jaw's a real place, Dev was saying 2 hours later as they traipsed outside into the cold. Only Canada would give a city a name like that. Clark leered at Dev. I'll take you there once we're married. I'll marry you if you can tell me right now who the first out NHL player was. Trailing behind Holland, Zach, and Dev to an SUV parked farther up the street, Clark brightened. It's that guy. You know the one. Well, shit, I just learned this 2 hours ago. Jeff, help a guy out here. Hovering near the pub's door, Jeff tugged on his gloves. Turning to the guy standing next to him, he muttered, "What am I missing here, Mika? Are they engaged?" Certainly hadn't seemed like it at dinner, but there'd been a weird dynamic between them that involved staring at each other while the other wasn't looking and trading odd insults. Mika's snort was amused, though inelegant. "Nope, they're not even together." "You'll have to explain that one to me." "What if I had an explanation other than they're both idiots?" "Mika, are you coming?" Zach called. He stood on the curb next to the SUV, hand on the door handle. Mika shook his head. "I'm gonna walk." "'Kay." Zach waved. "See you at headquarters tomorrow." They all hopped into the vehicle, Clark in the driver's seat, and waved at Mika as they drove past. Once the SUV's taillights disappeared, Mika saluted Jeff with 2 fingers and said, "I'm heading home. I'm beat. See you tomorrow?" "I'll walk you home," Jeff said, not ready for his night to end. Mika's gaze trailed past him. Jeff followed it to Tiny's Panini a few stores down. When he turned back, Mika's expression said it all. "Why would you walk me home when your apartment's right there?" "It'll help me unwind." It was true enough. "Plus, I'm tough. I can keep you safe from all the hoodlums and the muggers and the serial killers." Mika mock gasped, a gloved hand flying to his chest. "All of that on the streets of Lighthouse Bay?" He made a show of looking around a quiet main street. Behind Jeff, a couple exited Annie's. Other than that, it was all quiet but for the sound of muted conversation coming from the pub, and the crunch of footsteps on the snow-packed sidewalk as the couple made their way down the street toward the clock tower. With the green and red spotlights on it, and the white string lights climbing up lampposts, and the multicolored lights outlining shop windows, it was almost too small-town picturesque to be real. And there wasn't a hoodlum, mugger, or serial killer in sight. "It's a miracle I've managed to survive on these crime-ridden streets for so long. Thank God I have a big, strong man like you to protect me." Mika threaded his arm through Jeff's and jaywalked them across the street. Chuckling, Jeff let Mika take his arm back when they turned off Main and into the quiet neighborhood. He'd had fun tonight. The last time he'd had that kind of fun was years ago, when Leo had visited him in New York and he'd taken a seldom-used vacation week to play tourist with his brother. But more than that, he liked Mika. Fuck, he was so glad he'd gotten his head out of his ass concerning Mika sooner rather than later. Had he still been wallowing in self-pity over the damaged nomad and treating Mika like he was enemy number 1, he never would have been privy to Mika's sass and sarcasm. And for reasons that made no sense, he was especially fond of Mika's sass and sarcasm. The man was charming without even trying. That Mika was letting him see beyond the charm was like being accepted into a whole different world. One where Mika didn't hide behind the plastic smile Jeff hated. "Thanks for inviting me to join you guys. That's the most fun I've had in a long time." Mika stepped on a small clump of snow on the sidewalk. "No trivia nights in New York?" "Maybe, but I work long hours. I don't spend a lot of time in pubs." "What do you do for fun then?" "Work." Mika just stared at him. And, Christ, what did he do for fun?" "I jog." Mika's gaze didn't waver. "I mentor a handful of students from NYU's business school. Oh, I'm also on the board of trustees for the University of Pennsylvania, my alma mater." Now Mika was frowning as he guided them left at a stop sign onto a sleepy street with lighted decorations on every other front lawn. "Fun is tied into work for you?" "I love what I do." "So do I, but I still need time off to get away from it and recharge." Wasn't that what Jeff was doing with his yearly month-long December holidays? Sure, he worked while on vacation, but at reduced hours. It counted. "Once I went bowling," he blurted into the Christmas light-speckled darkness. "Took my kids when they visited last." Stopping right in the middle of the sidewalk, Mika stared at him, blinking once, twice. "Bowling." "Yeah, we had pizza and everything." Micah cracked up. The sound bounced around the quiet neighborhood, echoing off brick and concrete, and settled into Jeff's chest like it was meant to be there. Rubbing a hand over his sternum, he couldn't do anything but smile back at Micah. We played 3 games. I lost all of them, but don't tell my staff that. That made Micah laugh some more, so bright and cheerful it drew Jeff's gaze to his face. His head was tilted back, mouth open wide, creasing his cheeks and the nose Jeff still wanted to kiss. What would Micah do if Jeff gave in to temptation and did so? Just a little tiny peck on the end of his nose? Would he jump back in surprise? Stare wide-eyed? Sputter and trip over himself? Grab Jeff by the collar and kiss him for real? He didn't get to find out. Micah's contagious laughter petered out into quiet chuckles as he got them walking again and said, "Hey, where did you live when you were a kid?" "We were on Dorchester Street. I wouldn't remember how to get there, though." "Do you remember the house number?" "Yeah." "Cool. Let's go." Micah continued straight. "It's this way." What?" Jeff trotted to catch up to him. "I want to see where you used to live." "Why?" "Why not? Don't you want to see it? Unless you've been there already." "Not yet." Hadn't been able to bring himself to visit for reasons he couldn't name. What was he worried about? That he'd be hit with memories of his childhood that created such a sense of nostalgia that he'd start wishing for that sort of simplicity again? Was he afraid that if he looked too hard, he'd never find Dad in this town they'd built the Nomad in together? At the next stop sign, they paused on the sidewalk. On their left, Dorchester went east back toward Main Street. On their right, Dorchester went west for several miles. Biting his lip, Micah's head turned left, then right, left again. "Don't suppose you remember which way from here?" "I think..." Jeff used to ride his bike to Pippett's with his brother, and it took a few minutes. Turning left would put them too close to Main. He went right. "This way, I think." He was proven correct not 6 houses up. "Oh." Heading to the bottom of someone's driveway, he gestured across the street. "This is it." It was a 2-story colonial-style house with a wide covered front porch and a peaked roof with 3 windows on the second floor. Attached to the right side was a 2-car garage. An American flag hung limpid in the non-existent breeze, and blue and white Christmas lights lined the top of the porch and went up the porch columns. "The front and garage doors were painted white when we lived here," he muttered. He couldn't see their exact color in the darkness. Maybe dark blue or gray, but certainly not white. And there was a swing that hung from that tree out front. Nothing fancy, just a couple of ropes looped through a plank of wood Dad had sanded down. "See where there's a gap in the bushes lining the walkway?" Those knee-high bushes were currently topped with snow. My brother and I used to jump between them to see who could go the farthest. I'd forgotten about that. "Who won?" A short laugh escaped Jeff's chest. "No idea." There had been 4th of July parties on the front lawn, with cupcakes decorated in red, white, and blue. Washing the car with a sponge and a bucket filled with soapy water, which always ended in a water fight with Leo. Learning to rollerblade on the sidewalk in front of the house. Summer evenings playing basketball, Leo and him against Mom and Dad, shooting the ball into the net that used to be bolted to the top of the garage. Helping Dad put up the Christmas lights after Thanksgiving. Watching the summer storms roll through from the safety of the porch while slurping popsicles. Restoring the Nomad with Dad right there on the driveway, tools and parts everywhere. The both of them bent over the engine in grease-covered jeans and T-shirts as Dad explained what went where and why. A wistful pang clenched tight around his heart, and he rubbed his chest, the longing for home and family hitting him so fiercely he could taste it in the back of his throat. Home was New York now, though, and his family was scattered. With the kids splitting their time between his home and his ex-wife's and then going off to pursue their dreams once they were old enough, he'd been an empty nester a long, long time. "Does it look like you remember?" Mika asked. Yes and no. It's smaller than I remember, but then so is Christmas Lane. You were 18 when you moved away, right? Mika got them walking again, back the way they'd come. With a last glance at his old house, Jeff followed. Everything seems huge when you're young, and when you've had some distance from it. I have an uncle on my dad's side who I thought was larger than life when I was a kid. I'm taller than him now. And you're not even that tall, Jeff teased. Hey, 5'10" is a perfectly acceptable height. Whoa! Mika slipped on a patch of ice, grabbing onto Jeff's arm before he could land on his ass. Jeff steadied him and threaded an arm around his back, and they held onto each other while crossing what turned out to be several feet of icy sidewalk. I hate snow and ice and the stupid cold, Mika said, more to himself than to Jeff. I can't wait to go back to LA where it's sun, and more sun. Where your show films, right? Yeah. A blinding smile from Mika as they reached the end of the street and turned onto another side street. Mika let him go to walk on his own. Jeff immediately missed his warmth. You seem excited about going back. I can't wait, Mika admitted. I miss acting. I miss table reads. I miss the cast and crew. A few of them actually came to visit early in the summer while there was a break in filming. Oh, look, this is me. He stopped in front of a tall and slim 2-story house with white siding, red shutters, and a small front porch. Classy decorations in white and red gave the house a festive atmosphere. Jeff chuckled at an inflatable Santa driving a red vintage truck with a Christmas tree in the back. How hadn't he noticed it the last time he was here? I like your Santa. Mika grinned. He was my contribution. He walked backward up the driveway. Thanks for the walk home, and the sports trivia knowledge. Happy to be of service. Pausing halfway up the driveway, Mika's gaze drifted over Jeff's shoulder. Can you find your way back? I'm good. The air between them wavered, solidified. The small upward tilt to Mika's lips was all Jeff could see in the night's shadows. He committed it to memory along with everything else about Mika and sent him a wave. Good night, Mika. Good night. Mika waited a moment, maybe for Jeff to leave. But Jeff wasn't going anywhere until Mika was safely inside, which Mika seemed to realize. With a huff of laughter, he shook his head and turned, his boots clunking up the porch steps, and went inside with a final grin at Jeff. A light went on inside. The curtain covering the window on the front door was shoved aside, and Mika's face appeared. He pressed his lips to the window and blew out a breath as if he were a child, fogging the glass and puffing out his cheeks. A sense of fun and freedom, the likes of which Jeff hadn't experienced in a long time, sunk under his ribs. And with a final wave at Mika, he headed back to his rented apartment, smiling the whole way. Chapter 8. Mika was running late the next morning, as he intended to. Insomnia was a bitch, and he'd fallen asleep sometime after 3, the television murmuring in the background. Netflix was asking him if he was still watching when his bladder woke him after 10. Headquarters would already be full of activity when he arrived, and most of the breakfast sandwiches and pastries Zach would have brought over had no doubt been devoured by now. So Mika took his time getting ready and made himself a hearty breakfast that he ate with his parents. Afterward, Mom waved goodbye and left to volunteer at the food bank. Once she'd cleared the tiny foyer, Mika put on his own outerwear and gave his upside-down gingerbread man a little flick to get it swaying. Dad, I'm leaving for headquarters. Dad yelled back from the basement, where he was determined to sort their junk and empty boxes into some semblance of organization. Retirement at its best. Are you home for dinner tonight? Living with parents. Even at 40 years old, Mika was expected to inform them about his whereabouts and keep them apprised of unexpected changes in his schedule. It had nothing to do with the cancer, and everything to do with the need to know that their only child was safe and accounted for. It was cute, but he was looking forward to not having to report back to anyone. Should be, Mika said, pulling on his gloves. I'll let you know if that changes. With another flick to the gingerbread man, he stepped outside. Fuck, it was cold today. Sunny, not a cloud in the sky, but it was deceiving as hell. The air nearly froze his lungs, so frigid it stung his cheeks. Pulling a knit hat out of his pocket, he slipped it on and went down the porch steps. What the? Jeff stood on his snowy front lawn next to a 12-foot-tall inflatable snowman, wearing a jaunty holiday top hat, a red scarf, and green mittens. The snowman, that was, not Jeff. Jeff was outfitted nearly identically to Mika. Dark coat, gloves, hat, and warm boots. Jeff's scarf was green and blue plaid to Mika's red. Hey, Jeff said, a smile creasing his cheeks. Mika had dreamed about that smile when he'd finally gotten to sleep. Perhaps Jeff hadn't made the best first impression. Turned out he wasn't so bad under that prickly you-totaled-my-car exterior. Okay, he was better than not so bad. There was a little bit of sweetness under the gruff exterior, as evidenced when Jeff had bought him dinner last night. He was nice to Mika's friends. And there was sadness there, too, and acute loneliness that Mika wasn't sure Jeff recognized. Mika knew all about loneliness, had dealt with it when he'd first moved to Los Angeles without knowing anyone there. Jeff waved at the snowman. What do you think? One of the snowman's arms was by its side, the other raised in a wave. Mika gave it a high five. It's hideous. I love it. Bouncing on his toes, Mika grinned. It wasn't hideous exactly. It was, however, too big for their small yard. My mom's going to hate it. She okayed me putting it up, Jeff said. At Mika's questioning glance, he added, We bumped into each other as I arrived and she was leaving. Oh. Still, his classy mom's eye twitched whenever she looked at his inflatable Santa in the vintage truck, and it was only half the size of the snowman. The timer had gone off on Santa, and it was currently doing its Wicked Witch of the West act. I said it was a present for you, which it is, so Santa doesn't get lonely. Mika laughed. That's perfect. Where'd you find it? The general store. Really? They didn't have it last time I was there. Seems kind of late in the season to be getting new stock, with only 2 weeks until Christmas. I didn't question it. Jeff stepped back, eyeing the snowman up and down. Is it okay there, or should I move it somewhere else? Here's good. Blocking the sun with his hand, Mika turned to Jeff. How come I get a present? Jeff shrugged, and were those splotches of red blooming on his cheeks? The sight of it melted something in Mika he hadn't known was still frozen. Thought you might like it, Jeff said. I love it. Thank you. When was the last time someone had gifted him something this silly? If there was one thing Mika had learned in the past year, it was that life was too short to be taken too seriously. Hence the vintage truck Santa. But how had Jeff known? I've set it to stay inflated round the clock, Jeff was saying, but I can change that if you want. Nope, it's perfect. A discarded box lay in the snow near Jeff's feet. He picked it up. Got a garbage bin I could throw this in? It's in the garage. Here, pass it over. Mika left the box on the porch next to the front door to remind him to get rid of it later. Back in the snow, he patted the snowman on the belly and smiled at Jeff. Thanks for this. Jeff shoved his hands in his pockets, his eyes soft and warm enough to heat Mika from the inside out. You're welcome. He cleared his throat. You're driving into headquarters now? I usually walk. Oh, then maybe we can divide and conquer. Divide and conquer what? On a clear patch of sidewalk was another shoe-sized box. Or maybe it was the same one as the other day. Picking it up, Jeff brought it over and flipped the top open. I had door hangers printed, see? He pulled a flyer out of the box and passed it to Mika. It was a replica of his flyers. On the front was the same image of a couple of hockey players, with a banner across the bottom. Register now. On the back was the rest of the information about the tournament. A slitted hole had been cut into the top so that it could be hung on doorknobs. "Fancy," Mika said. "You're really going all out." "Not everyone reads the paper, and emails will only reach the people in the chamber and BIA's network." Jeff handed Mika a stack of door hangers. "And flyers will only reach the people who go into the businesses on Main. What better way to get the word out than more or less shoving it in people's faces? You can't miss something hanging off your doorknob." "You know," Mika said, as they crossed the street, Jeff with his box tucked under one arm, "part of me feels bad that you're spending so much money on this tournament. But then I remember that you asked for this." Jeff was laughing as he jaywalked to the other side of the road to hit the houses on that side. It was monotonous work hanging flyers on doorknobs. Trudge up one walkway, climb the porch steps, hang the flyer, rinse and repeat until the end of the street. "Do you need more?" Jeff called from the stop sign across from him. Mika waved his flyers. "Still got plenty." "'Kay." Monotonous, yes, but going up and down porch steps sure was good exercise. Maybe Holland and Clark would let him get away with it, and they could skip tomorrow afternoon's workout. He was quite warm in his winter coat by the time he reached another stop sign. Ahead were a handful of homes before he reached parade headquarters. Jeff would be done with his side once he left a flyer on his last couple of houses. Beyond that was the elementary school before the road dead-ended at the warehouse. Mika paused to wait for him. "Do you plan on hanging these at every house in Lighthouse Bay?" "That's the idea. I've already done the side streets closer to Main Street." Jeff's voice went faint as he disappeared into an enclosed porch to leave the flyer on the interior door. "He even ran out of door hangers at one point and had to go back to the apartment for a second box," he said, thudding down the steps. "How are you going to get to the homes on the outskirts of town without a car?" "Huh." Jeff blinked at him from the other side of the street. "I can borrow yours?" Eyebrows flying up, Mika chuckled. Even from across the street, Jeff's shoulders could intimidate. "Okay, come on." Mika headed back the way they'd come, and they reached his house within minutes. After popping briefly into the house for the car keys, he opened the garage door, mirth tickling the back of his throat. Jeff stared at the car. What? It was a Fiat 500 in bright yellow. Mika had bought it off a high school senior who'd been selling it last spring. It was bright and cheery and exactly what he'd needed in his life after the hell that was chemo. It was also super tiny. Eyeing Jeff's intimidating shoulders, Mika tossed him the keys. "Have fun." Jeff opened the door and bent to peer inside. Well, it's better than nothing. Do you want me to—" He broke off when he turned and caught Mika's expression. Rolling his eyes, he huffed a small laugh. Yeah, you're very amused. Want a lift to the warehouse before I borrow this for the day?" More time with Jeff? In a minuscule space where their arms would no doubt brush? Sign him up. If he spent the brief drive admiring Jeff's strong hands on the steering wheel and imagining them all over his own body, well, that was no one's business but his own. Chapter 9. A week into organizing the hockey tournament, and Jeff had to admit, it was invigorating. As the CEO of his own company, he didn't often get to sink into the details of planning a project. His job revolved around making decisions that benefited overall growth, ensuring his board of directors was happy, and schmoozing potential corporate partners and athletes. He hadn't designed a single flyer, tinkered with Sport U's website, analyzed advertising metrics, or dug into the minutiae of product fulfillment from online orders in a very long time. The tournament brought him back to his roots and reminded him that it wasn't all about generating the highest holiday season sales they'd ever seen, or comparing losses and revenue, or arguing with his board about the pros and cons of a second office on the West Coast. Sometimes, digging into the nitty-gritty of a product launch or a Black Friday sale was equally as rewarding as signing on a new athlete to sponsor, or seeing the name of his company splashed across the side of an arena, or closing out the fiscal year on an all-time high. He was reminded of why he'd started Sport U in the first place, to offer high-quality products at affordable costs. Hockey was an expensive sport. He'd seen that firsthand growing up, and then again in adulthood when he'd participated in rec leagues. Jeff sat on a stool at his kitchen counter, in the same place where he'd had breakfast with Mika last week. This time, though, there was no Mika to grace his company. No Mika to snoop in his cupboards or eat his cookies or sip maple syrup like it was water. It was just Jeff, his borrowed iPad, a handwritten list of the people who'd signed up to play in the tournament, including their ages, and a second sheet of notebook paper that grouped the registrants into age brackets. "What do you think, Dad? 3-on-3? Dad stayed silent. It was a norm ever since the Nomad got wrecked. Shaking his head at himself, Jeff snorted a laugh. Wrecked. He should make a mental note to never say that to Mika. He'd call him out on it for sure, with that same feisty burn to his eyes that had been there when he'd called Jeff out on the whole totaled issue. Okay, focus. No more thinking about Mika. I'm taking that as a yes, Dad. 3-on-3 was the only way to go, both to keep the ice clear enough that players didn't step on each other during play, and to group the kids in such a way that they were playing with others within their age groups. Not to mention that 3-on-3 meant there'd be several games played throughout the day, making the cost of a ticket worthwhile for the spectators. Not that tickets were expensive at only $10, but still, Jeff wanted to put on a show. And the town was excited. Sure, he'd expected buy-in, local businesses wanting to show support, but he thought he'd have to beg for prizes. As it was, he might have too many. Evie's toy store was donating a prize per age bracket. Pippett's was putting together several gift baskets. Stefano's was offering a gift certificate for dinner for the whole family and free takeout for 2. Dev's Bakery was gifting 2 winners with a year's worth of bread. Jeff's original thought had been that the prizes would be for the winning teams. At this point, he had enough to gift even the losing teams with a prize, which would be nice for the kids. And since this was supposed to be for fun in addition to raising money for the food bank, it was only fair that everyone walked away with something. When Jeff was 6, 7, maybe 8, he'd been on a team with Leo and a couple of their friends. Maybe just one of their friends? Had it been 3-on-3 back then? Anyway, they'd lost a game in their age bracket, and instead of letting them sulk, Dad had taken them all home and built them blanket forts in the living room, where they'd sipped hot chocolate with marshmallows. You're winners no matter what, Dad had said. Don't forget that. And this year, everyone would be a winner too. The iPad pinged with an interoffice email notification that he forced himself to ignore. He'd spent all week trying to ignore them, ever since Lily, his EA, had admonished him for checking emails while on vacation. Her sarcastic, "I know how to do my job, you know. Enjoy your holiday," was evident even through email. That particular one had come 30 seconds after her response to his own, informing her that he'd be putting in a last-minute order for equipment, to which she'd told him that she'd almost called the Lighthouse Bay police to check on him because he'd gone too long without sending her an email or text. He wasn't that bad, was he? Jeff was half tempted to sign out of his email and keep it that way, but he still needed to place said last-minute order once registration closed, and he was waiting for his designer to send him the tickets for the tournament so he could have them printed. That was the excuse he was telling himself, anyway. If he kept an eye on other things as well, it was only because he didn't know how to let go of the company he'd nursed to health like it was a baby. Essentially, it was. Once he'd formed his registrants into preliminary teams. Preliminary because registration closed in a few days, and he might get more sign-ups that would mean shifting things around. He put everything away, checked on his cell phone and computer, still dead, as if he expected any different, bundled into his outerwear, and headed out. It being a Saturday, the crowds were out in droves again. If it was busy on Christmas Lane, he could only imagine what Mika was dealing with at the market. The temptation to head that way was strong, if only for a small glimpse of Mika, assuming he was there. He could buy Mika a snickerdoodle sandwich cookie from Dev's Bakery stall, and they could wander the market together, checking out the products and buying presents for friends and family. Except Mika was probably being run off his feet, so Jeff's little fantasy would have to wait. Instead, he went left out of the alley, waving to Alana as she wiped a table clean inside Tiny's panini. Without a destination in mind, he strolled toward the clock tower, resisting the temptation of the freshly baked bread smell wafting from Dev's bakery and the allure of the candy display in Pippett's window. There was a large crowd gathered around the carolers at the end of the street, clapping along to a lively rendition of Jingle Bell Rock. On a whim, Jeff popped into the Genealogy Center. A sign on the door proclaimed it to be run by the Lighthouse Bay Historical Society. Inside, the first half of the building appeared to be a small gift shop. Books on the history of Lighthouse Bay, mugs, wall decor, frilly aprons, hat pins, compasses, candle snuffers, brooches in the shape of the clock tower. Beyond it was a small library of what seemed to be historical texts. Behind that, in a roped-off area, was a small museum. From what Jeff could see, it showcased old military uniforms and firearms, as well as journals, artifacts, and furniture. Without a look at the accompanying display panels, Jeff couldn't tell which period in history they were from, as he'd never been much interested in history in the first place. He was about to leave after a quick perusal of the gift shop when a sign by the cash desk caught his attention. "Your family history right here." Detouring in that direction, he stopped in front of a tablet propped on a tall stand. "Hi there." The teenager behind the desk came over, dark hair falling across his forehead. "Can I help you with anything?" Jeff gestured at the tablet. "I was going to look up my family history. Is there a cost?" "Only if you want to print out the documents, then it's 50 cents a page, or you can email it to yourself for $5. $5 for an email? Guess the center had to make money somehow. "Thanks." Jeff hit the Start Now button and was taken to a new page where he entered his first and last names and date of birth. "Are you from Lighthouse Bay?" the teenager asked. "Because our records are heavily skewed to Lighthouse Bay history. If you're from out of town, you might not find anything, unless you have some sort of historical connection with the area." Jeff hit enter and let the computer think for a minute. "I was born here and my dad's family was from here." "Oh, cool. My name's Casey if you need any help or want to print anything." "Thanks. Oh." On the tablet, a new screen showed search results listing variations on his last name. Belmore, 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 Belmore. Who knew there were so many spellings? He selected the first one, opening yet another screen with what appeared to be the history of the Belmore family line dating back to the 1820s, shortly after Maine became a state. "I think I'm good, thank you." "Sure thing." Casey wandered off to sell someone a ticket to the museum. Jeff scrolled through his family history, seeing names that weren't familiar and black and white photographs that he'd never seen. Nothing jumped out at him until he reached more recent history that was accompanied by a photograph of his grandparents on their wedding day. Beyond that was information about how Dad had wedded an out-of-towner and, well, hey. He grinned at the tablet. There were a few family photos of himself and Leo with their parents from when they were kids, maybe 6 or 7 years old. Further down was a photo of an 11 or 12-year-old Leo in swim shorts on the deck of their old boat. Where had these photos come from? And all of this information, how did the Genealogy Center have access to it all? There was nothing after his parents' move out of town. "Hey, Casey." A dark head popped up from where Casey had been bent over a checklist of some sort. "Yeah? Find what you were looking for?" "How do I print this?" Coming over, Casey tapped a button on the tablet, input his credentials into the pop-up box, and a moment later, there was the sound of a printer ticking to life somewhere behind the desk. "Do you want it emailed to you for $5? "Sure, why not?" Casey stepped aside and gestured at the tablet, where a second pop-up box asked for an email address. Jeff typed his in. "Thanks," he said, as Casey rounded the desk and pulled the sheets out of the printer. "Second question, how do I update the information? I noticed there was nothing after our family moved away. And wasn't that a sad state of affairs? The Belmore line had been in Lighthouse Bay for almost 200 years until they'd moved to Atlanta. The thought of all that history left behind chipped off a small piece of his heart. They'd been part of this small community, entrenched in its day-to-day life. It was difficult to acknowledge that the history that had shaped not only his family, but himself and who he was, had been left behind to be lost. Or maybe not lost. Someone had obviously taken pains to ensure their past got recorded for posterity. "You'd have to talk to the genealogist at the Historical Society," Casey said, ringing up Jeff's order. "I can't give you the info?" "No," Casey said, with a headshake for emphasis. "I'm no expert in genealogy. I just work here to save up for college because I like dead things." Jeff's eyebrows flew up. "Ancient cultures, historical trivia, antiques." Laughing at Jeff's expression, Casey waved a hand. "That kind of thing." Jeff handed over a $20 bill. "Is that what you plan on studying in college? History?" "Archaeology," Casey corrected, giving him his change in his printouts. "Do you want the phone number for the Historical Society? They're not open today, but you can reach them on Monday." "Sure." Jeff was back in his apartment several minutes later and forwarding his family history email to Mom, Leo, and his kids before grabbing the box he'd picked up from the general store a couple days ago and heading out again. He was just finishing the installation of the new inflatable on Mika's front lawn when his mom came out of the house. Hugging her sweater around her torso, she leaned against a porch column and smiled at him. "I don't think I've ever seen inflatable Christmas lawn ornaments used as a wooing mechanism before. It's unique, that's for sure." "Think Mika's caught on yet?" "Ha! That boy wouldn't notice if his own shadow showed interest." Chuckling at the analogy, Jeff stood back to admire his work. He'd set up the 4-foot inflatable elf next to the 5-foot inflatable reindeer, wearing an ugly Christmas sweater with Santa's face front and center that he'd brought over earlier in the week, which itself was next to the snowman. Together with the Santa in the vintage truck, they made for a mini Santa's village. "Either way," he said, "I appreciate you letting me uglify your lawn." "Keep at it," Mrs. Jones said, with a wink in his direction, turning for the door. "He won't admit it to even himself, but he's smitten with you, even if you were a, quote, jerk about the totaled car." She said totaled exactly like Mika, full of sass and censure, and Jeff laughed as she went back inside. Smitten but wouldn't admit it, huh? Jeff could read between the lines. For whatever reason, Mika was gun-shy about relationships. Something to do with the wedding he'd almost once planned? He'd get it out of Mika sooner or later. And if the inflatables didn't work, he'd ply Mika with snickerdoodle cookies until Mika realized how good they'd be together. Because they would be. Jeff had more boxes of inflatable Christmas lawn decorations in his apartment to help prove it to Mika. They might not have gotten off on the right foot, but Jeff couldn't deny the way Mika made him feel. Like he was flying through the clouds and tethered to the earth, all at the same time. Mika made him feel like he was worth more than his status as CEO. More than the sponsorships he offered athletes. More than the paycheck Sport U provided his staff, from the directors to the interns. He'd been attracted to Mika since Mika had called him out at headquarters. Totaled? Huffing a laugh under his breath, he broke down the cardboard box and tucked it under his arm, then headed back to Main Street. Mika was done. He barely made it up his porch stairs before collapsing on the top step. Just one more Saturday market to go, where he'd again be run off his feet as he went back and forth from the market to Christmas Lane to help keep the stalls stocked. If the market took place at any other time of the year, business owners could keep their own stalls stocked. As it was, many businesses were also participating in the town parade float competition. And seeing as the parade was a week away, it was all hands on deck at headquarters as people put the finishing touches on their floats. Maybe he wouldn't be run ragged next week. The market didn't open until after lunch in order to afford everyone the opportunity to attend the parade. And there were other things happening to distract from the shopping. A live band, the mayor's speech, the announcement of the winner, face painting in Santa's workshop, and Santa himself, aka the mayor, would be wandering around the park after the parade. He'd received an email from Jeff earlier confirming that the bleachers he'd rented for the spectators would be arriving on Saturday morning, just in time for Sunday's tournament. He'd also confirmed other details, like the number of registrants, and listed the prizes as well as a tentative game schedule, but Mika had been too busy to give it anything except a passing glance, and was currently too exhausted to pull his phone out of his pocket to give it a read. The door opened behind him. "Oh, hi, Mika." Mom stepped out, followed by Dad, both of them bundled in their warmest outerwear. "We're heading to the bonfire. Want to come with us?" The bonfire. Right. Thankfully, it wasn't in the park, which meant he was off duty for the rest of the night. "I think I'm going to skip it, actually." "You sure?" Dad cuffed the back of his head. "Half the town's going to be there." "Yeah, I'm wiped." So wiped that he hadn't even made it inside, instead sitting out in the chilly dark of night like a sad panda. Mom touched the back of her fingers to his cheek. "Did you eat today?" "I had a sandwich from Tiny's after my shift there." But that had been hours ago, and he'd worked up an appetite since then. And a sweat, despite the frigid temperatures, and the cold air felt nice on his skin after a busy day. Except, wasn't there some rule about getting cold too fast after being warm? And how it could lead to the common cold? Maybe it was an old wives' tale. If there was some truth to it, though, he was better off getting inside now. "There's going to be food at the bonfire," Mom said, tugging on leather gloves. "Stefano's is catering." Who'd ever heard of a catered bonfire? "And there'll be s'mores," Dad added, rubbing his hands together in delight. "Maybe I'll join you guys there in a bit," Mika conceded. "I just need to sit for a bit first." Which was exactly what he did once his parents left, after they'd given him a detailed breakdown of exactly what was in the fridge that he could make for himself. He rubbed at his temples. There wasn't a headache brewing exactly, more like the bones hurt, echoing the slight pain in his joints that he'd been able to ignore during the day. Exhaling a long breath, he leaned against the porch railing and... Hey! There was a new inflatable in his yard. Standing, he hopped down the steps and walked onto his lawn to see it better. The elf had a round face and cherry cheeks, with a button nose and big eyes. Compared to his neighbor's classy decorations, his inflatables were tacky. Hell, they were tacky compared to Mom's simple string of lights and wreath on the door. Mika loved it. Grinning back at the elf, he gave it a high five to the tune of quiet laughter behind him. Whirling, he found Zach on the sidewalk, standing next to the car he'd parked on the street. "You need an inflatable tree to complete the picture," Zach said, joining Mika next to the elf. Mika grunted. "Huh, I have a feeling that's coming." Zach cocked his head. "Participating in a Christmas decoration exchange or something?" No, they were gifts." "Cool. So," Zach turned to him with a big smile. "You ready?" "For the bonfire." We're carpooling, remember?" Zach said, while Mika's mind scrambled to recall anything about a carpool. "We talked about it at headquarters this morning before you left for the market." "Had they?" "I don't remember that. How come you're not going with Holland?" "He wants to put in some work on a custom dollhouse first, so he's bumming a ride with Clark in about an hour. But I'm starving, and I hear Stefano's has cheese sticks." Deep-fried cheese. Was there anything better? Yes, Dev's snickerdoodle cookies. Still, Mika's body was so tired. He rubbed his chin. "I was actually thinking of skipping it. I'm beat." "Oh." Brow furrowing, Zach bit his lip. "I'm overworking you, aren't I? I'm sorry." "It's not your fault, Zach." Mika squeezed his bicep. Saturdays are always a gong show. Honestly, I appreciate being kept busy, so I should be thanking you for taking pity on me and giving me something to do. If it was possible, Zach's eyebrows pulled down lower. Is that why you think I asked for your help planning the Lighthouse Bay Christmas events? Because I pity you? Isn't it? Zach shook his head. When my mom was fighting breast cancer, she was tired a lot while she went through chemo, but she kept working to keep herself busy and to keep her mind off what was going on. She said it helped to focus on other things so she didn't dwell on the fact that her body was basically eating itself. That was an eerily accurate description. Mika swallowed hard and glanced away from Zach's too earnest face. I thought you could use the same distraction. It wasn't out of pity. An awkward shrug lifted Zach's shoulders. You seemed kind of lost for a while, like you were drifting. Holland mentioned once that you weren't yourself and, I don't know, I'm not explaining this well. I get it. Zach had pulled from personal experience to try to make Mika's life just that little bit better by giving him something to focus on other than how the chemo made him nauseated and distracting him from games of what if. What if he didn't beat this? What if it was worse than the doctors had said? What if they were wrong and it had spread to his lymph nodes? What if? Thanks, Zach. Another shrug, just as awkward. So, the bonfire? Sure I can't change your mind? Hey, Mika. Oh, hey, Zach. Appearing out of nowhere, Jeff joined them next to the elf. Didn't see you there. Mika couldn't help it. A grin took over his face, even as he marveled at how his front yard had become a congregating zone. Zach gave a wave. Hey, Jeff. What do you think? Patting the elf's belly, Jeff addressed Mika. He fits right in, huh? He's perfect, Mika said, warmth settling in the spaces between his ribs. When did you put him up? This afternoon when I knew you'd be at the market. That was how Jeff had set up the reindeer, too, surprising Mika when he'd arrived home 2 days ago. Thank you. Mika bumped their shoulders. He's very cheery. Zach's gaze bounced from one to the other and back again. Clearing his throat, Mika stepped back. What brings you by? I wanted to ask if you'd go to the bonfire with me. Mika blinked. Like, with you? Yes, Zach shouted, making both Mika and Jeff jump. He'd love to. He made a little shooing motion. Off you go. But weren't we supposed to carpool together? He meant to say, but Zach jumped in before he could finish. Nope, we're not supposed to do anything, except go to the bonfire, you two together, and then me, in my own car, parked over here. Zach backed up toward it. Why don't the three of us go? Sorry, gotta pick up Holland, Zach again interrupted. Scowling, Mika watched him round the hood of his car, knowing Zach had to do no such thing. With a frantic wave and a cheery smile, Zach got into his car and drove off, leaving Mika to apparently go with Jeff to the bonfire despite having already decided he wasn't up to it. But Jeff was looking at him with so much anticipation on his face that there was no way Mika could decline his invitation. Not to mention that the thought of eating s'mores with Jeff under a star-strewn sky by the light of a fire was much more appealing than he'd like to admit. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Let me get the car keys from inside. Okay. As he came back out, Jeff met him at the bottom of the porch stairs and placed a hand at Mika's lower back to guide him over the icy driveway and to the garage. Need anything else before we go? No, I'm ready. But was he, really? Chapter 10. Like the multi-day market, the Saturday evening events in the park, and the hockey tournament, the bonfire was a first. Even better, as it wasn't an official Town of Lighthouse Bay activity, neither Mika nor Zach had had to plan it. which had made them very happy when Robert McIntyre had come to them in early fall to inquire about listing it on the Lighthouse Bay website. On the outskirts of town, Mika drove up the lane of McIntyre Farms for a second time. A parking spot closer to the farmhouse had not miraculously opened up in the few minutes since he'd first driven through. "Why don't I drop you and go park?" he said to Jeff. "What? No." The circular driveway in front of the farmhouse was packed. Mika drove past it and onto the exit lane, pointing his car back toward the street. Slowing, he eyed the space between two cars parked on the side of the lane. "I know it's tiny," Jeff said, patting the Fiat's dash, "but I don't think even this little thing will fit there." Pulling away with a grunt, Mika gave up and parked all the way at the end, near the exit to the street. Together, they walked the rest of the way, the scent of the bonfire thick in the air and party sounds filtering down to them, the distinct din of conversation and laughter. The farmhouse itself sat on a small rise, lit up like a 4th of July firework. White lights were strung along the roof of each of the house's 3 levels and around every window. Around the many front porch columns, green garlands threaded with red ribbon and more white lights. Red lights winked out of small bushes covered in snow that lined the front of the house. "What should I expect at this thing?" Jeff asked, his breath creating a cloud in the cold. The town website didn't say much about it other than bonfire, food, and games. "No idea," Mika admitted. "It's not a town event, so I wasn't involved. From what I know, Robert and Marilyn McIntyre are going to be retiring in a few months. They wanted to do one big hurrah." Jeff's chuckle boomed into the night as they followed signs for the party. "Hey, don't laugh. That was their words." Rounding the side of the house, Jeff said, "Sorry, continue." They edged around a young father crouched nearby, explaining to his young son why throwing snowballs could be dangerous. "They wanted one last hurrah," Mika went on, "before they leave to do some traveling for several months." "Who's going to run the farm once they retire?" "I don't know, to be honest. They've got a couple of kids in their early 30s. I forget their names. I just assumed one of them would take over." As soon as they stepped around the back of the house and into the wide backyard, the heat of the bonfire reached Mika, the scent of smoke and burning logs intensifying. Tables had been set up near the steps to the back porch, holding all manner of catered Italian goodies. Arancini balls, pizza, Zach's anticipated cheese sticks, calzone, several salad varieties, platters of lasagna, 4 types of pasta, meatballs, steamed vegetables, cheese trays. All of it far enough away from the bonfire that it wouldn't be showered with sparks. A separate table held the fixings for s'mores. On the far left of the yard was a giant igloo Mika suspected was fake, although it certainly looked real. Through the doorway, he could just spot some kind of puppet show for the kids. On the far right, a live band was set up underneath a shining gazebo, currently playing It's Beginning to Look a Lot Like Christmas. Everywhere he looked, there were people sipping hot chocolates and kids running after each other and groups trading friendly chatter. Outside the circle of light cast by the bonfire, tall spotlights had been set up. Still, Mika didn't spot his parents anywhere, but the yard was massive before it turned into fruit crops farther out. Mika spotted Zach on the other side of the bonfire, happily munching on cheese sticks, and waved. "Wasn't he picking up Holland?" Jeff asked, head swiveling, presumably in search for Holland who, of course, wouldn't have arrived yet. "Let's get food." Clutching Jeff's bicep, Mika led him over to the food tables, sending chin nods to people he knew. Now that he wasn't wallowing on his front porch, his appetite had returned and he was starving. He went for the hot food first, which was keeping warm thanks to portable warmers. Plates piled high, they joined Zach on a log near the fire. Mika counted the cheese sticks on Zach's plate. "You know, you're not going to shit for days if you keep eating those." Zach took a huge bite. "Huh?" "Cheese is constipating. A lot of dairy is if you have too much of it." On Mika's other side, Jeff's shoulders shook with silent laughter. It is? Eyeing the many cheese sticks on his plate, Zach pursed his lips. Then he shrugged, wholly unconcerned. Worth it. Uh-huh. Let's see if you're still singing the same tune in 3 days. Zach dipped his cheese stick in sauce. I'll just buy a laxative or something. Actually, I think Holland might have some. Mika popped a bite of gnocchi smothered in rosé sauce in his mouth. Of course he does. He's 15 years older than you. Things don't always work so well in your 40s. Jeff's chuckles weaved their way under Mika's skin, and he squirmed, trying to ignore how the sound sent tingles along his spine. Even he couldn't fool himself into thinking it was the cold night talking, seeing as he was almost too warm next to the fire. Speaking of Holland, Jeff said, where is he? Zach stared at Jeff. He wasn't ready yet, so I came on my own. He'll be here soon. The band switched things up to Holly Jolly Christmas, and Zach bopped his shoulders, swaying side to side while tapping one foot on the ground. And the next second, he was bouncing up. I'm going to go dance. Want to come? Mika turned, and sure enough, a small crowd had gathered in front of the gazebo. Maybe later. I'm going to finish eating first. 'Kay, if you see Holland, send him in my direction. And then he was gone, jogging for the makeshift dance floor where he struck up a conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Columbus. He loves Christmas, Mika explained to Jeff. And you don't? No, I do. Just that Zach would wish for it to be Christmas every day of the year if he could. Jeff polished off his pasta salad and moved on to the meatballs. Sounds like my daughter. He made a little t sound in the back of his throat. Or at least what she used to be like when she was a kid. Used to try and catch Santa coming down the chimney on Christmas Eve. Setting his empty plate aside, Mika leaned his shoulder against Jeff's. I'm sorry you're not able to spend the holiday with your kids. I was pretty sorry about it too, at first, Jeff admitted with a smile. What changed? Their gazes met, held. Jeff's dropped to Mika's mouth, and heat that had nothing to do with the fire pooled low in Mika's belly. Anticipation and apprehension tap-danced across his nerves. The breath caught in his lungs. Jeff's lips curved upward, slowly, self-assurance crossing his features, as though he knew exactly the effect he had on Mika. Yes, Mika was ferociously attracted to him. He'd never lied to himself about that. There was a reason, though, why he didn't want to start anything with Jeff. And it was because... Cold fingers cupped his chin, Jeff's thumb sweeping along his jaw. Because... That thumb glided along Mika's lower lip. Mika gasped, goosebumps erupting along the back of his neck. Because... Jeff poked a teasing digit into the corner of Mika's mouth before he trailed his thumb up Mika's cheek to skim over his cheekbone. The gesture was so sweet, almost reverent. It simultaneously made Mika want to curl into his chest for comfort and hide away from the world. Because he was afraid. His last relationship had ended so disastrously, and Holland had, unintentionally, made him feel like he wasn't worth the effort. Mika's heart had walled itself off, and it was leery of opening itself up. He was afraid of getting hurt again. It was as simple and as complicated as that. Jeff tucked Mika's scarf more securely around his neck. You done with that? Glancing down at Jeff's gesture, Mika found his empty plate next to his foot. Without waiting for an answer, Jeff stacked Mika's plate with his own, rose, and headed for the nearest trash can. With the loss of Jeff's closeness, sound filtered back in. The crackle of the fire, the band announcing that they were going to slow things down a little, hysterical laughter as someone's marshmallow caught on fire. Releasing a steady breath, Mika rubbed his hands over his face. Fuck. He let out a short laugh and stared at the fire. When was the last time his mind had blanked so completely simply due to a quiet touch? Had Holland's touch ever caused his brain to misfire? God, it felt sacrilegious to be thinking of Holland when every cell in Mika's body longed to follow Jeff to the trash can like a lost duckling. When the spark in Jeff's eyes as he touched Mika so gently was front and center in his thoughts. When he knew Jeff's solidness could warm him more than any bonfire ever could. Jeff returned a moment later. Instead of sitting, he held a hand out to Mika. "Dance with me?" Silhouetted by the fire, Mika couldn't see Jeff's expression. His words were soft, though, almost a whisper. As promised, the band had slowed things down and were singing an a cappella version of The First Noel. Mika placed his gloved hand in Jeff's bare one and let Jeff lead him closer to the gazebo, where several other couples had had the same idea and were slowly swaying in each other's arms. Mika only had eyes for Jeff, everyone else blending in with the landscape. Under the gazebo's lighting that cast a circle of light onto the makeshift dance floor, Jeff held him close, one arm firm around Mika's back, the other holding Mika's hand aloft. Mika was tempted to remove his glove so he could feel Jeff's skin on his own. His fingers had been cool and smooth on Mika's cheek. What about the rest of his hand? Were there calluses on his palms? Was it just as warm as the rest of him? Mika's temple was resting against Jeff's jaw before he could think better of it, head swimming pleasantly as he inhaled the scent of Jeff. Subtle ash and smoke underneath a layer of cologne that made Mika gulp against the urge to stick his nose in Jeff's neck. "You never answered my question," he said in an effort to distract himself. What question was that? Jeff's voice was low and rumbly, dancing enticingly along Mika's nerves. "About what changed," Mika clarified. "You said you weren't sorry anymore for not being able to spend the holiday with your kids." Well, mostly I was feeling sorry for myself at first. The kids are doing their own thing. My mom's spending the holidays with her partner's family in Arizona, but my brother's taking a cruise with his girlfriend. After I got divorced and while I was still building Sport U, I spent many years working through the holidays before visiting my parents in January when things slowed down a bit. So this certainly isn't the first time I've been alone for Christmas. Hand drifting lower down Mika's back, Jeff sighed into the night. But it's the first one I've spent alone outside of L.A., and for some reason, not being there, it made me feel lonelier than I expected, even though I grew up here. "You could still go there," Mika pointed out. "After the tournament." "No," Jeff whispered, turning to press his lips against Mika's temple. "I couldn't." Squeezing his eyes closed, Mika let Jeff sway him in place, and didn't turn his head to meet Jeff's lips like he so wanted to. "What's in L.A. that made the holiday a bit better?" Jeff loosed a puff of laughter. The nomad. With a frown, Mika pulled back to peer at Jeff's face, highlighted by the gazebo's Christmas lights, but stayed in the circle of his arms. "How so?" "My dad and I restored it when I was in high school. Got it done in under 4 years. It stays in storage in L.A., and I only get to drive it when I'm there." Jeff shrugged. "Even though we've restored it in Lighthouse Bay, the car makes me feel a little bit closer to him, even in L.A., and therefore a little less alone for the holiday." Understanding dawned, and Mika dropped his arms, the energy draining out of him. "That's why you were so mad when I rear-ended you. Jesus, Jeff." His heart thudded painfully against his ribs. "I'm so sorry." "No." Jeff waved his hands as though trying to erase the entire conversation. No, I don't need another apology. You asked what's in L.A., that's all. I didn't mean to make you feel bad." Still, God, no wonder. No fucking wonder Jeff had been so pissed at him, damaging a car Jeff had spent years restoring with a deceased parent he'd been close to. Mika bit his lip against another apology. "Come back here," Jeff said with a smile. I want to dance with you some more." He reeled Mika back in, their boots crunching hard-packed snow as the band switched to White Christmas. Mika searched Jeff's expression for residual anger over the nomad, finding only something soft that made his insides go squishy. "How about you?" Jeff asked. "How about me what?" Jeff pushed him away a step, startling Mika into a "What?" before he was being twirled like they were at some kind of fancy black tie event, not a backyard bonfire on a fruit farm. Delighted, Mika laughed loudly, conscious that they were drawing the attention of other partygoers and not caring one bit. His torso collided with Jeff's as he was brought back into his arms, and they smiled at each other. The band picked things up again with Joy to the World. Jeff continued to hold him steady, refusing to let him go. "What I was asking before," Jeff said, "was where you usually spend your holiday." "Oh, I've spent the last few in L.A. and flown my parents out to visit me. Before that, I'd spend them here." Jeff's brows lowered. "Does your show still film during the holidays?" "No." How did Mika explain that he'd stayed away for 5 years because of the way things had ended between him and Holland? How did he explain that he'd been afraid to come home because he'd known his friends would side with Holland, and he hadn't been able to face their anger and disgust? He must have stayed silent too long. Jeff cocked his head and appeared seconds away from giving him a verbal nudge. After what Jeff had shared, Mika had to say something. Had to reciprocate. "I want to take a sleigh ride?" What?" "A sleigh ride." Jeff jerked his chin at something over Mika's shoulder. Turning, Mika stared at the horse-drawn sleigh that his parents were currently climbing out of. "Come on." Grasping his hand, Jeff led the way to where the sleigh's conductor, horsemaster, driver was awaiting his next clients. "Can we go next?" Jeff asked. "Absolutely. It's first come, first served. Hop in." Jeff brought Mika in front of him and gave him a little push up into the sleigh. The seat was plush and comfortable, and there was a thick blanket to drape over their legs. Mika's thigh was snug up against Jeff's, since the bench wasn't very wide, and given how his heart sped at the contact, his body was perfectly fine with that. With a jerk, they were off, the horse clomping along a snowy path that led them through the strawberry fields, which were intermittently lined with ground-level spotlights to light the way. Mika wedged his shoulder in closer to Jeff. "I cheated on Holland," he blurted, with no fanfare whatsoever, staring down at his hands. Next to him, Jeff went still and silent. In his lap, Mika's hands curled into fists. "It was 6 years ago. I was new to L.A., having just moved there a few months earlier. I was alone and anxious, and Holland and I were together at the time. We'd been living together for a while, and neither of us handled the long distance well. He hurt me unintentionally, and when I thought he was done with me, I went searching for comfort elsewhere. Except it turned out he wasn't done with me, so—" He blew out a shaky breath and looked out to the party as the sleigh made a turn onto another path and it came into view. "I spent holidays in L.A. after that because there was nothing for me here. It was easier to fly my parents out than to come home and face the music. Face Holland. Face Clark and Dev, who I knew would side with Holland. As they should, and did." His shoulders sunk. The wind abraded his cheeks. A hollow pit yawned wide in his chest, full of regrets and second guesses and old dreams. "But you did come back," Jeff muttered, startling Mika, and he jerked his head up to blink at Jeff. "Yes, last December." "What brought you back?" "I was—" Mika faltered when Jeff took one of Mika's hands, uncurled it, removed the glove, and sandwiched it between both of his. It should have been too cold for bare hands, but Jeff's palms were warm against his. In the back of his mind, he noted that he'd been right about the calluses. "I had cancer." Jeff's head snapped up, gaze searching Mika's, intense and worried. Are you? I'm fine now, Mika confirmed. Cancer-free as of several months ago. But I didn't want to go through that alone. I have friends in L.A., some of the cast and crew I've become close with, but... You wanted home. Yeah. My reasons for coming back were entirely selfish. It's not selfish to want to surround yourself with people who love you while going through something so... scary? Mika offered. Relaxing back against the seat, he said. Problem was I didn't know what my reception would be. Turned out it was exactly what I thought it'd be, yet better than I expected, which I know makes no sense. The part where Clark and Dev ganged up on him had been expected. What he couldn't have anticipated was how fast they'd come around, and Mika owed both Holland and Zach for that. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Jeff said, his fingers twining with Mika's. Mika opened his mouth to tell Jeff that he'd received a second opinion on his diagnosis the same day he'd rear-ended the Nomad, but what was the point? It didn't matter anymore. Instead, he said, I was pretty sorry about it too, at first. The echo of Jeff's words made Jeff throw his head back in a laugh. Not anymore? I've been trying to look at it from a different perspective, Mika said, recalling the upside-down gingerbread man on his tree at home. Without this happening to me, I wouldn't have come home, and I wouldn't have reconciled with my friends. Jeff's smile flashed. That's a really enlightened way of thinking about it. Mika smiled back at him as Jeff moved their hands under the blanket to keep warm. Without his diagnosis, he never would have been in Lighthouse Bay for Zach to give him a job. In turn, he never would have worked with Jeff on the hockey tournament. He was still trying to figure out if that was a good thing or not. Chapter 11. Several days after the bonfire, Jeff lounged on the couch in his apartment and typed an email to his brother on Mika's iPad to wish him a great cruise to the Caribbean when an incoming email from Lily had him sitting up. Registration for his tournament had closed yesterday at noon, and he'd spent the entire afternoon finalizing teams and collating the equipment he'd need. In truth, he'd had 2 registration forms, one to sign up for the tournament, and a second one for equipment that asked what the player needed and what their sizing was. Once he'd inventoried all the forms and created a list of required items, he'd sent that off to Lily so she could have Sport U's warehouse overnight it. Except there seemed to be a problem. Shit. Just when everything had been going so smoothly. He'd promised Mika he could pull this off and... Wait. Mika. An idea forming, he left the tablet on the coffee table, dressed in his outerwear, and headed out. So excited about the possibilities that he was still zipping his coat when he rounded the alley onto Main Street, the wind slapping him in the face and chilling him to the bone. He'd forgotten his hat and gloves. Unwilling to turn back, he picked up his pace, settling into a jog. Hey, Jeff. Sending a wave back to Dev as the man squatted next to an A-frame sandwich board in front of his bakery, marking a capital "Sold Out" across a couple of items. He was also waved at by Casey through the window of the Genealogy Center, and as he crossed to the other side of the street at the clock tower, by the owner of Lighthouse Bay Souvenirs, who was just coming out of the store to affix something to the front window. Jeff didn't remember her name, but she'd donated Lighthouse Bay branded t-shirts as prizes for anyone 18 years plus playing in the tournament, so Jeff sent her back a friendly hello and a smile. He was pulling the door open to parade headquarters as he registered Casey's presence at the Genealogy Center. Shouldn't he be in school still? What time was it? Checking his watch confirmed it was almost 4, so school was out, a fact that was readily apparent as he entered the main area of the warehouse. If he'd thought it was busy the first couple of times he'd been here, it was nothing compared to what appeared to be its current all-hands-on-deck status. Each float had 4 to 6 people working on it, some with familiar faces like Mr. and Mrs. Columbus, who'd apparently known his parents, although there were plenty of people he'd never seen before, including teenagers who must have come straight from the high school. It was also very, very loud as conversations flowed and shouts of, "Pass me the hammer," or "Hold it like this," or "No, your other left," could be heard over the sounds of hammering and sawing and clattering 2x4s. With the parade only 3 days away, it looked like it was crunch time to the nth degree. Given the hour, would Micah still be here? Too late now. If Jeff didn't find him here, he'd turn around and head to the market. This was one of those times he wished he hadn't broken his phone. He was in luck. Seated at his desk at the back of the warehouse, Micah had his head bent over a stack of papers. "Hey, Jeff," Zach said from the desk next to Micah's. Micah's head came up, a smile smoothing out his furrowed brow. "Hey, what's going on?" Crouching on the other side of Micah's desk, Jeff propped his forearms on the desktop. "Do you want the good news first or the bad news?" Micah bit a corner of his lip, plumping out the other side, making it all lush and pink. "The good?" Jeff dragged his gaze slowly up to Micah's, uncaring that he was oh so obvious with his attraction. Poor Zach pressed his lips together to hide a smile while studiously attempting to ignore their conversation. "Well, the good news is that we have enough players signed up to make the tournament a full-day event, and almost 200 people bought tickets to watch. Good thing he'd ordered extra bleachers. The bad news is that I might not get our equipment from Sport U's warehouse on time." Bracing his own forearms on the desktop, Micah leaned toward him. "What happened?" "There are backlogs at the warehouse, basically more orders than anticipated and not enough staff to fulfill them, and my EA has prioritized the fulfillment of customer orders. Rightfully so, I might add, except that means my own order won't get packed and shipped. But she did put together a list of nearby stores that have stock I can pick up." Unfortunately, it wasn't all consolidated at one store since they were all running low on certain things, meaning he'd have to drive to Sport U's locations in Portland, Manchester, and Boston. "Okay, do you want to borrow my car?" Micah asked, already digging into the pocket of the coat draped over the back of his chair. "Thank you, but no." Even if running around for miles in 3 different directions held any sort of appeal, he'd never be able to fit everything into Micah's tiny Fiat. "My other option is to fly to New York, stay the night, head to Jersey in the morning, where our closest warehouse is, and drive back with the equipment. It's about a 5-hour drive." "Okay." Micah pulled up the calendar on his phone. "Do you need a lift to the Portland airport? What time's your flight?" "Depends." "On?" "When you can come with me." In twin movements, Zach and Micah's heads popped up. Zach's with a bright smile that Jeff took as encouragement, Micah's with a confused wrinkle between his eyebrows. "You want me to come with you?" Micah said slowly, as though testing the words out on his tongue. Anticipation and excitement flared in his eyes before it was just as quickly blanked. "But I can't. I've got—" He gestured at the papers. "Budgeting to look at, and I promised Holland I'd help with his float tomorrow, and I've got to talk to a couple of volunteers in the morning about having them help out at the market for a few hours on Saturday and... Glancing over his shoulder, Jeff took in Holland's float. The man himself was nowhere to be seen, perhaps taking a break. The float itself looked finished to Jeff's untrained eye, but what did he know? "I can do all that," Zach piped in. "The budgeting and helping Holland and the volunteers. I got it. You go with Jeff." The light came back into Micah's eyes. He turned to Zach. "Are you sure? You've already got so much to do, and with the parade on Saturday—" Zach was shaking his head. "I'm sure. Go. I'll cover for you for the next couple of days." "We won't be gone long anyway," Jeff said. "I can book us a flight for tomorrow afternoon, and if we leave early enough on Friday, we can be back here by mid-afternoon." "Okay, that's—" The smile Micah gave Jeff made his stomach somersault. "Okay." Chapter 12. When Jeff said fly in, stay overnight, and drive back in the morning, he hadn't exactly been truthful. Mika stood in Jeff's plush offices an hour after landing in New York City and shook his head with a puff of laughter. The entire first floor of his parents' house could fit inside Jeff's corner office. It opened into a wide, carpeted space, and across from the door was a bank of floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the street a dozen stories below, where food trucks were serving a late lunch to pantsuited office workers. To the left of the door, Jeff's desk sat perpendicular to the windows, thick, heavy wood topped with a desktop computer with 2 monitors, a tray labeled to sign, and a second marked for review, as well as what Mika assumed was a family photo. A man and woman in their late teens, early 20s, on a beach, throwing the peace sign at the camera. Jeff's kids, if he had to guess. To the right of the door was a circular table that could easily fit 8, and beyond that, a couch. It wasn't merely decorative either. There were faded patches in a couple of places, and a small rip in one arm. Jeff had snuck them up the service elevator and into his office via what he described as a seldom-used corridor, and was now searching through his desk drawers. It was weird seeing Jeff in this landscape. Peripherally, Mika had known that Jeff was the CEO of a company he'd built from the ground up, but Mika only knew him as the guy who exaggerated fender bender damages, who was still mourning the loss of his father, who wasn't too big to suck up his pride and apologize, who was awed by the little things in Lighthouse Bay that hadn't changed since he was a kid, who'd jumped at the chance to sponsor a small-town tournament that had nothing to do with name recognition, who exuded a subtle loneliness Mika understood all too well. Here, though, almost as soon as the plane had touched down, Jeff's shoulders had squared. And as they'd entered this building, he'd developed a slight spring in his step. Jeff was the king of this domain, and he knew it. Mika knew it too. Could see it in the subtle touches of Jeff in this spacious office. The small basketball hoop on the back of the door, the foam ball to which currently sat in Jeff's for review tray. Along the walls hung framed photos of Jeff with what Mika could only guess were professional athletes. The only one he recognized was Ashton Yeager, and that was only because Mika had looked him up out of curiosity after trivia night. A discarded suit jacket was draped over the back of a chair, and on a shelf next to the couch were business and development books with cracked spines and scribbled-on tabs, and sticky notes peeking out the tops. It was a different side to Jeff that Mika wanted to see more of. What was Jeff like with his employees? How did he present himself in front of the board? Did he foster a culture of collaboration and mentoring and risk-taking? Or was it all about efficiency and getting the job done? Mika would love a tour of the offices, but he had a feeling Jeff would get pulled into too many conversations. And since the man was technically on holiday, now wasn't the time for a tour, as evidenced by Jeff sneaking them in through a back hallway. Mika plucked the foam basketball off the tray and squished it between 2 hands. Find it? No, Oh, here. Jeff held up a brand new cell phone in triumph. Finally! Maybe now I can rejoin the 21st century. He pulled out a charger and shoved that in his coat pocket. Done. Now let's go sightsee. Sightseeing? Mika shook his head again. Jeff had booked them an earlier flight than Mika had expected because, as he'd explained on the plane before taking Mika through his updated plans for the tournament, he wanted to take Mika to Rockefeller Center to see the tree and maybe do some skating, then spend the night at Jeff's condo where Jeff would cook him dinner. It was a date. A very elaborate, not inexpensive date. Jeff hadn't called it such, but Mika could read between the lines. Combined with the new inflatables that had joined his Christmas village on his front yard, a squat Christmas tree, a couple of penguins wearing Santa hats, and a snow globe featuring caroling snowmen, and the hand-holding and dancing at the bonfire, Jeff wasn't exactly subtle. Mika didn't need a date in New York City to confirm that Jeff was attracted to him. But it was nice. Really nice. When was the last time someone had courted him so uniquely and relentlessly? Jeff's open interest was slowly chipping away at Mika's reservations. Jeff wouldn't be putting in all of this effort if he was only interested in a quick, casual fuck, right? Did he want to date Mika? Was he looking for something long-term? Mika wanted to ask, but was too nervous to bring it up. What if Jeff did want long-term? Was Mika ready to open himself up again? Was he willing to enter into another long-distance relationship? Need anything before we go? Jeff asked, grabbing his backpack off the floor at the foot of his desk. Since they were only staying the night, they'd both packed light bags. I was thinking we could grab a late lunch in Soho before doing some window shopping. Maybe pick up a few last-minute gifts, then we can grab a cab to Rockefeller Center. Sounds good, Mika said, dropping the ball back onto the tray. You don't need anything else while you're here? I'm trying really hard to ignore the documents in those trays, so let's get out of here before I give in. Mika was grabbing his own backpack off a chair when the door opened and a blonde head poked its way in. Did you find it? A leggy 20-something clad in black tights, a blue dress, and knee-high boots came in, folders clutched in one hand. Jeff waved his phone at her. Yeah, thanks, Lily. I programmed it with all the important numbers and set up your email account. Thanks. Now I'm getting out of here before I'm tempted to ask for an update about opening a second office on the West Coast and expanding into Canada. Mika's eyebrows flew up. The man was busy. How had he managed to take the entire month of December off? Well, I spoke with... No. Jeff held up a hand. No, I don't want to know. Not until I'm back on the 3rd. Mika and I have plans. Who? Lily's ponytail swished behind her as she searched the room until her gaze alighted on Mika near the table. Mika, this is my assistant Lily. Lily, Mika Jones. Mika waved. Hi. Eyes going wide as saucers, Lily's jaw dropped. She brought the folders up to hide her face. From behind them came a loudly whispered, That's Mika Jones. Jeff shrugged on his backpack. Didn't I just say that? Mika Jones. Do you know who he is? Huh. A teasing smile thrown Mika's way. So you are famous. Lily dropped her arm to stare balefully at her boss. Seriously? Don't you watch anything other than sports? There's things to watch other than sports? Mika snorted a laugh, catching Lily's attention. With a squeaked, Eep! She brought the folders back up to hide behind. I can't believe you didn't tell me you were bringing a celebrity, she whisper-shouted at Jeff. I can't believe you're friends with one and can't even appreciate it. I appreciate other things about him, Jeff mumbled under his breath. Had there been a leer on his lips or a salacious eyebrow wag, Mika would have punched him in the arm. As it was, he appeared genuinely confused as to why Mika's celebrity status should influence how he felt about him. If Mika's walls weren't already cracking, that would have done it. Actually, there is one thing you can do for me, Jeff said, and Mika saw it for the redirect it was. Not now, but in the new year when things settle down a bit. Can you look into what it takes to start a nonprofit? And also look into existing nonprofits that we could potentially align ourselves with? Oh, Lily dropped the folders again. That's a great idea. I'll look into it. Actually, I think the daughter of one of our board members recently started her own charity. I'll reach out to get her insight. After the holidays, Jeff stressed. Yes, I heard you the first time. Abruptly, she rotated toward Mika with a sheepish smile. Can I please have a picture? Mika shrugged. Sure. With another eep, she was bouncing out the door, throwing a gotta get my phone over her shoulder. Jeff stared after her. Sorry about that. I didn't know she was obsessed with you. Obsessed? Mika chuckled. He'd seen obsessed fans, and Lily wasn't it. You'd be obsessed with me too if you watched my show. That stare turned on Mika, a flare of heat in Jeff's eyes and in the smirk on his lips. I'm already obsessed with you. Well, if that wasn't the nicest thing anyone had ever said to him. Lily bounced back in and thrust her phone at Jeff. Take our picture. Pulling his hat off, Mika ruffled his hair to give the curls some bounce, making himself somewhat presentable. He had a feeling this photo would end up on social media within 30 seconds of his departure. If he was honest with himself, Lily's attention, although unanticipated, was nice. He'd been more or less absent from the public sphere for the last year while he dealt with his treatments and recovery. Knowing he hadn't been forgotten was certainly an ego boost. "I'll admit, I stopped watching Shadows and Light when your character got killed off," Lily said once Jeff handed the phone back. "Bim had such a great character arc, and then to get killed off like that? I might have sent a series of angry emails to the writers." Laughing, Mika tugged his hat back on and bit back the urge to tell her that she might want to catch up on episodes she'd missed since he'd be making a reappearance before the current season ended. But that was very, very need to know, and he'd be breaking all sorts of rules if he said anything. Except he'd already told Jeff, whose brow was furrowed in confusion as he opened his mouth to no doubt ask about it. "Keep watching," Mika said, sending Jeff a subtle headshake. "I promise it was just as good after I left." "Okay." Skepticism wove through Lily's tone. "But only because you said so. I'm still going to email the writers again to tell them they should bring you back." "I appreciate it," he said, because what else could he do? And he really did appreciate it, even if his leaving had been his own choice. Once she disappeared again, Jeff turned to him. "Didn't you tell me you're going back to LA to film Shadows and Light?" "My character got killed off last season because I needed to take a leave of absence, but I'll be making a reappearance before the end of this season, and then back to regular next season. Except I'm contractually obliged to keep that a secret, so I can't tell anyone. Shouldn't have even told you." "My lips are sealed." "Thank you." Mika was back in the elevator with Jeff a few minutes later, tugging his gloves out of his pocket. "What brought on the non-profit thing?" "It's something I've been thinking about lately." Jeff hit the button for the ground floor. "Having the proceeds from the tournament go toward the Lighthouse Bay Food Bank made me start thinking about how I can give back, and how sport you can give back. I've been focused on the bottom line for so long that I forgot that there's so much more sport you can offer." God damn it. Surrendering, Mika moved into Jeff's space and kissed him. It was fast, almost too fast. Mika registered Jeff's startled groan, got a brief taste of Jeff's lips, a moment before the elevator doors slid open on the ground floor, just as Jeff's hand came up to cup the base of Mika's neck. In those too few seconds, Mika's stomach went haywire, and while his head asked if he was sure about this, his heart was one step ahead and reacting on instinct. Taking a step out of Jeff's arms, Mika caught the doors before they closed again, leaving Jeff standing there with his mouth agape, an arm raised in the space Mika had just stood. "What?" Jeff swallowed hard. "What was that for?" Shrugging, Mika waved a hand inanely. He had no idea what that was for, except that Jeff was creeping under his skin, and he hadn't been able to help himself. Jeff blinked at him. "So I should support charities more often?" The teasing words were enough to break through the fog in Mika's brain, and he was laughing as he exited the elevator. Mika had kissed him. Jeff was still trying not to grin like a dummy hours later as they arrived at Rockefeller Center. It had been quick, barely a brush of closed lips against closed lips. Still, Mika had kissed him, and Jeff wanted more of that. Much more. His plans for tonight had involved a skate, then dinner at his condo, then showing Mika to the guest room. In the back of his mind, he'd hoped for more, but he'd convinced himself to keep the wooing to showing Mika a good time in his city and surprising him with inflatable lawn decorations. That was before Mika kissed him. Now Jeff's mind was going all sorts of places, and he was having trouble reining it in. All throughout lunch, Jeff had wished he was sitting on the same side of the table as Mika, so that he could run a hand along Mika's thigh. And while they'd chopped in Soho, he'd had to force himself to keep his hands at his sides and not reach for Mika's. Now, as evening darkness had fallen and they stood in line to rent skates, all Jeff wanted to do was sweep Mika away to his condo, undress him, and have his way with him. Did Mika realize that the soft expression on his face after he'd kissed Jeff made Jeff want to kiss him again and again and again, until Mika kept looking at him just like that? A mix of amazement and adoration? Sappiness? Intense-like? Whatever it had been, Jeff was determined to see it again before they headed back to Lighthouse Bay. The famous Rockefeller Christmas tree was lit against a backdrop of high-rises. On the ice, people skated in ones and twos. As it was dinner time on a Thursday, it wasn't as busy as it could have been. Mika stepped onto the ice ahead of Jeff, steady on his feet, his and Jeff's bags squirreled away in Rockefeller Plaza's storage locker. "It's been a long time since I've seen Christmas in New York." Mika's arms swung gently by his sides. "I forgot how pretty it is, even without any snow." Yeah, it appeared that Lighthouse Bay saw more snow in December than New York. "I've lived here for 20 years and I can probably count on one hand the number of white Christmases we've had." Jeff came up alongside Mika, their arms brushing as they circled the rink. "My first winter back in Lighthouse Bay," Mika said with a laugh. "I definitely wasn't prepared." "How so? Aren't you from there?" "Yeah, but I hadn't been back in 5 years before that. I acclimated to LA's warmer winters and forgot what true cold is like." Jeff grunted. "I think people living near the Arctic Circle might argue with you about Lighthouse Bay, Maine being true cold." "Well, I've never been to the Arctic Circle, so I don't have that comparison." A couple drifted by them, hand in hand, and Jeff automatically reached for Mika's before he pulled himself back. Speeding up a touch, he maneuvered himself in front of Mika and skated backward to talk to him. "Can I hold your hand?" Mika blinked at him for a moment, mouth opening and closing. Had Jeff shocked him? He certainly hoped so. He liked keeping Mika on his toes. Or was Mika worried about being recognized? With his hat pulled low over his forehead and the other skaters occupied with their own dates or families, Jeff didn't see that happening. "You don't have to ask," Mika finally muttered, a pleased little smile kicking his lips upward. "You certainly didn't at the bonfire." True. Not only had Jeff not asked at the bonfire, but he'd also run his fingers over Mika's face and danced with him in front of everyone who cared to pay them any attention. Not that Mika had objected. "I guess I got complacent, knowing Lighthouse Bay is your hometown. I should have checked if you're out." A huff of self-deprecating laughter loosed from Mika's throat. "I guess you haven't Googled me." No. Should I have? Truthfully, I never even thought about it. Subconsciously, he was aware that Mika was an actor, but Lily hadn't been kidding when she joked about him only watching sports. The only other times he watched something else was during his month-long December vacations, and he stuck mostly to movies that had been released earlier in the year that he'd missed. What would I have found if I had Googled you? That when I cheated on Holland, I did so publicly, essentially outing myself to the whole world on Facebook. Mika's lips pinched, disgust crossing his features. "It was before I was cast in Shadows and Light, and it hardly ever comes up. My publicist was very good at making that disappear, but if you dig deep enough, you'll find something about it on some trashy blog or another." Jeff winced on Mika's behalf. He ought to be more concerned that Mika had cheated on his previous boyfriend. He wasn't. He understood that people made mistakes, that they made bad decisions, and that they could learn from the past. The regret in Mika's voice as he'd spoken about it to Jeff during their bonfire sleigh ride told him that Mika wasn't proud of it. In fact, it had been brave of him to tell Jeff about it at all. "I'm sorry." "You don't have anything to be sorry about. It was my stupid mistake." A challenging glint to his eyes, Mika held out a hand. "Still want to hold my hand now that you know what an asshole I was?" Jeff didn't hesitate. "Yes, very much yes." He'd surprised Mika, whose forward momentum paused. Jeff took his hand and towed him forward, flipping himself around to skate next to him. "You're not what I expected," Mika said quietly after they'd completed a turn of the rink in relative silence, gloved hands clasped together. "You mean my sparkling personality when you rear-ended the Nomad didn't endear you to me?" Jeff teased, using Mika's words from when Jeff had tracked him down at the market what seemed like forever ago, but in reality was less than 2 weeks. Throwing his head back, Mika laughed into the night, the sound squirming its way into Jeff's chest. "I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't think you were at your best that day." "No, but neither were you. You were crying that day. Why?" "Ugh." Mika rolled his eyes, presumably at himself. "I'd just gotten my official diagnosis, or the second opinion on my diagnosis, which made it official to me anyway. You..." It was Jeff's turn to lose momentum, and he coasted until Mika flipped around in front of him, grasping both of his hands to pull him along. "Jesus, Mika. I didn't even make sure you were okay before driving off and you were going through that? I'm so..." "No, stop. I don't need an apology. I wasn't ever going to tell you because I didn't want you to feel bad about it. We were both dealing with our own shit that day. I'm done rehashing it. Let's put it behind us." That Mika was being so cool about it didn't make Jeff feel any less like an asshole. "Besides," Mika murmured, coming to a stop and letting Jeff bump into him, "I can honestly say that I haven't thought much about you, or at all, since then." Jeff mock gasped. "Harsh, Mika. Harsh." Letting Mika's hands go, he brought his arms up around his back, fitting their bodies together. "I certainly hope you've thought a bit more about me in the last couple of weeks." "I'll never tell." Mika's smiling lips met his, cold but firm. By some sort of mutual agreement, they kept the kiss chaste for the most part, conscious that they weren't alone. Still, Jeff's blood sang as Mika's mouth opened under his and as one hand came up to cup his face. When would he get to kiss Mika when he could do more than press their lips together? Had they been alone, Jeff would have pressed Mika up against the nearest wall and ravished him, tangling his fingers in Mika's hair. Fuck it. Pressing his hands into Mika's lower back, Jeff licked his way into his mouth. With a guttural groan, Mika's arms tightened around Jeff's neck, his mouth turning demanding. Their noses bumped, and Jeff nearly wept when Mika pulled back a touch to peer up at him, a hint of uncertainty underlying the lust in his gaze. No, none of that. There was no cause for uncertainty, and Jeff didn't want to see it there. He wanted to tell Mika how he felt about him, but words escaped him. All he could do was kiss Mika again under the shadow of the Christmas tree, and hope that he conveyed more with touch and action than he ever could with words. A couple of hours later, their late lunch far behind them, Jeff unlocked the door to his condo on Convent Avenue in Harlem and waved Mika inside. Placing his paper bag of groceries on the floor, he removed his boots and coat, encouraging Mika to do the same, and stored everything away in the front hall closet. "This way," he said, bringing his groceries into the kitchen. "The bathroom's through there if you need it, and..." He shouldn't have bothered. Mika was already giving himself a tour. Why that surprised Jeff, he couldn't say. Chuckling, he unpacked the veggies from the bag and started chopping. Mika, meanwhile, commented on every little thing that popped into his head. "Your bathroom floors are heated. Ooh, a balcony. Why do I get the feeling your guest bedroom sees little use? I'm so jealous you've got a corner unit. You must get so much light during the day." "I don't get to enjoy it much, though," Jeff answered Mika's last comment. "Considering the hours I put in at the office, the only thing I do here is sleep." "That's too bad," Mika said from the combined living room/dining room, where he was looking at the photos on the wall. "This is a really nice space. Classy without being pretentious. I don't know why I expected it to be all white walls and dark furniture and chrome appliances. This is homey. Jeff spared a glance around his kitchen. Sleek and modern light wood cabinetry with concealed pulls, stone countertops, gray and white backsplash, and yes, chrome appliances, but they blended with everything else. How long have you lived here? Mika asked. About 10 years. Finished with the carrots, Jeff moved on to the zucchini. What's your place like in L.A.? I've got a little place near the bluffs. I was looking for something with a beach view last year, but then I got diagnosed, so those plans sort of fell apart. Jeff thought of his own oceanfront vacation home in Pacific Palisades. Would Mika freak out if Jeff offered it to him? Considering Jeff only used it once a year, letting it go would be worth it if he knew Mika was going to enjoy it. Except Mika would freak out, so he bit back the offer. Can I help? Mika said, coming into the kitchen. I can start the sauce. What's the recipe? Jeff tapped his temple. He didn't need a recipe for tonight's meal. Tricolored pasta with crisp veggies and chicken in a light olive oil sauce. Mika pursed his lips, drawing Jeff's attention to them. He ended up almost slicing into his thumb with the knife. I can start browning the chicken then. In true Mika fashion, he didn't wait for Jeff to direct him to the pans and cooking oil, just started going through cupboards until he found what he needed. That Mika was comfortable enough in Jeff's condo to make himself at home made all sorts of happy bubbles dance in his stomach. Mika edged around him to the stove, grazing a hand against Jeff's lower back in the process, sending shivers coursing up Jeff's spine. At first, it seemed like an unconscious gesture on Mika's part, but then he pressed a tiny kiss to Jeff's jaw before getting to work. If it was humanly possible, Jeff would have melted into a puddle of mushy feelings at Mika's feet. They chatted about nothing in particular as they worked side by side. Mika commented on the fact that Jeff's few houseplants were still alive, leading Jeff to explain that he had a neighbor friend who came by to water them once a week, which led Mika to pondering if his own plants that he'd dropped off with a fellow castmate last year were still alive. Inevitably, talk turned to the tournament, and it wasn't until Jeff crunched on a broccoli floret he'd cooked in onions, garlic, and olive oil that he realized he'd been so distracted by Mika that he'd forgotten all about the pasta. Damn it. He moved the cooked vegetables off the burner and placed a pot of water on it to boil. Mika transferred the pan-fried chicken off his pan and onto the one holding the veggies. It's okay. He squeezed Jeff's hip as he came around him to deposit the pan in the sink. No rush. I know, but still. The idea is the pasta's ready at the same time as the chicken and veggies, so it's all still warm when it's time to eat. We'll just reheat things. Turning the water on, Mika soaped up a sponge to wash his pan. However, he did take a moment to lean back and plant a small kiss on Jeff's cheek. Don't worry about it. Worry about it. That tiny kiss had made every thought flee Jeff's brain except for Mika, Mika, Mika. Coming up behind him, Jeff wrapped his arms around Mika's waist and kissed the base of his neck. Mika shuddered, making Jeff smile against him. He trailed kisses left to Mika's shoulder, thumbing aside the collar of Mika's long-sleeved t-shirt to kiss the skin there. Mika's head fell back with a groan, and he leaned his weight against Jeff as Jeff grazed his teeth gently back toward Mika's neck, up his jaw. Turning his head, Mika's mouth met his. Something clanged in the sink a moment before Mika turned in his arms, wet fingers digging into Jeff's hair. Blindly, Jeff reached behind him to turn off the water, then, finally alone, cupped Mika's jaw and angled his head for a better angle. God, Mika could kiss. He didn't rush, didn't invade. He kept things slow and sensuous, tongue gliding against Jeff's in a slow waltz that had Jeff moaning into his mouth. One of Jeff's hands crept down Mika's back to cup his ass, fitting them even closer together, their erections bumping. Fuck, Mika whispered, ripping his lips away, head falling back. Jeff followed the long line of his throat, leaving tiny kisses behind. You know, I didn't bring you here to seduce you. A wheezed chuckle from Mika. Liar. I didn't, Jeff insisted. But I hoped. Shut up and come back up here. A hand guided Jeff's head back up to Mika's mouth, and Jeff finally did as he'd wanted to and ran his fingers through Mika's curls, messing them up. Inserting a thigh between Mika's legs nudged their erections into more direct contact. Mika whined in the back of his throat, sending shockwaves through Jeff's nerves. Mika pulled away a tad to peer at him, both of them breathing hard. You're making my head swim. Jeff kissed his nose. I'm taking that as a compliment. As you should. The pot of boiling water rattled. They both looked over to find steam escaping the lid. Their gazes caught again a moment later, and Jeff grinned when he saw exactly what he was hoping to in Mika's. Later? Mika's smile was a ray of sunshine. Later. Turning off the stove, Jeff led Mika into the bedroom, tugging his own shirt over his head and tossing it aside. Finding Mika in a similar state of undress when he turned back around, he grasped Mika's hips and nearly tossed him onto the bed to Mika's pleased laughter. Crawling on top of him, Jeff undid Mika's jeans and simultaneously tugged them and his briefs down to his legs to the tune of Mika's, Off, off, off. Jesus. Jeff nearly burst out of his skin at the sight of a naked Mika, skin soft and flushed. He wasted no time getting out of his own jeans and briefs. Skimming his hands up Mika's chest, he cupped Mika's jaw with both hands to hold him steady while they kissed again, and again, and again. Mika was panting when Jeff sucked on his nipple, squirming as Jeff massaged his ballsack, begging as Jeff licked pre-cum off his dick. Fuck, Jeff. Back arching, Mika's fingers latched onto Jeff's hair. Fuck, please. Jeff's own breathing was ragged as he prepped Mika, and when he eventually pushed his way inside, covering Mika's sweat-slicked body with his own, it was to Mika digging half moons into his back with his nails. Mika bit his lip, looking so debauched with his hair plastered to his forehead, color sweeping up his cheeks. Jeff fell onto him, bracketing Mika's head with his arms. Ready? God, yes! Yes! He moved then, gaze affixed to Mika. Mika's eyes clouded, and he gasped with each thrust. The pressure on Jeff's dick was excruciating and amazing all at once, and he picked up the pace, desperate to draw out their orgasms yet urgently needing to come, to watch Mika's face as he did so. Grasping Mika's erection in one hand, he pumped. Mika's mouth dropped open, eyes squeezing shut, and he let out a half-sob, half-moan as he came that was so sexy it had Jeff coming right behind him. Slumping onto Mika, Jeff took care to keep half his weight off him so he didn't crush him and tucked his face into Mika's neck. Sucking in much-needed oxygen, he dragged one hand up Mika's side, back down again, rewarded when Mika's fingernails dug out of his back to gently caress. Jesus, that had been invigorating. Mika was sexy and beautiful, and when could they do this again? Mika's chest shook under his before he laughed. What's so funny? Jeff asked. I feel really fucking good right now. I should hope so. Mika untangled his legs from where they'd been clenched around Jeff's ass. Stiffening, he hissed in a breath. Ow, fuck, except for that. Jeff's head popped up. What? What's wrong? Sore joints. Chemo side effect, Mika said, teeth clenched. Sort of like arthritis. It's chronic, so I don't always notice it. Sort of a background pain. One hand massaged his hip as he lowered a leg to the bed. I'm definitely noticing it now. Horror curdled in Jeff's chest. Jesus, Mika, why didn't you say something? I didn't even think of it. I haven't had sex in over a year, so I didn't know it would aggravate it. Jeff placed the quietest of tiny kisses on Mika's lips. I'm so sorry. Not your fault. Not anyone's fault. Now we know for next time. Next time? Jeff would have to be so much more gentle next time. Hang on. He pulled out of Mika, slowly, his softened dick slapping his thigh wetly. Ignoring the condom for now, Jeff massaged Mika's hip while lowering the other leg to the bed. Mika released a long breath, sagging into the pillows. Thanks. Hey. He rubbed a thumb between Jeff's eyebrows. Don't worry so much. I'll take some painkillers and that should take care of things. When we had brunch the other day, you were rubbing your knuckles, Jeff said, recalling that Mika had evaded when Jeff had asked if it was arthritis. It was bad that day too. Yeah, really cold days make it worse. Storms too. It should get better once you return to LA then. Mika gave a short laugh. I'm aware. It's one of the reasons I've been looking forward to moving back. Blowing out a breath, Jeff moved out from between Mika's thighs and knelt next to him, jostling the mattress. Rolling off the condom, he tied it off and aimed for the trash can on the other side of the room next to his dresser. I'll give you the blowjob of your life later if you can make that. Startled into a laugh, Jeff threw and missed. Aw. Lifting himself onto his elbows, Mika kissed his knee. I'll still give you the blowjob of your life. Tall words. Mika only waggled his eyebrows, so charmingly full of himself. Still laughing, Jeff rose, moved the condom to the trash can, stepped into his briefs, and went into the bathroom for a washcloth. Dinner? He asked, washing the cum and lube off Mika's stomach, his pubes, his sack. Mika lay there and let Jeff clean him up, half smirk on his lips, like this was his due. Fuck yes, I'm starving. Jeff held out a hand to Mika, tugging him up, stomach cramping at the grimace Mika couldn't hide as he sat up. Dressed in briefs and t-shirts, they padded barefoot into the kitchen, Mika moving more gingerly than usual. After getting him the bottle of pain relievers out of a cupboard and pouring him a glass of water from the tap, Jeff poked into the freezer and extracted an ice pack. Will this help? Yes, thank you. Jeff wrapped it in a towel and passed it over, relieved when Mika sat at a bar stool at the kitchen island without so much as a wince. You know what would also help? Mika asked, a teasing spark in his eyes. A warm bath in that giant bathtub of yours. A wet Mika all to myself? Jeff turned on the stove to get the water boiling for the pasta. You don't have to ask me twice. Mika's husky laughter did more to soothe Jeff's concern than anything else. Chapter 13. Mika lay awake the next morning, staring at a sleeping Jeff in the weak light filtering in through the sheer blinds. His bladder had awoken him several minutes ago, and after taking care of that and slipping back into bed, managing not to wake Jeff in the process, his brain was running too fast for him to relax. He hadn't meant to kiss Jeff in the elevator yesterday. Once he had, though, kissing him again at Rockefeller Center had seemed only natural. Jeff was attracted to him, and Mika was attracted to Jeff, and he was also attracted to how Jeff didn't shy away from his own attraction. It felt good to be wanted, to be needed so desperately that Jeff hadn't even turned on the lights last night. Instead, they'd had sex by the light of the hallway that reached into the bedroom. And then Jeff had wined and dined him, the concerned furrow between his eyebrows never really going away, despite Mika's reassurances that he was fine. Rolling onto his side, he rubbed one hip, relieved to find that he actually was fine. The pain relievers and ice pack had done wonders, not to mention the bath. God, the bath. The jacuzzi bathtub, no less. He'd sat nestled between Jeff's legs, head resting back against Jeff's shoulder, and let the hot water soothe his aches and pains while Jeff gave him a hand job that had him seeing stars afterward. And, as promised, he'd given Jeff the blowjob of his life. Jeff had been so careful of Mika, prompting Mika to lie on his back so that Jeff could fuck his mouth, ensuring that Mika wouldn't hurt himself further. Blowing out of breath, Mika stared at Jeff, sprawled on his stomach, features restful in sleep. The way Jeff had taken care of him scared the shit out of Mika, and he rubbed a hand over his chest. It spoke of more than simple attraction, more than a night pleasuring each other. How would this ever work between them? With Jeff in New York and Mika in California, was it realistic to expect more from Jeff? Did he want more from Jeff? There were expectations that came with relationships. Expectations around opening yourself up to allow another person in. The last time Mika had let anyone in, it had ended worse than he ever could have imagined. Heart racing, he snuck out of bed and pulled on his long-sleeved t-shirt and underwear. In the living room/dining room, he pushed the blinds open to let in the dull winter morning sun and sat on the couch. He'd meant what he'd said yesterday. Jeff's apartment was homey. Taupe-colored fabric couches, end tables topped with squat lamps, a coffee table with a hidden shelf underneath holding yet more business-related books, family photos on the wall surrounding a large-screen television, a tall bookcase with nary a single book on its shelves. Rather, it held a couple of photos of the same man and woman from the photo sitting on the desk in Jeff's office, a ceramic jar full of coins, a small vase of fake flowers, several tiny toy cars, and a couple of greeting cards. On the top of the bookshelf were a couple of leafy houseplants. There was a smudge on the end of the coffee table. Paint, perhaps, or pasta sauce that had stained the light wood. There was also a pile of unopened mail that Jeff's neighbor had no doubt collected for him. Catalogs, junk mail, and what appeared to be several Christmas cards. On the couch across from Mika, one of the throw pillows had a rip in the seam. Behind him, on the dining room table, one end held a teetering stack of folders, a notebook, and a tablet. The other end held dust so thick it was clear the table hadn't been used as anything other than a makeshift desk in quite some time. He had a feeling Jeff spent a lot of time working. What was it Jeff had said he did for fun? Other than work, that was. Jog, mentor students from NYU, and he was on the board of trustees for UPenn. Oh, there was that one time he'd gone bowling with his kids. Smiling at nothing, Mika curled further into the couch. He liked it here. He felt at home here. Safe. He wanted to snuggle on the couch with Jeff as they watched a movie, or distract him with kisses while Jeff worked at the dining room table. He wanted to crawl into Jeff and curl up in his warmth. A rustle came from the bedroom. Leaving thoughts of tomorrows behind, Mika crept back into bed next to a Jeff who was sleepily blinking his eyes open. Cuddling up next to him until they shared the same pillow earned him an eye-creasing smile and a kiss to his nose. And then they dozed in each other's arms until they were ready to face the world. They were on the road back to Lighthouse Bay before lunch, after a slow morning where they'd gotten ready among lazy touches, the memory of which still made Mika shiver. After Jeff had called his kids, his mom, and his brother, in that order, they'd grabbed breakfast at a nearby cafe before catching a cab to New Jersey. In the driver's seat of a Sport U apparel-branded delivery truck, Jeff tapped a thumb against the steering wheel. Mika still maintained that they could fit their equipment into a rented SUV, but since Lily had gone to the trouble of setting the vehicle aside for them, Jeff had insisted on taking it. Although, if Mika had to guess from the smirk on Jeff's lips, he'd say Jeff had simply wanted to drive the truck. It was overcast but not threatening snow. At least, according to Mika's phone. Jeff's was propped on the dash, their route highlighted in blue on the screen, although it wasn't difficult to remember to stay on I-95 until they reached Bridgeport. In the cup holders between them were a couple of coffees and the checklist of equipment Jeff had referenced at the warehouse as he'd combed the rows for what he was looking for. Mika was still in awe of that warehouse. It was at least 4 times the size of parade headquarters and held row upon row of apparel and equipment. Everything from sweat-wicking workout gear to baseball gloves to hockey pads to rollerblades. As Christmas was only 5 days away, some of the shelves were emptier than others. There'd also been a whole automated packing system, a shipping center, quality control, and staff unpacking pallets of new products. So cool. Mika would have spent more time wandering around if they didn't have to be back in Lighthouse Bay before dinner to distribute their equipment. Plucking the folded checklist from the cup holder, he said, "Can I put this away?" "Yeah, thanks," Jeff said, around a jaw-cracking yawn. "There's a folder in my backpack. Just stuff it in there." The folder in question was a mess and had edges of paper sticking out 3 sides. Mika opened it up and piled the sheets into a neat stack until... "Hey, you went to the genealogy center." Jeff glanced over. "I didn't realize that was in there. I just grabbed everything off the counter yesterday." "Learn anything interesting?" "Haven't had a chance to give it a full read yet." Mika skimmed the first few lines. "Your family's been in Lighthouse Bay a long time." Jeff grunted around his coffee. Out of curiosity, Mika flipped through the pages to look at the pictures, though it wasn't until the final one that he spotted a familiar face. Dark hair, a wide smile, gap-toothed front teeth gifting him an upside-down gingerbread man. Excitement had his heart racing, and he held up the photo in Jeff's direction. "Is this you?" Jeff gave it a quick look as he returned his mug to the cup holder. "My brother, Leo. Sometimes things don't look so bad from a different perspective." "I've met him, a long time ago." "Yeah? Where?" "An office Christmas party of my dad's. He worked for Bidford Electrical." Jeff's eyebrows flew up. "My dad, too. I don't remember much about those parties, though." "Me neither," Mika admitted. "But I remember your brother. He gave me some advice I've been carrying around with me for a long time." "Leo doling out good advice?" Jeff laughed softly. "What does he do now?" "He works in IT at a law firm in Atlanta." Huh. Not what Mika had expected of the boy who'd given him words to live by. He'd solved the mystery of who that boy was, though, so that was something. That it was Jeff's brother was surreal. A yawn seemed to catch Jeff by surprise. He shook his head as though trying to dislodge sleep from his brain. "Sorry, you sucked the energy right out of me last night." Laughing, Mika tucked everything into the folder and slipped it into Jeff's bag at his feet. They might not have stayed up all night. They were men in their 40s who needed both recovery time and sleep, but they'd certainly been up until well after midnight. And the fact that Mika had actually slept instead of being kept awake with insomnia was a minor miracle. "Let's play a game to keep you awake," he offered. "Like what?" Pulling up his phone, Mika typed something into the internet search bar and clicked on the first result. "Rapid-fire questions." "I think my sleep-deprived brain can handle that," Jeff said before taking a large gulp of coffee. "Rules." "Rules?" "Whatever I answer, you have to answer too." Mika nodded slowly. "Seems only fair. Ready?" "Hit me." "If you could buy any food right this second, what would it be?" Jeff pursed his lips. "I could go for a hot dog." Why Mika found that hilarious, he couldn't say, but his laughter had Jeff winking at him, making him feel like he was floating. "What about you? Let me guess. Snickerdoodle cookies?" "Only if they're Dev's," Mika clarified. "How are you going to get your snickerdoodle fix when you're back in L.A.? Bribe Dev to send me care packages once a week?" Jeff pursed his lips. "Seems reasonable. Next question. What color is your toothbrush?" Brow creasing, Jeff cocked his head. "Blue?" "You don't know?" Mika said with a laugh. "I've never bought a toothbrush in my life. I just use the free ones they give me when I go to the dentist. Could be orange." Mika was still laughing at him. "Okay, hotshot, what color's yours?" "No idea," he said, mirth tickling the back of his throat. Snorting a laugh, Jeff reached over the center console and squeezed Mika's knee, leaving his hand there as he drove. It conjured all sorts of images of last night. Jeff running his palm up Mika's chest, Jeff stroking him until he came, Jeff kneading his hip. "What's next?" Jeff asked. Clearing his throat, Mika said, "What's one thing on your bucket list?" anticipating something work-related. He was pleasantly surprised when Jeff said, "I've always wanted to see the Northern Lights." "Oh, that's—" "What, dumb?" "No, not at all. In fact, it'd be on my bucket list if I'd thought of it." A smirk from Jeff. "I can share. And what's on yours?" "I want to star in a movie." But Jeff hadn't gone that route. It was only fair for Mika to share something personal, too. "I want to take a hot air balloon ride." "You'd love it," Jeff said, eyes sparking. "You've done it?" "In Temecula wine country. It was a joint birthday gift from my mom and my brother a few years ago. I didn't like being squished into a basket with 7 strangers, though. If I do it again, I'd get a private flight." That was certainly good to know. "Next question. Who's your hero?" "Oh, that's easy." Jeff's smile softened around the edges. "My dad." Mika ran a palm over Jeff's wrist. "You told me once you were close." "We were, but that wasn't always the case. I wasn't the most sympathetic kid." "What were you like?" "I was emo before it was even a word," Jeff said with a humorless laugh. "When I started high school, it was like a switch flipped. One of my best friends moved away. The other found a new crowd to hang out with. I was angry and sullen. My dad bought the Nomad to keep me busy, even though it was a piece of junk at the time." A true laugh this time. "Bribed me with it, too. Said if I restored it with him, it was mine to keep afterwards. Of course, I didn't want it because—" "Piece of junk," Mika piped in. "Yeah," Jeff agreed with a smile. "So he said if I worked on it with him, he'd buy me whatever used car I wanted once it was complete. Except by that point, all I wanted was the Nomad, so... That was my dad, though, not letting his kids sink down the rabbit hole of bad thoughts." "He sounds pretty great," Mika said, thumb gliding along Jeff's inner wrist. He was. Jeff's smile turned down, sadness overtaking his features. In an effort to bring that smile back, Mika said, "What about your friends from Lighthouse Bay? Have you looked any of them up?" "Nah. I wouldn't know how to, for one thing. And for another, what if I do and they've forgotten all about me? It's been almost 30 years. Plus, I haven't really thought about it. Too busy with the tournament." "Did any names on your player or attendee lists ring a bell?" "I'll admit I didn't give the attendee list more than a passing glance. There were a couple of players' last names that were familiar, but I don't know if that's because I've met them in the past few weeks or a long time ago. Anyway, your turn." Flipping his hand over, Jeff threaded his fingers with Mika's. "Who's your hero?" "Probably my mom," Mika said as the landscape changed from industrial buildings to tree-lined roads. "She's the most selfless person I know. In fact, she's the reason I agreed to the hockey tournament. She's been volunteering for the Lighthouse Bay Food Bank for as long as I can remember. And she was telling me that the volunteers didn't think they were going to raise enough this year to cover all of Lighthouse Bay's residents who need food assistance. The tournament's proceeds might just give them what they need so that no one goes hungry." Jeff spared him a quick glance, fingers tightening on Mika's hand. "I wish you'd told me. I would have charged way more for the tickets." "That's okay," he meant to say, given that Jeff had sold way more tickets than Mika had expected. But Jeff interrupted. "Maybe I'll have a food drive at the tournament." "Isn't it too late for that?" "It's never too late," Jeff insisted, thumb drumming on the steering wheel. He squinted out the windshield, mind clearly elsewhere. Mika was content to gaze at him, memorizing how his jaw worked and how his eyebrows did a little wiggle as he thought. Biting back a smile, Mika said, "You're thinking some deep thoughts over there." "I am." Jeff took his hand back to grab his coffee. "Let me tell you about them." If Mika stopped paying attention to the words themselves to listen to the rise and fall of Jeff's voice, to how the excitement and determination threaded through it exuded a self-assurance that had Mika wanting to climb him like a tree, it was Jeff's fault entirely for being completely Mika's type. Chapter 14. This was it, the final Saturday market. Mika's last weekend as the organizer of the park's Christmas activities. This morning's parade had gone off without a hitch, which, of course, wasn't a surprise. Zach had planned it, after all. The market had opened as normal. The mayor had given his speech. The winner of the float competition had been announced. Kids had gotten their face painted in Santa's workshop. Santa himself had greeted kids and families. And there'd been a lively game of pin the nose on the reindeer at the warming hut near the pond. Now, underneath a starry sky, a local band played Jingle Bell Rock from inside the gazebo. Mika stood by Santa's darkened workshop and took in the dancing couples, the crowd strolling the market, the teenage cliques toting skates on their way to the ice rink at the back of the park. After Christmas, Mika and his high school volunteers, along with a moving company, would take everything down and put it back in storage, ready for next year. And before he headed back to L.A., Mika had a meeting with Zach and Mrs. Schumacher, who was Zach's boss, to hand over his prep notes, discuss challenges, and review profits. He should have been happy that this was it, or at least relieved. But he was kind of sad. Yes, he was excited to return to L.A. In his excitement, though, he hadn't registered that moving away meant leaving all of this behind. Zach, who'd become a good friend over the last 12 months. Holland, who Mika wasn't still carrying a torch for, but who would always hold a special place in his heart, and who was currently pulling Zach into a fast-paced dance as the band switched things up to a cover of Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You. Clark and Dev, who Mika spotted on a nearby bench sharing a monstrous bowl of fries supreme from Annie's Irish pub stall. And his parents, who made their way toward him along the path, Mom with a bounce in her step. "We're going to pretend we're one of the young'uns and go ice skating," Mom said when she spotted him. Indeed, Dad carried 2 sets of skates laced over one shoulder. "Don't listen to her. We're still young." They were giggling as they passed Mika, like a couple of teenagers on a first date. "Have fun, you two," Mika said, chuckling. They waved at him over their shoulders. Mika watched them go and sighed, shoulders sinking. Shaking his head, he consulted his clipboard in the light of his cell phone. There was nothing to be sad about. No reason for his chest to squeeze so tightly. He'd be back to visit in a few months, once filming on Shadows and Light wrapped for this season, and before he was needed back on set to start shooting next season. That was assuming he didn't sign on for another project. His agent had called him yesterday with the possibility of a guest appearance in a new Netflix show that would start filming in June that sounded like a lot of fun. Either way, there'd be pockets of time he could return home for a visit. He wasn't staying away for 5 years ever again. "There you are." "Gah!" He jumped back, heart climbing into his throat. "What the hell?" Scowling at Zach and Holland, he bent to pick up the clipboard he'd dropped, slapping it against his thigh to dislodge the snow. "Don't sneak up on people like that, assholes." "Sorry," Zach said with a wince. "Why are you hiding over here?" Holland asked, ignoring his rebuke. "I'm not hiding, I'm working." Cocking his head, Zach said, "What's left? I'd think you'd be done for the night." "No." Mika hugged the clipboard to his chest. "I have things." He had nothing. Not until the band packed up, everyone went home, and the stalls closed for the night. And even then, he had nothing because nobody would need his help for any of that. He just had to stay to ensure it all got done. Just that lurking out of sight prevented him from bumping into Jeff. Not in an I'm avoiding you kind of way. More in a I need space way, so that he could get his head and his heart on the same page. It hadn't worked. His heart wanted to sink into Jeff, wanted to offer itself on a gold-plated platter. His head kept recalling how badly his last relationship had ended, and having Holland next to him as a reminder wasn't helping Mika beat his head into submission. "What things?" Zach asked, much too smart for his own good. Mika scowled at him. "Things." "Did you and Jeff get what you needed on your trip?" Holland said. Mika nodded once, so hard that his hat slid off one ear. "Yup, got it." Tugging the hat back into place, he opened his mouth to make his excuses when Holland oh so casually blurted, "You slept with him, didn't you?" Fuck, how had Holland known? "What? No." "You didn't just sleep with him," Zach said slowly. "You fell in love with him." Mika dug the edge of the clipboard into his forehead. "I didn't mean to." Acknowledging it out loud made his stomach somersault and his heart race. It would have been nauseating if he wasn't also feeling weightless with anticipation. Holland's eyes narrowed. "Why is it a bad thing?" "Can you give us a minute?" Zach said to him. "What? Why?" "I love you." Zach kissed his cheek and patted his arm. "But go away for a minute." "Fine," Holland said with a playful grumble. "I'll go steal food from Clark and Dev." Once he'd done so, Zach threaded his arm through Mika's. "Walk with me." "I really do need to do things." Mika's grumble was not at all playful. "Why does being in love with Jeff freak you out?" "Wow, cut to the chase, why don't you?" Their footsteps were quiet on the paved path as Zach led him in the direction of the pond. "Is it because of what you went through with Holland?" Zach didn't let up. Mika stilled. "What?" Under an iron lamp casting pale white light, Zach looked like an angel. A mean angel who was forcing Mika to confront his feelings. "Holland wasn't unaffected by your breakup either, you know." Snorting, Mika continued along the path. "I remember. I was there when he almost fucked things up with you." He'd had a front row seat to it, in fact. "And are you going to let your own fear fuck things up with Jeff?" Mika grinned into the night. Zach had said fuck. "It's not the same thing." "How so? You're both afraid of getting hurt again. Holland let it control him by telling me he needed a break." Scoffing, Zach made actual air quotes. "Like we were on an episode of Friends or something." "Aren't you too young for Friends?" "I have Netflix like everyone else. And you're letting it control you by avoiding Jeff," Zach went on, as though there'd never been a break in their conversation. "I'm not avoiding him." "Oh, was there another reason you were lurking in the shadow of Santa's workshop?" "Don't give me that big-eyed innocent face." Mika bumped their shoulders. "I know what you're doing." "What's that?" "Trying to convince me to give a relationship with Jeff a chance." "I don't think I'm succeeding," Zach muttered under his breath. They stopped near the pond, still arm in arm. The skaters were mostly teenagers, with a few 20-somethings thrown in. And then there were Mika's parents, skating laps while holding hands. It was darker in this area of the park, with only a few old-fashioned lampposts placed along the path and around the pond. Didn't appear to be deterring the skaters any. Jeff's bleachers had arrived earlier this afternoon, and the delivery company had set them up around the pond. Given the number of tickets Jeff had sold, Mika was a little concerned that they didn't have enough seating. "It's not that you're not succeeding," Mika said quietly. It's that we live so far apart, and I'm worried about the whole out of sight, out of mind thing. That's basically what happened with me and Holland. Just as quietly, Zach said, I get it. It wasn't that Mika was worried he'd cheat again. He was an idiot to have done so in the first place, and he liked to think he'd learned from past mistakes. He was worried about being forgotten, though. Left behind. You're afraid Jeff won't fight for you if things between you go sideways, like Holland didn't. Mika coughed. Well, that was certainly one way of putting it. When did you become so insightful? I never had many friends growing up, Zach said with a lackadaisical shrug, as if he just informed Mika that dinner was ready. Mika's heart broke for him, and he latched their elbows tighter. I learned to people watch, I guess, Zach went on. Can I point out something else my insightfulness has noticed? By all means, Mika sighed. You're on a roll anyway. Might as well. I don't think a guy who's filled your front yard with an inflatable Christmas village is someone you need to worry about. He bit his lip to hide a smile. I did notice a new one yesterday when we got back from New York. A 6-foot-tall gingerbread house, complete with a trio of waist-high gingerbread kids. Mika had spotted it on his walk home after he and Jeff had held court at Town Hall, where tomorrow's participants had dropped by to pick up their equipment. There was so much on his lawn right now that it was in danger of overflowing onto the neighbor's yard. How did that get there, I wonder? Zach turned big eyes on him. Your parents? Asked them already. They denied any knowledge. An expansive shrug. I don't know. Uh-huh. He had a feeling Zach and Holland, and possibly Dev and Clark too, had been in cahoots with his parents. How had Jeff even set that up? Zach did have a point, though. Nobody wooed with inflatable ornaments unless they were at least halfway serious about the other party. The other party, in this case, being Mika. New York felt like a dream, a fantasy, something that had happened to someone else. Already he was looking on their time there as if it had occurred years ago, not a mere 2 days. Holland found them, Dev and Clark in tow. They dragged Mika and Zach back into the thick of things, where the band was playing Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree, and kids were running around the enormous tree in the center of the park like they were acting out the song. Setting everything else aside for now, Mika bought himself a 6-pack of snickerdoodle cookies from Dev's stall, determined to make the most of his time with his friends. Which was exactly what he was doing as Holland and Clark were debating the merits of heading home to get their ice skates, a quiet Zach bopping his head to the live band while he sipped a hot apple cider. Dev had disappeared into his stall to chat with his teenage part-timer. Mika browsed handmade jewelry from a local vendor in one of the stalls, the first time since the market opened that he actually had a chance to shop. A pair of hands landed on his hips, firm and possessive. A chest snuggled up to his back. Against his ear, a muttered, "Dance with me?" Turning in Jeff's arms, Mika let himself acknowledge his feelings for him. Let himself be in love for just a moment. Let the beauty of his affection for Jeff make butterflies dance in his stomach, make his chest lighten. Then he tucked those feelings aside, storing them away someplace safe where they couldn't hurt him when Jeff forgot about him, and danced the rest of the night away. Chapter 15. Jeff stood next to a quiet frozen pond in Lighthouse Bay's park and inspected his handiwork. "What do you think, Dad? Did I go overboard?" Dad, as always, was silent. The nets were placed at either end of the pond, and a battery-powered scoreboard with a built-in timer sat on the bottom row of one of the bleachers. He had a box of water bottles for the spectators, and Dev's Bakery was donating complimentary hot chocolate. Large wheeled bins were placed between the bleachers to collect non-perishable food items to donate to the food bank. He had a star-shaped stamp to mark the spectators so they didn't have to show their ticket again if they left to peruse the market. Plus, he'd printed extra tickets for any last-minute attendees, and a table was set up near the warming hut, holding the prizes for the players. Prize, being a loose term, given everyone was going home with something, win or lose. He'd even ordered miniature trophies for all of the participants, just for fun. Wanting to give everything a festive feel, he'd decorated the sides of all the bleachers in green garlands sprinkled with white lights that he'd turn on later as darkness fell. Definitely overboard. He had no regrets. With a few minutes to go until the players, the coaches, a couple of physical education teachers from the elementary school, the spectators, and the local photographer he'd hired to document the day arrived, he took a walk to the edge of the park and leaned against the railing that ran the entire length on its west side, a barrier against the sharp rocks below, and stared out at the ocean. What was it Dad had said about the Pacific? It's not the Atlantic, but it'll do. Definitely not the same. Whereas the Pacific glistened an azure so bright it hurt his eyes, the Atlantic was an uninviting white-capped gray, slamming against the cliffs below. What would Dad think about Lighthouse Bay? Would he be thrilled that, barring a few new additions, Main Street was more or less the same? Would he be sad that the Belmore family name no longer resided in the area? Would he be happy that the annual Christmas parade was still a thing? What had Jeff expected by coming to Lighthouse Bay? That he'd find Dad in the park's tall pines, hidden between the branches of the 20-foot-tall Christmas tree? Spot him caroling on the weekend? See him among the shoppers in the pop-up tree lot on Christmas Lane? Catch him driving up Main Street in the Nomad? Had he expected Dad to pop back in after a year of silence to high-five him for reintroducing the hockey tournament? Yes. Maybe. Fuck, he didn't know. He couldn't answer Mika back when he'd asked why Jeff wanted to bring the tournament back, and he couldn't answer him now. Did it have anything to do with Dad? Or was it all about Jeff wanting to leave a little piece of the Belmore name behind in the town he'd grown up in? A bit of both, perhaps. Jeff? Whirling, his jaw dropped at the sight of the last person he'd expected to see here. Leo? Huffing a surprised burst of laughter, Jeff drew him into his arms, holding on tight. Leo, same dark reddish hair as Jeff, same dark blue eyes, same height, was as familiar as the sun shining above. What? He pulled back to take in the lines bracketing Leo's eyes that matched Jeff's, and the scruffy beard liberally sprinkled with gray. That was new. The beard, not the gray. He was slimmer than Jeff, leaner. Unlike Jeff, he'd never much been into sports, and thus hadn't built up the musculature. What are you doing here? Doesn't your cruise leave today? A hint of pain shuddered Leo's gaze. Carol and I broke up. His shrug was not as uncaring as he'd no doubt liked to think. The cruise is off. What? Jeff's shoulders sank. When? How? Leo and Carol had been together for almost 5 years. Jeff braced his hands on Leo's neck. What happened? I don't... Leo swallowed hard. It's still fresh. I don't really want to talk about it. I'm sorry to barge in on your vacation. I should have asked instead of showing up unannounced. Are you kidding? Drawing him back in, Jeff held on to him. Leo's arms around his back were unmoving, and Jeff's heart broke for him. I'm so fucking thrilled you're here. But how did you find me? Wasn't hard. You sent out a family email last week telling us about the tournament. When you didn't answer at your apartment, I figured you'd be here. Except, Pulling away, Leo scanned the park. Where is everyone? Church. Something I didn't factor in when I proposed holding this thing on a Sunday. Instead of starting at 9 like I wanted to, I've got to wait until noon. Leo grunted. People should start arriving any time then. He bumped Jeff's shoulder, managing a smile that reached his eyes. It's pretty cool that you brought back the tournament. What's the rest of Lighthouse Bay like? Is Pippett's candy still there? It looks the exact same, Leo. And they even still have 5-cent candy. The park looks the same too, Leo pointed out, turning to gaze at it all. I don't remember the market, though. Jeff slung an arm around his brother's shoulders and grinned. It wasn't a thing when we were kids. It should be opening soon. Can I do anything to help with the tournament? Conscious that Leo was looking for a distraction, Jeff said, You can man the scoreboard. Leo's stare was disbelieving. You did not get an actual scoreboard. Did too. Want to see? Not waiting for an answer, he led Leo to the pond and gestured. The scoreboard was a little thing, roughly the size of Jeff's torso, with room for the score on the top half and a timer on the bottom. Is this enough seating? Leo remarked. Well, Jeff rubbed his jaw. I was worried about it too at first, but then I figured people wouldn't stay for the entire tournament. They'll probably leave and come back, right? Especially if parents need to take their players home or get them changed. Guess we'll see. You're not inspiring confidence. I'm sure you've thought of everything, Leo said with a laugh and a backslap. Now show me how to work this thing. Jeff was handing over the wireless remote when footsteps crunching on snow preceded the appearance of a bundled-up Mika, travel mug in one hand. Something softened in Jeff's chest as his heart soared away and landed at Mika's feet. Could they have a repeat of their New York adventure? One lasting longer than 24 hours? Forever. Forever would be good. Yesterday, he'd spent the day finalizing tournament details, cooped up in his apartment above Tiny Spanini, from where he'd watched the parade. He'd been so wrapped up in his work that he'd almost missed the final Saturday market. Almost missed the opportunity to dance with Mika again, to hold him in his arms, to kiss his nose, to bury his face in Mika's neck and inhale his scent. That was how he'd ended up divorced soon after Nate was born, by missing important moments in his family's life, so focused on getting Sport U apparel up and running. His wife had no longer had a partner, just an extra body sleeping in her bed at night. He wasn't about to repeat the same mistakes with Mika, although he worried that Mika would let fear rule his emotions. Jeff had seen it in Mika's eyes yesterday, that fear when Jeff had asked him to spend the night with him. Clearing his throat, Mika had shifted on his feet awkwardly and shoved his hands in his pockets. I should head home. Okay. Jeff hadn't pushed, merely kissed Mika on the nose and sent him on his way, recognizing the same skittishness Mika had worn like armor not long ago. What had Jeff said or done for Mika to retreat into his shell? Or maybe it was what he hadn't said or done. Whatever it was, Jeff would get to the bottom of it just as soon as they had a moment of privacy. Hey, Jeff said now, eyeing Mika's slight limp as he approached. Hey. Mika smiled back at him. Jeff took that as a good sign. Are you okay? He reached for Mika's nearest hip and gave it a rub. Mika squeezed his wrist briefly before dropping his hand. Yeah, my hip's just a bit sore today. I think it's from too many hours sitting in a car yesterday, although I could have just slept weird last night. Jeff's muscles tightened. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. I'm still learning what is and isn't good for me. Anyway, he waved a hand. I texted you to see what time you wanted me here to help, but never heard back. Yeah, you know that new phone I got? Mika blinked at him. No. Yep. Lighthouse Bay officially hated him. His new phone had crapped out as soon as he'd walked back into his apartment after their New York trip. Mika laughed so hard he had to brace himself on his knee. Yeah, Jeff sighed, secretly pleased at himself for making Mika laugh. Leo looked back and forth between the two of them. What's going on? My phone died. Yeah, Leo said slowly. Didn't that happen when you got here? I got a new one when we were in New York a couple of days ago. That one's dead now, too. There's some kind of freaky Twilight Zone stuff happening here or something. Or something. Gesturing between Leo and Mika, Jeff said, Mika, this is my brother Leo. Leo, this is Mika. He organized all of the Christmas events in the park. We've met. Mika held out a hand. A long time ago, he added at Leo's frown. At our dad's office Christmas party. For Bidford Electrical? Standing, Leo shook Mika's hand. God, I barely remember those. The smile slipped off Mika's face. Only for a second, but Jeff still caught it. Well, Mika shrugged. It was a long time ago. What was the advice Leo had given him? Jeff wished he'd asked. Whatever it was must have been pretty important for Mika to be disappointed that Leo didn't remember him. Wait. Cocking his head, Leo squinted at Mika. Mika Jones? From Shadows and Light? Man, I love your show. Seemed Jeff was the only one on the planet who hadn't watched it. Still can't believe they killed off your character, Leo went on. What are you doing in Lighthouse Bay? Is the event planner gig research for a role? Not at all. I'm from here. I was helping out a friend for the holiday season. No shit? Well, how about that? Can't believe I met my first celebrity in a tiny town in coastal Maine. Mika toasted Leo with his mug. We come from everywhere. So, he turned to Jeff. Put me to work. Where do you want me? The first players were starting to arrive. The littlest ones Jeff had grouped together for the first game, ages 5 to 7. Some of them headed into the warming hut to change into their gear. Others arrived already suited up. Trailing behind them was the photographer, telephoto lens attached to a shiny camera. The thrill of the game zipped through Jeff, and he grinned. As it neared supper time, night fell. The old-fashioned lampposts standing sentinel throughout the park were fine for the shoppers and late-night skaters. But for hockey players who needed to see a little rubber disc? This morning, Jeff had set up tall spotlights for exactly this reason, and now they shone brightly on the pond as the final two teams, the 18 years old and up group, battled it out. The festive lights he'd hung on the bleachers glowed sharp in the dark. Jeff had given Mika the job of manning the prize table earlier, ensuring that nobody tried to sneak away with more than one prize. He'd been right about having too many of them, but that was fine. He'd drive the leftover items to the nearest Salvation Army tomorrow. Speaking of driving, he needed to drive the Sport U-Truck back at some point too. Could he convince Mika to join him again? As the referee, Jeff couldn't exactly abandon his position to go ask. The adult game was faster, more spirited than the previous games had been. Although, to be fair, the 16 to 18s had been awfully competitive. That being said, Jeff hadn't had to send anyone to his makeshift penalty box, basically just an empty spot near where Leo manned the scoreboard, and he hadn't had to break up any fights. Seemed the players had understood when Jeff had stressed, on the registration form and via reminder email a few days ago, that this was meant to be a friendly tournament benefiting the food bank. And it turned out he did have enough seating. He'd been right. Spectators came and went depending on who was playing, and so instead of having too much or not enough bleachers, he'd gotten it exactly right. The stands were consistently 3/4 full. Through a gap in the bleachers, he noticed Mika greeting the players of the previous game. His hip was still giving him trouble. He rubbed it absently every once in a while, to Jeff's growing concern. Although Mika was smart about it. He stood only long enough to talk to the players as they picked out their prizes, spending the time between on the bleachers next to Leo. Mika was very Vanna White as he talked up the remaining prizes. From so far away and with the noise of the crowd, Jeff couldn't hear what he was saying, but he could imagine it being very Mika-like. And here we have Lighthouse Bay branded t-shirts in a variety of sizes, featuring the infamous clock tower. Perfect as a workout t-shirt or a rag to wash your car with. And here we have a gift card to Stefano's Italian restaurant. Treat your partner, treat your kids, or treat yourself to a meal for two. And here we have a gift basket from Pipit's Candy, guaranteed to keep your kids up until the ass crack of dawn. Jeff chuckled thinking about it. From across the pond, Leo caught his eye and raised a questioning eyebrow. Jeff was smiling wide enough to break his face. He merely shrugged at Leo and focused back on the game. An hour later, the final game was over. Half the spectators had gone home. The rest stayed to mingle with friends under a starry sky, sipping the last of Dev's hot chocolate. Mika and Leo were packing the remaining prizes into boxes for Jeff to schlep back to his apartment while Jeff inspected his food bank bins. They were full, all 4 of them, and the bins were enormous, so that was saying something. Combined with the proceeds from the tournament, the food bank would have more than enough to feed Lighthouse Bay's needy families. Fuck, it felt good to know that he'd done something to make even one person's life just a little bit better. When he'd asked Lily to research nonprofits, he'd had a feeling that giving back would be incredibly satisfying. But it was more than that. It was right. It was good. It was a way to leave a little piece of himself behind. And expanding Sport U into the charitable sector meant he'd be helping even more people. He should have thought of it a long time ago, and he was embarrassed that he hadn't. It was a direction to take his company, he was sure of it. It settled something in his chest that had nothing to do with fiscal year revenues or advertising targets, and everything to do with making the world a better place through his actions. He thought he'd come here to find his dad. In the end, he'd ended up finding himself and who he wanted to be. He was dragging the nets to the prize table where he intended to tell Mika to go home to rest up his hip when a figure materialized out of a crowd milling nearby. Freezing in place, Jeff dropped the nets. "Dad?" The figure turned with a wink. Bolting into action, Jeff followed it to the same lookout Leo had found him at earlier. Dad stared at the darkened ocean, the waves crashing below. Jeff approached slowly, afraid Dad would disappear if he moved too quickly, until they stood shoulder to shoulder. "Dad?" Dad rotated to face him, smiled the same as ever, and cupped Jeff's face in both hands. "I'm proud of you, son." Nose burning, a piece of Jeff's heart broke off and crumbled, knowing this was the last time Dad would visit him. "Dad, I've got someone else I need to take care of now." Jeff followed Dad's gaze to where Leo was chatting with Mika, smile on Leo's lips but sadness in his eyes and the curve of his shoulders. "But I'll be right here." Dad tapped Jeff's chest, over his heart. "Forever and ever. You'll see." He began to fade, and Jeff's world tilted sideways. "Dad, wait." There was so much he wanted to say. He wanted to tell him about Mika, about the tournament, about Sport U's upcoming charitable work, about what he'd found in Lighthouse Bay. "I love you, son." "Love you, Dad," Jeff choked out. And then he was alone with just the feel of the wind against his wet cheeks. A final caress that was both goodbye and "I'll always be with you." "Jeff?" Swallowing against the lump lodged in his throat, Jeff wiped his cheeks and turned to find Dev wheeling a cart topped with his presumably empty hot chocolate carafes and a stack of leftover paper cups. "You okay?" "Yeah." Huffing a small laugh, Jeff sniffled. "Just talking to ghosts." Dev grunted. "I know what that's like." He pushed his cart into motion again. "You should meet the one at Harper's Point. She's a doozy." "Wait, what?" "Harper's Point? You mean the lighthouse there?" Specifically, the lighthouse for which Lighthouse Bay was named. "Mm-hmm. She'll make your hair stand on end." He was gone down the path before Jeff could ask what he was talking about. Scrubbing his hands over his face, he blew out a shaky breath. Bye, Dad. Hey. Mika appeared in front of him, a concerned furrow marring his features. He rubbed Jeff's arm. What's wrong? Jeff shook his head and swallowed hard. Just saying goodbye to my dad. Mika didn't say anything, just took Jeff into his arms and held him tight, so tight. Jeff hung on just as strongly, burying his nose in Mika's neck, and let the grief bleed out of him into the snow. Chapter 16. On the morning of Christmas Eve, Mika sat at his desk in parade headquarters, alone save for the dozen or so parade floats boasting oversized grinning elves or snowmen with lopsided smiles. There was one float in particular with some kind of mechanized unit that turned itself on randomly, throwing a slow-motion version of Jingle Bells into the warehouse. It was the stuff Mika's nightmares were made of. Ignoring it all, he went back to typing up the notes he'd give to Zach and Mrs. Schumacher so they had reference materials for next year's park Christmas events, including the tournament. Not that Zach needed it, but at least he'd have it for whoever he hired to help next year. Mika was a mix of relieved and saddened that it wouldn't be him, but he'd had enough of event planning to last him a lifetime. He was adding notes about Sport U Apparel's sponsorship when his thoughts inevitably slipped to Jeff, as they had more than once since the tournament. Mika had given Jeff space in the last couple of days, allowing Jeff time with his brother. Even as it had made Mika mopey and cranky not to be spending the rest of his time in Lighthouse Bay with Jeff, he'd also been happy that Jeff had family to celebrate the holiday with now. Just that, he missed the absolute shit out of Jeff. And he couldn't even call him to talk or text him to see what he was up to because the man was cursed with technology. Why hadn't Mika gone home with Jeff on Saturday night? Oh, right. Because he'd let fear dictate his actions, as though he was an abused dog too afraid and distrustful to get near anyone again. And now that Leo was here, he was no doubt staying with Jeff, which meant no fun times in Jeff's apartment, and certainly none in Mika's house with his parents always underfoot. Scrubbing his hands over his face, Mika sat back and blew out a breath. He was so irrevocably in love with Jeff that there was no running away from it. He still hadn't wrangled his heart and his head onto the same page, meaning he still had the urge to flee from his emotions at the same time that he wanted to clutch Jeff to him and never let him go. The front door of the warehouse opened and closed with a loud rattle. He'd locked up behind him, meaning no one should have been able to get in. Must be Zach then, the only other one with a key. Except it wasn't Zach who strolled up. It was Holland, swinging his keyring around and around, the jangle the only sound in the otherwise quiet space. "Oh, hey," Holland said upon spotting Mika. "I was wondering why the lights were on. What are you doing here?" "Just finishing up some last notes for Zach and Mrs. Schumacher. You?" "I need a few tools to finish up a dollhouse." Holland circled around his own float to the far side where it was a mess of tools, discarded wood, empty paint cans, and other odds and ends. "I didn't expect to see you here," he called. "I thought you'd be celebrating a successful tournament with Jeff." "His brother's in town," Mika said. "I didn't want to interrupt." "That's fair." Toolbox in one hand, Holland emerged from the other side of the float. Setting it down on Mika's desk, he leaned his forearms on top and squinted at Mika. "Are you happy with him? With Jeff?" Because you deserve to be happy, Mika. Whether that's with Jeff or someone else." Glancing away, Mika stared blearily at his laptop screen. Did he deserve it, though, after what he'd done to Holland? "Yes, even then," Holland added with a smirk, reading Mika's mind. Mika scowled at him. "Get out of my head." Holland went silent for a moment. Two perceptive gaze trained on Mika, as though Mika's insecurities were written all over his face. To Holland, who'd known Mika since childhood, they probably were. "You know," Holland finally said, "I almost messed up things with Zach last year because of what happened between you and me. You were there. You saw it." Mika nodded. "I remember. Twice, actually, but the first time was your fault." Holland said it with an underlying tease to his voice, but Mika still winced at the reminder of that stupid kiss he'd planted on Holland on his first day back in town last year. "I'm kidding with you," Holland said with a smile. "All I'm trying to say is, don't let what happened between us stop you from having something with Jeff, okay?" Shaking his head with a scoff, Mika said, "Easier said than done." "I know." Holland's smile went all sorts of sappy. "But it's worth it." "I guess I just—" Trailing off, Mika ran a hand through his hair and tugged on the strands, recalling what he'd said to Zach about being forgotten when he and Jeff returned to their respective states. While true, it wasn't the full picture. Zach had been right. At his core, Mika was afraid that Jeff wouldn't fight for him when things got tough. Holland hadn't fought for him when it got complicated between them. Not only that, but Clark and Dev hadn't fought for him either, backing Holland up without asking Mika for his side of things. Granted, he'd cheated and he'd deserved their censure. Didn't mean it hadn't hurt like hell. Didn't mean that the hurt didn't still linger. It was easy to jump on the relationship train when everything was new and wonderful and perfect. But what about when things weren't good? Which was inevitable any way he looked at it. Every relationship had its challenges. Would Jeff stick around then? "It's just what?" Holland asked. Straightening, he grasped the handle of his toolbox. Mika shook his head with a sigh. "Never mind. Give me a ride home?" Powering down his laptop, he stood and grabbed his coat from the back of Zach's chair. What was he doing here, anyway? It was Christmas Eve, time for family and friends, and he was spending it alone in a warehouse full of grinning parade floats, typing notes that could wait until after the holiday? On their way out of the warehouse, their footsteps echoing on the concrete floor, Mika bumped Holland's shoulder with his own. "You deserve to be happy too, you know. I'm glad you found Zach." Holland side-eyed him. "Truly," Mika laughed. "I know it probably didn't seem that way last year when I first got back, but you and Zach just fit. I'm happy for you guys. Zach's pretty great." "Yeah." Another sappy smile from Holland. "I'm surprised the two of you turned into such good friends." "It's impossible not to like Zach. He's just so nice. I find it hard to believe he didn't have many friends growing up." At the front of the warehouse, Mika flicked the lights off. "We get along with him great." We, meaning himself, Clark, and Dev. "He was born 15 years too late." That's what Zach keeps saying. As Mika pushed open the front door, music came from inside the warehouse as a float ticked awake, jingle bells popping to life, and then slow motion tapering off with a groan. Holland's eyes went huge. "What the hell is that?" "I'm convinced it's the work of demons. Run!" They did exactly that, laughing all the way to Holland's truck. Hours later, Mika stood squished between the Christmas tree and the front window. Branches poked him in the back. Beyond the tree, the living room radio was tuned to a station boasting Christmas songs all day long until New Year's Eve. Currently, they were playing a sultry version of It's Beginning to Look a Lot Like Christmas, which Mika would have sworn he'd heard one version of or another at least 4 times today. The house smelled like the pineapple glazed ham that was a Christmas Eve tradition in the Jones household, and the low rumble of his parents' voices reached him from the kitchen. Outside, snow fell in thick flakes, and neighborhood Christmas decorations were lit against the dark evening. And, on his front lawn, Jeff was assembling a new inflatable with help from his brother. Micah laughed, his breath fogging the window, when Leo threw a snowball at Jeff, hitting him in the back of the shoulder. It didn't distract Jeff any. He merely said something that made Leo roll his eyes before going back to his inflatable. Jeff looked good. Happy. In good spirits as he threw a snowball Leo's way when Leo wasn't looking. It was a far cry from how Micah had found him after the tournament when he'd been utterly wrecked. Just shattered down to the bone, skin sallow, tears marring his cheeks. His words, "Just saying goodbye to my dad," had cracked down the middle and he'd sunk into Micah's arms like he couldn't hold himself up anymore. Tears had pricked Micah's own eyes as Jeff had cried on his shoulder. He didn't know what had brought on Jeff's mood, and he didn't pry. Simply let Jeff grieve for what was lost. It hadn't lasted long, a minute at most, before Jeff straightened and sucked in a deep breath. Blinking up at the stars, he'd closed his eyes and released a long exhale that had seemed to drain the tension from his entire body. Then he'd kissed Micah. So softly, so gently. A thank you without him having to say the words. And they'd stood there in each other's arms, foreheads touching, until the company Jeff had rented the bleachers from had arrived to take them away. The tree at Micah's back shifted. A moment later, Mom squished her way in next to him. "What are you looking at?" "Oh, Jeff's back. What's he putting up this time?" "Mrs. Claus," Micah answered. "Who's that with him?" "Oh, is that Leo?" "You've met?" "Leo helped Jeff drop off the non-perishable food items at the food bank on Sunday." Micah shouldn't have been as disappointed as he'd been that Leo didn't remember him. He'd gifted Micah the upside-down gingerbread man a long time ago. So long ago that even Micah had forgotten all about it, as well as the truth as to who'd given him such great advice, until he'd unearthed the gingerbread man from the box of decorations. "Invite them in for dinner," Mom said, elbowing him in the side. "I still need to thank Jeff for donating the tournament's proceeds to the food bank. And those food bins he dropped off, we've got enough to feed every mouth in Lighthouse Bay this holiday if we needed to." The tree shifted. Dad wedged his way in on Micah's other side, glass of eggnog in one hand. "What are we doing?" "Spying on Jeff and his brother," Mom said. "I'm not spying." Micah's protest was half-hearted. "I just wanted to see what they were up to." Man, Jeff didn't give up, did he? Even when they hadn't gotten along when Jeff had first arrived in town, Jeff had still fought for the hockey tournament. He'd still been willing to work with the man who'd totaled the Nomad. And when things had shifted between them, Jeff hadn't given up on him, despite the many times Micah had subtly pulled away to protect himself. It was in the little things he did. Ensuring Micah had real maple syrup for his French toast, setting up an inflatable village, taking Micah to the bonfire, treating him to a magical 24 hours in New York, gifting him with snickerdoodle cookies. In fact, a six-pack had been delivered earlier, with a note from Jeff. Silent night, starry night. Hockey's been won, Micah shines bright. Round the Christmas tree we go, till Micah falls into Jeff's arms. Take my heart, it's yours. Take my heart, it's yours. "You know," Dad said, gesturing with his eggnog, "if we keep up with the ugly inflatable decorations, the town's going to start charging us a fee for ruining the aesthetic of the neighborhood." "Oh, stop it." Mom reached around Micah to swat Dad's arm. "There are no decorating rules in Lighthouse Bay." Leaning forward to peer at Dad around Micah, she whispered, "I checked." Ignoring them both, Micah made a move to get out, but was cornered on all sides. To Micah, Mom said, "Why haven't you invited them in for dinner yet?" He huffed a small laugh. "Huh, I'm boxed in if you haven't noticed." Mom moved out of the way and Micah slipped out, cursing as a branch snagged in his shirt sleeve. Once he was free, he gave his upside-down gingerbread man a flick and went to put on his boots. A muttered, "I'm going to make popcorn," reached him as he was shrugging into his coat, to which Dad replied with, "Bring the eggnog on your way back." Laughing under his breath, Mika didn't bother doing up his coat before stepping outside. He wouldn't be out there long. Waiting on the bottom step for Jeff to notice him, his heart raced, a pleasant sensation that made his head all swimmy. It was Leo who saw him first. "Hey, Mika." Jeff whirled, the house's Christmas lights dotting his cheeks in red and white. "Hi." "Hi." Mika nodded at Mrs. Claus. "She looks good. Nicely rounds out the village." "I thought so." Hands on his hips, Jeff inspected his handiwork. Laughter lit his gaze when he turned to Mika. "It's a little much, isn't it?" "Definitely," Mika agreed. Laughter caught in his throat. "I wouldn't have it any other way." Jeff stepped up to him, larger than life and exuding safety. With Mika on the step, it put them at roughly the same height. Grasping the bottom of Mika's coat, Jeff zipped it all the way to Mika's chin. Unable to stand it another second, Mika closed the last few inches between them and kissed him. Jeff moaned into his mouth, arms coming around Mika's back. His lips were soft but cold. Mika warmed them with his own, hands drifting up to sift through Jeff's hair, the strands silky and thick. "Okay," Leo said from somewhere off to Mika's right. "I'm just going to—" The door swung open behind Mika, startling him, and he nearly slipped off the step. Jeff caught him, holding him close, and kissed his nose. "Hi, Leo," Mom said. "Come inside for some eggnog." "Won't say no to that." Leo bounded past them and into the house. "Don't stay out here too long," she called down to Mika and Jeff. "It's cold." She shut the door, leaving Mika alone with Jeff. Exactly as he wanted it. He leaned into Jeff, tucking his face in Jeff's neck. "How was your day?" "Good." Jeff kissed his temple. "An old friend tracked me down earlier today." Mika pulled back to grin at him. "Really?" "Yeah. He said he was at the tournament, but he saw how busy I was, so didn't come say hello. Apparently, word's gotten around that the tourist is staying above Tiny's Panini, and he popped by this morning. And then Leo and I called my kids and our mom earlier. They're all doing good." Mika kissed his jaw. "I'm glad you've got Leo here." "Me too, although I don't enjoy the unintentional cock-blocking." Throwing his head back, Mika laughed, the sound echoing into the quiet street. It was cut off when Jeff placed a small kiss to his exposed neck, and he sucked in a breath that made him shiver. And not from the cold. "I have to tell you something," Jeff said, "relating to the cock-blocking thing. Sort of." Mika played with the hairs at the base of Jeff's neck. "Okay." "I was checking my work emails yesterday." "Didn't you hear Lily? She knows how to do her job," Mika teased. "Har har." Jeff pretended to bite his nose. "Anyway, my point is that the board finally approved a second office location. In L.A. So that's where I'll be working out of once we get it up and running." Mika stilled. "L.A. Where you live?" "Where I live," he repeated like a dumbass. "You mean you want to—" Jeff chuckled. "Yes, whatever you're thinking, yes. Yes to all of it." He cupped Mika's cheeks, his gloves cold against Mika's face. "I love you, Mika. And I know you're committed to L.A. for as long as you're on your show, so I'm coming to you." "You're moving to L.A.? But what about your apartment?" The homey apartment Mika loved so much. And God, why was that the only thing he could focus on right now? I'll still keep it, Jeff said with a shrug. Especially at first. I have a feeling there'll be a lot of back and forth between California and New York as we get the new office opened. Jeff, you're... The lump in Mika's throat threatened to choke him. I'm what? You're uprooting your whole life for me. Even Holland hadn't done that, preferring to stay in Lighthouse Bay while Mika tried to make it as an actor. Jeff cocked his head. I don't see it that way. I see it as making a change for the better. Jeff. Undone, Mika leaned their foreheads together. I love you. Even when I pull away, I still love you. I wish I could promise that I won't pull away anymore, but it's okay. Jeff kissed his nose again, arms tightening around Mika's back. I'll still be here when you do. I know. And he did. There wasn't a bone in his body that doubted Jeff. He met Jeff's smiling lips for a quick kiss, once, twice, 3 times, shared laughter getting in the way of anything deeper than fast and fun pecks. Come inside, Mika said, hugging Jeff close. Stay for dinner. Sure. A light kiss to Mika's temple before Jeff pulled back. Leo and I were going to go to Trivia Night Christmas edition at the pub, but this is much better. Inside, the contrast of warm air against his cold skin made Mika shiver. A commotion in the living room had him poking his head around the wall dividing it from the foyer. 3 bodies not fit to squeeze between a tree and a window emerged, 2 with eggnogs, Mom with a bowl of popcorn. Mouth in a flat line, Mika shook his head in mock affront. Shameless, all of you. What's happening right now? Jeff asked from behind Mika, hands at Mika's waist. I don't know what you're talking about. Mom yanked at the bottom of her red sweater. We were just admiring the Christmas village. Dad and Leo shared a glance. We were spying, Dad said. Definitely spying, added Leo. Boys. Mom rolled her eyes, heading for the kitchen. Why can't they do anything right? Dad and Leo followed her, discussing the merits of adding cinnamon to the eggnog. Edging around Mika, Jeff went into the living room to look at the tree, its lights reflecting in his blue eyes. An orchestral version of Little Drummer Boy played on the radio. My apartment was feeling so devoid of life lately that I almost bought a fake miniature tree at the general store. Jeff broke off, gaze finding Mika's gingerbread man. Ignore that, Mika said, taking a seat on the arm of the couch. It's just a... I made this, Jeff interrupted. What? I made this, he repeated, flipping the ornament over to the scrawled signature on the back side. No, I did. It was at one of my dad's office Christmas parties. God, I'd forgotten all about it. I must have been 11, 12 maybe. How did you end up with it? I gave it to a kid who thought the other kids didn't want to be his friend. A knowing look passed over Jeff's face, and his gaze snapped up to meet Mika's startled one. Some blonde, shaggy-haired kid, he finished hoarsely. But... Standing, Mika examined Jeff's features. Nothing in them reminded him of the boy he'd met so long ago. You said it was Leo in the photo. What photo? The one in the papers you got from the genealogy center. That's the kid who gave me that. Jeff turned to the kitchen, where Leo could be heard talking about his work in Atlanta. Mika. He took Mika's hand. Leo and I are identical twins. You probably can't tell right now. I'm bigger, he's scruffier. We've never looked less alike, but as kids you couldn't tell us apart. I made this. You can tell by the signature on the back. Jeff Belmore. Is that what it says? Mika muttered, happiness filling every cavity. That means you were the one who gave me the advice. What advice? that sometimes things don't look so bad. From a different perspective, Jeff finished. He ran a thumb over his signature. It's something my dad used to say when we were kids. I'd forgotten. The smile when he looked at Mika was so beautiful that it took every scarred piece of Mika's heart and stitched them back together. You know, I thought I came here to find my dad. Turns out I found myself instead. And you. Though I have a feeling I had a little bit of help with that. Mika opened his mouth to ask about that, but Jeff tugged him nearer, fitting them together closer than Mika would have thought possible. Kiss me under the mistletoe. Jeff's breath warmed Mika's lips. Mistletoe? Mika clutched Jeff's waist. There isn't any mistletoe. Taking the upside-down gingerbread man by the string, Jeff held it aloft, above their heads. There is now. And so they kissed under the gingerbread mistletoe as the radio sang about angels heard on high. In Jeff's apartment above Tiny's Panini, a couple of cell phones beeped to life and a laptop groaned awake. Nearby, in John's garage, the piece John was missing to fix Jeff's car toppled off the top of a small, previously discarded pile of scrap. Satisfied at a job well done, Jeff's father wished his eldest twin son a Merry Christmas and flew off to help his second son find love and happiness. Epilogue. 1 year later. Jeff stood on the Joneses' front porch as night fell slowly over a street lit up in Christmas lights. On the Joneses' front lawn, the inflatable village had made an appearance again this year, courtesy of Jeff and Mika, who'd arrived in Lighthouse Bay for the holiday earlier in the month after a 2-week road trip cross-country in the Nomad. Are you sure your dad won't mind me taking the passenger seat? Mika had asked the day after Thanksgiving, while Jeff had been packing the last of their things into the car on a breezy morning in L.A. Trust me, he'd be thrilled to have you take his spot. Okay, Mika had said slowly. Second question, is this thing even going to make it to Lighthouse Bay? Jeff had gasped in mock affront. I am hurt that you'd even ask such a thing. Mika hadn't been convinced, but the Nomad had made it without any issues, except for a flat tire somewhere near Des Moines. They would have arrived in Lighthouse Bay earlier, but Jeff had wanted to see the sights, which was really a veiled excuse for wanting to stop often to allow Mika to stretch his legs. Mika had gotten very good at managing his joint pain, and long periods seated, he'd discovered, made it worse. The Nomad currently sat parked at the bottom of the Joneses' driveway, where Mika's father had left it after a spin around the neighborhood, something he tended to do 2 or 3 times a day, much to Mika's embarrassment and Jeff's pleasure. Laughter trailed out to Jeff from the house, his kids playing a homemade version of Christmas trivia that Mika's mom had put together. Technically, Sabrina and Nate were old enough to decide where they wanted to spend the holidays. They didn't need to alternate between Jeff and his ex-wife anymore. However, they'd both chosen to join him here, bringing their significant others along with them. Jeff chuckled softly, his breath pluming in the cold. He'd known Nate's friend from college was more than just a friend. A lot had changed in the past year. Nate had a boyfriend. Sabrina's husband had gotten a new job in Washington, and they'd moved cross-country. Jeff had taken Mika on vacation and hadn't looked at his emails once. Mika was back to work full-time on his show, and the ratings had shot up after his reappearance late last season. After binge-watching the whole thing, Jeff was as obsessed with Mika as Mika had once joked he would be. Mika's return to set had been hard. It wasn't memorizing lines that had tripped him up. He'd admitted to Jeff a couple of weeks into his return. If he memorized them in small bites, he was usually fine. And it wasn't scene blocking. It was the combination of both. Memorizing where he was supposed to be in any given scene, along with his own dialogue, was one thing too much. He was lucky that he had an amazing cast and crew who were willing to break up scene takes into smaller chunks, giving Mika less blocking and lines to remember. Jeff had officially moved to LA in July, when the new Sport U apparel office had been set up, although there had been much back and forth between California and New York in the months leading up to it, and in the 2 months afterward. Thankfully, trips had dwindled to 1 or 2 short ones a month, as he and his closest staff had gotten more comfortable with teleconferencing. And he and Mika had moved in together once they'd found a place not far from Mika's film studio. And finally, he was stepping down as CEO of Sport U Apparel. There'd been a couple of months earlier this year where he and Mika had been like 2 ships passing in the night. What with Mika's career and Jeff attempting to get a brand new nonprofit offering underprivileged kids access to sports off the ground, the Sport U Foundation, while also managing his responsibilities as CEO. If he didn't want to repeat his own history and alienate Mika with his 2 long hours, something had to give. Given his newfound desire to use his own company as a platform for giving back, he'd be co-running the foundation, which was based in LA, with one of Sport U's senior marketing managers who'd expressed an interest in being involved just as soon as a replacement CEO was recruited and onboarded. Co-running the foundation meant fewer hours and fewer responsibilities, and more time for Mika. The door behind him opened and Leo stepped out, hugging his coat to his chest. That was another thing that had changed. Gone was the sadness that had hung over Leo last Christmas, and he'd shown up a few days ago, just in time for this year's hockey tournament that Jeff had organized from California with Zach's help, with a fiancé in tow. According to Leo, he never would have met Jen had he not moved out of his apartment and into a house on her street this past spring. Jeff had a feeling there were more mystical interventions involved, but he kept that to himself so he didn't sound crazy. Maybe not as crazy as his electronics suddenly coming to life last year, but still. When Mika had joked about him literally being trapped in this town, he'd been more right than even Jeff had known. He never would have suspected that Dad was behind it. There was mystery and magic in the world, and Jeff wasn't about to question it. Here. Leo handed him a mug of hot chocolate. Mika made it. Also told me to tell you that you better be wearing a hat or else. Snorting a short laugh, Jeff leaned against the porch railing and blew on the drink to cool it. What are you doing out here? Just needed a breather, Jeff said. It got loud in there. And hot with so many bodies, which was why Jeff was out here without his hat, incidentally. What's the news on the wedding front? Leo's grin could rival the Christmas lights strung along the porch. We're still debating a destination wedding or something intimate at City Hall. Toasting him with his mug, Jeff said, I approve of both of those options. Yeah, I bet you do after Sabrina's monster wedding, Leo said, laughing. Ugh, God, don't remind me. Groaning, Jeff glanced out into the street. You know, I was thinking. A shaft of light glinting off the Nomad's windshield as the sun finished its descent caught his eye, and he froze. Inside the car, Dad lovingly ran his hands over the steering wheel, smile identical to Leo's, to Jeff's. He met his son's twin expressions of surprise, and with a wink and a wave, disappeared into the coming night, leaving only dust and memories in his wake. Was that? Did you see? Breaking off, the brothers stared at each other. Do you have something you want to tell me? Jeff asked slowly. Leo's eyes narrowed. Do you have something you want to tell me? I mean, Jeff blinked. Maybe? Another second went by before they burst into hopeless laughter. It was good to laugh with Leo, Good to laugh knowing that, somewhere, Dad was laughing along with them. The door swung open again with so much force it bounced off the wall and nearly socked Mika in the temple. "Hey!" Mika's smile was Jeff's favorite thing in the world. And there was the final change that the last year had brought. Mika, despite fearing that he'd pull away again, had done the exact opposite. It was as though some switch had been flipped and he'd decided he was all in, consequences be damned. Jeff's chest lightened, and he made a mental note to tell Mika about Dad's final goodbye. Literally, the only other person he'd ever told that he spoke to Dad's ghost. But first, he had Christmas Eve to celebrate, and a gleam in Mika's eye to tame. "Look what I've got." Mika held up the upside-down gingerbread man. "And that's my cue." Silently, Leo slipped back into the house. Mika didn't even seem to notice as he held the old cookie over his head, cheeks already pinking from the cold. "Gonna come kiss me under the mistletoe?" Love and light spread in Jeff's chest, encompassing his very soul,